You got me, nigga? Yeah, here we go. All right. Yeah? Yes, yeah. Yeah,
Okay, good stuff. I love it. Don't stop. You make me come. Boy next door. Okay, good stuff. I love it. Don't stop. That turn me on. Boy next door. You like what you see? Oh, I'm fucking coming. It's so fucking deep. The DRX. Boy next door.
All right, guys. Yeah. All right, guys.
Got punished. It's one-dimensional as hell. They play retake often on B with kill trips that are going to be set all the way towards the back of the site. They never really fight over B main control. It's pretty vital that you mix it up at least, but they're more often than not, they're running 3 players holding down A main on Sunset on their defense, and it's just too one-dimensional. You need different looks when people figure out your setups, figure out how your composition is going to be running, and now there's plenty of footage for it.
Now, Kaplan also said that they were going to be spending basically the whole night, because remember, they've only had 24-hour turnaround, just focused on themselves and improving their own game. So if Sunset does get played, you would potentially see a better version of it from Sentinels, and it's a map that Fnatic have kind of been like so-so on. They're willing to play it, willing to float it, but it used to be a permaban for them, and it's a map that doesn't look like it's at the tippity top of Fnatic's pool. So, you know, winnable spots, but that's been the case for Sentinels all tournament. If they can access that potential, they can win against teams as scary even as Fnatic.
Yeah, for more on that game against EDG, let's hear from John QT in this Omen player moment.
Hello, it's John QT from Sentinels. Definitely upset from the loss and mad. We knew it was a bit of a trap game where we can like kind of lose ourselves, and it's pretty much what happened. I think in the third map on defense there was a lot of hesitation and second guessing ourselves and putting ourselves in difficult situations where we just couldn't win, or it's like difficult to win. For example, the post plants on B, just playing 5v5 post plants were difficult, and we just kept doing mistakes and just made it harder for us. Definitely bummed out that we just didn't get it over with, especially because we had the upper hand on the series, and we just dropped the ball.
We'll make it go with things here, EDG trying to make that play. Good trade by TenZ once more, but a smoke dropped down. Now with a paranoia, all added on top, leaving it just down to TenZ, and he's doing damage right through the wall. Isolates the one for bullet! Oh boy!
Looking back to Madrid, we were kind of in a similar position after we lost the upper final and we went to lower. That's just good experience to have, knowing that we've been here before and we came up on top. It's very important for the team. It's do or die for us from now on, and we just gotta keep it going.
When you get this deep into a tournament like this, you need the preparation time, especially for a team like Sentinels.
Yeah, it's interesting because they really wanted that break. It would have been 5 days off, lots of time to work on themselves, prep, ante. But John also said during that interview there that they've been in this spot before. That's how they won Madrid. And that's kind of how they've played all year. At their best is when they've been forced to play back to back to back to back to back.
Under the most pressure. Get knocked down into the lowers, forced to adapt, forced to shore up the map pool, forced to fix and correct your mistakes.
How often can you do that, though? It's got to breed some inconsistency at some point when you're being forced to go through the most rigorous route.
Yeah, that's the question, right? I mean, the only evidence we've seen of them doing that is at Madrid, which I think is a pretty big tell. It was a competitive event, despite the fact that people are trying to tar that event with the idea that it was less competitive because there's only 8 teams, but you are sending the 8 best teams from every region.
Absolutely.
So I don't think that argument holds. I think they have been able to do it in the most strenuous of circumstances. It's just going to be really difficult this time around because prep is going to be, in my mind, a really important factor with this matchup against Fnatic because they are one of the most prep-heavy teams, one of the most well-versed teams in terms of the depth of their map pool and the distance they can go, and they're veterans. You can't even really rely on the pressure getting onto Fnatic, I would argue, as well, because they've been in similar spots like this.
And speaking of the best teams, we do have the 2 best duelists in the tournament going up against each other as well. That is Durka versus Zek, and I'm not just saying that they're the best. Statistically, they are the best.
Yeah, in terms of what they've been able to deliver here at Champions, Zekken has been #1, powered by outrageous Neon performances mostly. So that's another thing to look at in terms of the map pool. And then Durka's been putting on a show on a range of different characters, but the Yoru has been especially impressive to me because I think of that as something that he's really had to work on over the course of this year.
It is. And these 2 players are going kind of just pound for pound in terms of this metric, right? And they are heavy hitters in their own regard, but a lot of people put in doubt on the name of Durka heading into the event. I remember I had him in one of my top player lists. What you always do is a little thought experiment heading into it, and people were screaming at me, kicking and screaming, wondering why the hell I had Durka in a list, but they don't understand that that's the issue of trying to rate the power of Fnatic, is that almost on any other day, every single player is able to step up and supersede one another in terms of that performance. You have Chronicle putting up insane results, Alfia alongside it. It's hard to pick who the best player is, but Durka has proven that he is still a top player in the world. He's definitely not top 21, I can tell you that for sure.
Top 2 actually right now, technically.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, and I think that's what happens when you get a super team together. And still, to me, to this day, they are the only roster ever that I would call a super team, because I think other rosters have got like super team components, a bit like Leviathan right now. Even Gambit, they rose to success and became lauded for what they did. When they were formed, they weren't a super team. That's what Fnatic did. They formed a team with outrageous talent, and to give them credit, they're even missing one of those pieces, Leo, at the moment,
crazy,
and they're still doing
crazy.
that. It's monstrous.
And where does Hero come into the super team? Do you feel like he can live up to that, the Leo legacy?
Hero has impressed me to such a degree, actually, coming into this, just because of the fact that he has a lack of experience. I think all the credit as well to Fnatic, I think, in terms of their structure, of being able to develop him so quickly. But it helps when you can really just plug and play and say, okay, here are our setups on this map when you're running Cypher or a Sentinel or whatever, and here's what you need to be doing in these spots. You can bring him up to speed incredibly rapidly, but he hasn't faltered under the pressure, I would argue. There's been moments where he's looked like he's in dire circumstances, like the Abyss game where he's jumping off the map out of smokes as well.
That was a bit rough.
My heart was breaking for him because I'm like, my God, that would just break any inexperienced player wondering if you've tossed the map, tossed the entire game away. But when you're surrounded by veterans who can bring you up in moments like that as well, just from their confidence, like just seeping into you through some weird form of osmosis, then listen, the Hero has risen to that occasion and he has stepped up, and I think he's filled the shoes of Leo, which honestly, that's an impossibility.
Yeah, it is.
They're big shoes. They're very, very big shoes. But let's see what the fans at home think, because it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which team is going to pull off the lower bracket run, and you guys voted for Sentinel. Sen City.
Listen, they got the clout, they got the army on Twitter.
Okay.
They're probably paying for blue ticks.
Now, I did have to make the case for Sen earlier today, but if you ask me, they're the underdogs in this matchup. I think Fnatic have deep map pool, like you're saying, all-star team. I think it's going to be very tough for Sen to be able to overcome this hurdle. If they do this, though, that should make you feel good about the future.
And, I'm not the only one for once. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on?
I think this is a lot of respect for Sentinels, to be honest. I was going with my heart with these spreads. I think in terms of favorites, it's Fnatic and Heretics for me in my brain, but I don't like listening to my brain. I like listening to my heart. And my heart wants to see a Sentinels lower bracket run. My heart wants to see DRX potentially play at Inspire 2.
Yeah, I actually think that the Team Heretics match over DRX is more of a favorite versus an underdog, in my opinion, just because of what Heretics have been able to do in the past. This first match, it should be somewhat even as long as the map pool doesn't put something astounding in one of the team's hands.
It's almost a coin flip in my mind. I could not decide this morning, but then I went with the MEA because, surprise, today, of course, is all about survival and a shot to play at the Inspire Arena. This will come down to Sentinels versus Fnatic, Team Heretics versus DRX, and day 5 of the Champion Seoul Playoffs Elimination Day starts right here, right now.
서울에서의 챔피언스가 언제 또 있을지 모르기 때문에 이 챔피언스 홈그라운드에서 퍼시픽 그리고 한국팀인 저희가 우승하는 그림을 꼭 보여드리고 싶어요.
Just like in Shanghai, we dropped down to the lower bracket, but we all know how Shanghai went.
Team Heretics, a 3-0 to send themselves to the grand finals.
I'm gonna do it again.
저번 마스터즈 상하이에서도 우승할 뻔했지만 젠지에게 빼앗겼던 것처럼 이번 경기에서도 저에게 질 수도 있기 때문에
When I was first starting out Valorant, I used to watch a lot of Mako. I'm happy that I get to play against someone that I copied from at the start of my career and kind of prove that I'm just as good.
Gets it off, Benji! I told you this guy can clutch! Oh, and he's still doing it!
저희 코리아 그리고 퍼시픽의 위상을 조금 더 높게 세우고 싶어가지고 더 열심히 노력하는 것도 있는 것 같아요.
Mako, you've got the home crowds, but I'm still gonna be coming for you.
Fnatic gonna have to fight through the lowers.
It's a tough position.
Playing with 1 life left doesn't really bother me. We have to play a lot more matches now, but that could be a blessing for us because we'll get more ready and we'll get more pumped from that.
We definitely play better under pressure. The whole year is kind of a testament to that. We've been in very difficult situations, but we have always been able to come through and fight back.
It will be the Red Bull clutch for John QT. Sen City stays alive.
Sentinels, they beat us first time in first Reykjavik event. We also beat them at lock-in. Right now, all we need is to get 13 rounds against every team and proceed to the finals.
Fnatic, we've both been here before. We both lifted trophies. Let's give the fans the best matchup yet.
I'm coming for his asses. I'm gonna make you sit down.
Sentinels. Fnatic.
There is a lot of history between these two organizations, and somehow every time they meet, the stakes are always high. But at Champs Elimination, no mistakes can be made, and this map pool is going to be very important.
Okay, now, there's a lot to take in here, but immediately, SEN want to get rid of Haven. I respect that decision. It's the best map for Fnatic right now, 100%, and Icebox is a standard one for Fnatic to really take out of the pool here. But SEN picking Sunset as a first Map pick is wild to me, I think. It's almost like a pick your poison situation. There are some maps that they might have been favored on, for example, like Lotus. But it screams to me, the more I'm looking at it, that they potentially wanted Fnatic to pick into Lotus, potentially get a favored map pool at the first part of the series.
I mean, one of the crazy things is Fnatic are kind of weak on Ascent, but nobody else wants to play it against them. And Sentinels haven't shown Abyss, and so no one feels confident picking Abyss into Sentinels because you don't know what you're getting. So in the end, you end up on these 3 maps that are actually fairly decent for both teams, but Sunset's kind of like a bit of a weakness for both of them in terms of what we've seen at Champions. And so that's going to be a wobbly start for both teams to get their footing, and I think it's super important that SEN stabilizes early.
And they're starting on defense as well. So Fnatic have chosen the attack for Sunset, and there's a couple of things I'm going to be looking at in particular for Sentinels, I think, that they correct and fix. Number one is prioritizing B main control. I think they need to have some different looks where they either fight over B main control rather than holding 3 of their players for A main all the time on their defense. There's something that Fnatic like to do when they play on this map, which is inserting hero early, and then they go back and go into B execs once they pressure their other areas of the map. If Sentinels pull out some like 1 minute on the mark re-clears of B main to punish hero, that could be really strong as well. But that entire area of the map needs to be a focus, and
no more neon.
They've moved back.
Neon.
This comp, this is a comp that they used to play. They were dominating in scrims as well, ahead of Madrid with this comp, and honestly, a lot of teams ended up copying them as a result of this, but they're going back to a prior composition. I mean, this is crazy. It throws prep that Fnatic have done out of the window.
I agree with that, but it's also a pretty heavy retake style on their defense. So it probably means that they're not going to make the adjustments that you're talking about, where they lock off A main or B main early. They're probably still going to hold back, but they're going to rely on their retake style that got them through to that trophy in Madrid and hope to lean on it once again to overpower Fnatic's post plans.
Yeah, and this to me looks like the Sentinels wanted to completely throw Fnatic's prep off guard as well, which just means this map is going to be very, very interesting. It's time to throw it over for your casters. It's Pansy and Steel.
Thank you so much. This series is going to be exceptional. These 2 teams have met around the world, from the likes of Sao Paulo over to Reykjavik and now in Seoul. It is time to lock the fuck in. We got a game on our hands. Fnatic against Sentinels, Josh. This is going to be nuts.
This one is going to be one of those matches where you have that structure, the telegraphed, methodical play versus the confident, unpredictable X factor of Sentinels. And what a better map to start it off on than Sunset, a map where neither of these teams really play this all too often. We're going to wait to see what's in store.
Deep breaths. SEN on the defense, Fnatic on the attack. We've got 2 of the best players so far in this tournament, now head-to-head. Zekken leading the fray, of course, and Durka, and in identical roles. The little switch here of the composition from Sentinels could put Fnatic on the back foot. Certainly shocked the desk a touch. And now we wait and see, has the prep gone out the window? A Fnatic now left wanting more, but patient beginnings.
Sentinels giving up that A site and the B site, looking to do that mid-collapse, which means we're probably going to see a 5-man, 5 versus 5 retake, unless Sentinels tries to press the issue a little bit early here. They have lots of characters with flashes. They have the KO, the Gecko, and the Paranoia from TenZ, but here comes the 5 versus 5. Smokes are down for the attackers in a few more seconds here, and the retake is going to be on.
But the first blood is drawn by Hero. Now, patience being shown again from SEN. Cautious steps forward, trying to clear through by elbow. You can see where the vast majority of Fnatic sit.
2 flashes ready.
They're waiting for it. First contact made. Site being swarmed. Sentinels looking for a body to drop, and the shots aren't landing this time. It's John QT to answer back. They've got sight, but they don't know about Hero. Pressure from the back lines! 3 for him, eyeing up his 4th. And John QT can only dodge for so long. Fnatic with the first. SEN unable to land the retake.
SEN don't know if they're ready for this rude awakening, facing off against Hero, I guess the X factor of their own for Team Fnatic, coming in pretty recently and having tremendous form, finding that pixel gap on that cage on that first kill. But that first round falls to Fnatic, a slow contact into that site, structured on that retake. Surprised Durka didn't use the paint shells in that post plant, but Sentinels trailing by 1.
Just classics now for Sentinels. See what they can achieve.
And a similar start to the last round, or setting up mainly for that mid fight to re-clear. They have just classics here, so waiting potentially for Fnatic to start maybe looking through middle, getting Boaster involved in that position, Hero as well. They've done these splits, they've done these inserts before, but right now Fnatic's not going for it. First round it's A, second round it's B, and another 5 versus 5 retake is going to be on the horizon here. Sentinels in a position, if they want to, they can flood out quickly.
They're looking to maybe springboard off the contact here, but Alpha standing on guard. That's Zekken gone and tens. Sen now down to 3. Again, it is just classic, so they're looking to do any sort of damage they can. Not finding that right now, and Alpha and Chronicle, clean work. A flawless round here for Fnatic in the second.
Flawless round, 4 alive on that pistol as well, so Sentinels barely in the game. They have a kill, that's on John QT. If they want to be able to get their footing in, they are a team that plays off that momentum, off that confidence, off the individual prowess. But it needs to start with a big round. This would be a perfect round to be able to set the tone. 5 players with Light Shield and Hero purchasing an Outlaw.
Yep. That could be devastating. Again for Sen, they do need to get the ball rolling here. It's been a tough start for them. And it's Hero to take the first glance up towards top mid. Contact now, kind of on both fronts.
And here comes the middle advancement that Fnatic likes to do. Sentinels was trying to set up for it in the previous rounds. It never came, but this is the round. Durka, Boaster, both slipping the net. They're trying to do a split on B site.
But the high-low setup in market could still find masses of value. You look at Zekken, you look at John QT. Zekken in a wonderful position, but a very uncharacteristic missed shot. And Alpha takes it with both hands. The crunch coming in now. Wrap it around. Zelsis in job. Oh my god, so much trouble. Who the hell is this Fnatic? Because Sen unable to find their footing. I'm a little surprised, as I thought that nice little setup in market could have really rewarded Sentinels here, but no, it's down to the last 2 who aren't really encouraged to go for this now.
That high-low setup, Sentinels is looking very static at the moment, sitting in this, waiting for something, almost as if they sat there preparing for this map from Fnatic, looking at what they do and trying to maybe do a mind game, an anti-strat, and not really playing as loose and nimble as we come to expect them when they try to know exactly what's going on and they try to get ahead of it, try to 1 versus 5 these attacks, but right now, sticking to their guns, sticking to the setup.
Nice. Nice for Sasi there. Good for him to start the ball rolling as well, just feel out the game, feel like you can have a bit of impact, and of course he gets to keep the rifle. The other 3 now, this was the bonus for Fnatic, we'll probably want to keep these. There's not too much of a need to chase. You've got to look at Durka as well, Showstopper is there.
I can't believe, though, it's going into round 4, and we're looking at Chronicle and Boaster combined 1 ultimate orb between the 2 of them. All the kills so far has been on Hero and Durka and Alpha. That's where the plants have been going as well. 2 of those are really good ultimates for them to have.
And good job, Alpha. I was waiting for your flash. Yeah, good comes. That's fine.
Now is the time. Yeah, Saucy gets a couple of kills as he's trying to save his weapon, but knowing that they can get some shots back is going to be important enough to be able to realize time to get loose.
And again, it will always be a reminder that Sentinels, no matter the scoreline, are never quite down and never quite out. This time, that's what we're talking about. Sasi with a quick 2 in middle. Already doing so much damage, catching them by tiles, it gives them a huge advantage. However, unrecoverable weapons, that would have been lovely to get to hand, maybe supplement the 2 remainders that they had left over. Again, Zelsis, John QT, and Zekken still on those sheriffs, but it's Tens on the corner. Boaster potentially on the chopping block. Tens going to respect that and fall back step by step.
Keeping in mind here that 3 players from Sentinels have sheriffs. They only have those 2 Vandals, and if Hero gets his hat off, he can get the information. This 3v5 is winnable. Right now, it's a 3 versus 4 in the A site.
Oh, Tens again, another step back. Not getting what he wanted, but feeling brave enough to go back in. And that's why. Big pickup on Alpha there. And now they slow the roll. Sasi in unison. This is what Sentinels needed. As Hero gets caught, Sentinels responding kind, get the upgrades and get their first here.
A flawless, nonetheless, to open up their first round, the round that they need on the board to be able to get the confidence. But all those first and second rounds, that mid stack, waiting for this mid walk up from Fnatic, it finally pays off in this fourth round. And now, feeling maybe like,
let's go,
hey,
boys. Let's
you
get
know, we called this for a reason, we prepped like this for a reason, and finally we get the payoff of it. Now are we going to see something different from Sentinels, or are they going to keep running with the same sort of mid thing, thinking Fnatic's going to go for the same types of play?
Let's see. We haven't really seen Zelsis tested too early here. He's generally had B main to an extent. Gonna fall away from that. Look towards market. Very deep positioning. Alpha one off from his ult here. High focus towards top middle coming out from Sentinels.
Very early Thrash to re-clear the space, thinking that Fnatic was going somewhere.
I was looking at Zekken then. It looked like he was getting really interested through market, maybe taking a glance to clear behind the ult, but sees nothing with this.
That's the problem with this composition. Once you use that knife on that KO, it's all on the Gecko. Dizzy or Thrash, those are the only abilities to get information. There's no darts or drones or prowlers like most other teams run on this map. Take two. He sees three, so they know that Fnatic was leaning towards A, but still with a minute on the clock, Fnatic could decide to go somewhere else. It's very difficult for Sentinels to be able to break this setup right now.
It's tricky. A little bit of Cypher utility now spread across as well over towards A. Ten's weighing on top.
Showstopper in play for Gecko as well. Once they get close at that elbow area, they have this Rolling Thunder as well for that post plant. If they get into the site for free here, this is going to be safe from Alpha, and as soon as Sentinels starts to flood in, Alpha's going to pop that in reaction.
But we're getting low on time. And if Tens can take a player down! Oh, so close. Look at the HP on Dirk. He's down to 2. Tens almost had him out of the air, but has to back away as the site will now be under Fnatic control. They need a plant here, which they should get. And you look at the post here. Does Sen pick up the pace? Do they look to pressure now? The Paranoia came in, the flash went through in the boom bot, but they found nothing for it yet. I'm looking at the lurk as well. John QT's position could be divine. Let's wait though, as already Durka going to find Tens controlling the site for second with 2! And he's back on it now! You've got the ult coming through, Sussy sends out Dizzy, John QT, the lurk comes in perfectly! As Alpha left in a 1v4, he's been found! The IGL taking the reins here, John QT leading by example.
A very big mistake there coming out of Team Fnatic. They got on the site for free. They have to understand something's going to come in, and how are they going to manage that post-plant positioning? They had that Rolling Thunder, and Alpha was positioned for it, but 2 players getting caught by the paint shells. No one dealing with that flank. That is not good enough, and Sentinels takes another round. That is 1 death in the last 2 rounds here. They are looking very sharp.
Every
very
round, baby, every
different
round.
from those first couple of rounds that they were showing where they were doing this mid-stack. Fnatic need to dig deep if they want to post up a few more rounds here.
It's the perfect example of these 2 teams. You let Fnatic kind of paint their picture first, but Sentinels just ripping down the canvas. As soon as the momentum starts, the pendulum swings so heavily for them. And a very different look to begin with here as well. Looking at Tens getting proactive, Zekken getting proactive over towards A. And willing to challenge behind the one-way. And we can see where Fnatic are residing. Durka and Alpha just around the corner. Tens will show his position. Force Fnatic to have to invest util now to re-clear this space.
Stealing sight.
Actually, hold on, there's commitment! Zekken swings off the back of the Paranoia. And that is a devastating duo to be holding that push up on A. Lovely synergy, and they've done well to get the first.
Stalled out, 1 minute remains on the clock. Fnatic can't break through A. They've used so much as well. They've used a drone in that position. They've used stun, a flash. Now they're down their duelists as well. Looking to pivot over towards B, but Sentinels, they stave that off with just 2 players. Their main defense is towards that B side. They got the trips there. They've got the triangle set up.
I feel like John QT's getting such a good read of this as well. That camera is going to give away the game.
Boaster through middle. Is he going to catch Zekken here?
Well, timing is everything. Boaster.
Oh!
It wasn't pretty, but it will get the job done.
Heroes walked out B as well.
It's Alpha, though, to get the reward. He's still pushing through. The site under contest. Hero getting further than maybe they'd expect, but market is still an issue. Sen have bodies here. Alpha not completely clean on the cross, and John gonna catch him. Hero trying to work forward. It's Boaster with 1, and now down to the 1v1. But with 8 seconds, they're so low on time in the mosh. Hero has to go through it. He gets it, and he's gonna get the plant. Sussy isn't gonna be able to swing in time. Spike's down, but is he ready for the fight?
The cage.
It's perfect to give him a moment of respite. Spotting the cam and spotting the player. Sarsi, the one to set this in motion, sets them up to draw the scoreline all even.
That was a very chaotic round. I'm surprised Fnatic was able to bring it back the way they did. The 4 versus 5 pivoting over and getting really just in every little corridor they could. Heroes walking out B, Boasters going through the spawn smoke and catching Zekken on the sideline. That opening though, that opening duel, the trade of utility at A, right now Fnatic not finding their way into the rounds as easily as they did. The first few rounds were given to them. Sentinels didn't play on the site at all and Fnatic got to walk in for free. What happens though when Sentinels tries to give them any sort of resistance? They're losing players, they're losing time, they're losing resources, and now they're losing steam. They took a timeout here to talk about what they need to do to adjust to what Sentinels is doing right now, but it all starts with getting a clean opening again. Sentinels changing up also what they're doing on their defense at the start of the rounds. Those first few rounds, all for that double kill on tiles from Saucy on round 4. After that, though, they abandoned that, and they're doing dynamic setups, different things every round.
And it plays to their strength, though. It's very hard to get a constant read on Sentinels when they play like this. Again, just that couple more steps forward, that willingness to challenge over towards A between the likes of Zekken and Tens there. They're not the highlights on the scoreboard, but what they did that round was get the first pick, cost them so much utility from Fnatic. It was lovely. So seeing that versatility, that variety, it really encapsulates what Sentinels are fantastic at. Now Fnatic needs to come up with a solution. They need to come back in with a plan. That's what timeout's for. Let's see what they've cooked up here. Still with a purchase, but like shields. Still going to be suffering in that regard. Money now changing hands completely. The bank building behind Sentinels.
So far, Fnatic's been opening up relatively slow. They've been spreading across the map, trying to figure out which way they want to go. They haven't been going early towards middle since they got killed on that first double kill. But again, they haven't been taking B main by force yet. It's all been towards middle on this like 20-second into the round interval. Market door closed. Sentinels is giving up middle. They have that full control over A again. Chronicle gonna solo push off this area. This is a fake though.
Yeah, but that could have been scary though. You saw that instantly Saucy had to turn around and support again. It looked like he wanted to go back towards top middle, but the timing on the owl drone forcing him to stay committed. Still, the cam towards top middle. John QT can keep a beat on if anyone is slipping through. You can see them trying to eye it up. Durka looking for it.
Saucy.
Post is there. Saucy almost shutting down on one. Zekken looking for a body. He can't get it. It's Chronicle to connect. So the mid fight continuing. And do they re-aggress here, Sen?
Not enough util. Fnatic.
John QT, he gets overwhelmed. He gets run over. I thought he could have stopped this. Divide now invested. Zelsis? You're a brave boy, Zelsis. He's going back in for more. He wants seconds. One attempt wasn't enough. Working up the back of the Dizzy. I don't think they know he's here. Zelsa with the opportunity to do some serious damage.
Wait a minute.
And he's doing it. Back-to-back impact. But a 1v3, he'd have to go
Chronicle.
for an ace. He's read Chronicle's position. Zelsis is absolutely reading this, but the timing not there. Chronicle, safe pair of hands as ever for Fnatic.
And a beautiful switch up as well from Fnatic off the back of that timeout. Don't know exactly what was discussed, but as you see Durka walking up middle with Boaster, he's staring upwards at that camera. They know something's up. And is this the time where the mind games start coming into play, where both teams prepped against each other for this map? Sentinels picking it, and I mean, Fnatic hasn't really had that many reps on it. They only brought it out at the end of stage 2.
Let's focus up. Yeah, thank you. Let's focus up a little bit.
Seems like maybe the communication's getting a little bit sporadic here, but we're seeing the off-up now on Zekken. The first time we're seeing it this game.
We haven't seen too much of the operator making impact, at least in some of the previous series. Nice to see it lent on early here. Maybe an answer to what they believe Fnatic are trying to do.
Right here.
Focusing on posting up Zekken over towards market thus far and keeping track over towards middle. It's been a constant pressure point for Fnatic. Zelsis just shouldering the angle. It's a very slow and steady start. Fnatic trying to stay relatively unchecked on. And Zelsis not going to get a glimpse on Durka until now. Spotted and still with his life. Durka then just lets go. He goes for it. Takes site control. John QT, Zelsis towards that CT side. Flash goes in, any swing, no. Again, hindered, halted, ults coming through. They're trying to find these players towards CT. Nothing to connect so far. Still 5 alive on both sides.
Still no spike plant, 40 seconds, but the gap is closing right now. Saucy is on the backlines in market, but now that the ultimate's gone from KO, abilities are back online for the attackers.
They want to secure the cross though. There's still threat to this. Tens, Sarsi, both here. Pain Shell is perfect. It's going to do so much. Force them away. Alpha gets the fight, and he gets the kill as well. Plant now in play. Durka defending, takes away Tens, but it's Zekken with the impact through on CT. Looking to re-clear. That's a third. This could be magic for that man, but it's Chronicle still alive. Zelsis takes another, but a 1v2. Chronicle, the hero from before, but can he don the cape again? The reposition, they're staying close. Sentinels taking no risks here, but a fair fight found for John QT. Trade in place again. The leader, the captain, closing out the round, and we're back all even.
These rounds are coming down to the wire. We're seeing clutches coming out into play here, and Sentinels love these types of situations. If they can get it down to these 2 versus 2s, that's where they like to excel. And yeah, we're looking at Fnatic as well. They're no joke at it when they have players like Hero, they have players like Chronicle, and even Alpha. These are rounds where if you get some of these Sentinel players involved in these, they love it, they live for it. Nice little stall out in the middle of the round off the back of that KO ultimate. 5 players each side stalled out.
A little bit different beginning. Will be Zekken noted first. Operator changing hands over towards Tens now. And it's Fnatic focusing towards that B main approach, leaving just Boaster split through towards tiles. We can see if they take the space towards A main again.
And a shift up of Fnatic's opening. They've not really been using B all game until this round and the start of the last round as well, usually towards middle, towards A. But here, fully ignoring it, they have that space at B main, trying to shock out whatever trips are here to potentially cause an overreaction from Sentinels or soften it up so they can end with a B split later in the round. But eyeing up that A main, they want to come back, they want to re-clear this. It's Tens this time with the operator. He's on this deep line, he's got backup this time with Saucy.
Time for brilliance. And an opportunity missed there. A very heads-up jump on the corner just to make sure. They've now identified to the operator is here. And this is enough to send them away.
Boaster and Hero just with classics right now. It's so imperative that Fnatic find a way to group up right now and play together. The trades are going to be so difficult to get into play with these classics, but here it's the market split. They were trying to set this up earlier, trying to shock the trips early. Boaster and Chronicle. And he gets a kill with the
Okay, the classic, and it's the Bulldog this time? John QT has been stalwart in approach of holding that B site. Chronicle gets the better of Zelsis. Tens can't even get a second in the round, leaving Sarsi, who was probably identified over towards that A site very early on. They get a beat on his new position here towards market. His options have pretty much gone here. And as if that's how they stick the landing, Josh, I didn't see that's how Fnatic was going to get back in with a classic kill and a Bulldog on B site. I'll see.
Well, won't be a flawless round.
No.
Not again. Saucy trying to save his rifle again. This is the second time that he'd be going for it, but Fnatic again taking the lead. Another really clean round from them. It's been a few of these back and forth. It's either a big, flawless round in the side of, you know, one of the teams or the other, with the Fnatic getting the first few of them, then Sentinels fighting back with a few of their own. Then it came down, we had a few of these really close rounds, these clutches that were coming into play. And now, a switch up again.
And when we were talking earlier, just to kind of take a moment while Sentinels have called a tactical timeout, the man on the screen there, Chronicle, at the start of this
doesn't
series,
know how to
it was
play the
mostly
game.
Alpha, Durka, and Hero having impact. Chronicle has stepped up as well. As I said, he is a big game player. He's the one who's one of the most decorated players in this, and he's been getting them 2 kills, 3 kills, key kills in these rounds. He's been keeping them on their toes here. Sentinels now, though, time to reconsider their approach, potentially.
When we look at players like Chronicle, he is always going to be on that drone. He's going to be the 3rd, 4th player in. So if Durka gets to run in and he's backed up by whomever it is, whether it be Boaster or Alpha in certain situations, if they get all the kills there and it's a flawless round, Chronicle can't get involved. When these games start getting a little bit sloppier, when it comes down where Durka goes 1 for 1, gets traded out, and the rounds get into these 3v3, 2v2s, that's where we're going to start seeing Chronicle being more involved in the situation. And he is one of the, as you said, most decorated players. He's lived for these moments. Every SOPA player, it basically gets into these situations every time they play the game.
And I love seeing it as well. Sarsi on the other side of Sentinels, one of the greats too. He knows what it feels like to lift these sort of trophies, and he's towards the top end of the board here. 10 for him as well. But the buy is now shaky. They're going to be Guardians, there's going to be Bulldogs, there's going to be Light Shields. It's not what they would have ideally wanted to come in with, but we're seeing Zelsis maybe set up second here, but showing early interest towards B main. Going to keep Fnatic having to cautiously clear, invest utility to force this man away. He deserves the respect after the performance he's put in. Oh, flash and a re-clear again, but we know that Fnatic are willing to run the clock down, but he is going to continue to test their mettle.
Full group towards B main. Fnatic looking like they want to punish the next re-aggress coming in from Sentinels, expecting potentially a pop flash from that KO and a re-aggress, but it's not going to come in. And now they peel off. But the way that they're staying in these positions, both are controlling middle, they're leaving Hero and Dirk both towards B main. It looks like it's a fake re-clear towards A. They've done this before with that drone, but they'll have to flash the stun as well. But Sentinels creeping into middle, getting down.
Isolate. Okay, I didn't see that one coming. He was clean with it. Yeah, and he's read it correctly. There are two more plays. The timing. He looks away, and we put to bed, put to his grave. They've got a good read on this, and there comes Chronicle. This man's impact is off the charts. The hat ult as well should reveal a lot of information. This could be the go signal for Durka to take some space. You're looking at the vast majority of Sentinels trying to focus up towards market, slip away towards CT,
space
find
created.
a bit of safety.
Chronicle up middle. It's just the camera to spot him, but he's not going to pop that camera at this stage in the round. Chronicle.
But they got to buy time. They still have to keep them present here, keep them locked in towards market. Durka and Alpha in unison. And now you got to look for the lurk here. Chronicle can now pull the trigger. He can get closer. They're none the wiser. They have no idea of the creeping death behind. No way! Outrageous! And if John QT's alive, is there hope? The 1v1 between the young gun and the IGL of Dreams.
The camera on the spike, though, as soon as John QT taps that, he's going to get tagged by the camera, and Hero will have a perfect opportunity to spam him. There's no way.
There's no time. The young gun might have just outdone him here. John QT is normally on for it, but it doesn't matter. The time is gone, and Fnatic stretch their lead.
Back and forth, sloppy or clean. It's back-to-back Sentinels and Fnatic trading out these rounds where one team goes huge and it makes a really clean round, and then the next round it's a sloppy, comes down to the wire, the 1 versus 1. Boaster getting that first opening pick, that was huge. The rest of his team comes and collapses. Boaster almost, the reason why he turned away was because Hero was actually coming back and spotting that angle for him. They slipped the net, but couldn't get away.
And you've got to feel if John QT had more time on that, that could have been, oh, who knows, who knows?
Nice clutch,
Fnatic, it's
nice camera, brother.
Yeah, it's consecutive rounds. We've got a couple of ults here. Alpha's online, as is Chronicles. You do have Zekken with a showstopper, Stinger in hand, and, well, to say the least, it's a stack. 4 players from Sentinels. Going for a deeper look here. Zekken just turns away. There was a play around here. You know what's in hand. I mean, I don't know if that was worth it for Kron. Gonna let that fade away.
That's a big investment from Sentinels. They're showing their hand as well. B site is wide open for the taking. Fnatic cannot miss this timing. Right now, it's just a couple of trips for that push through from Fnatic to push into spawn, to push into market, but they don't need to do that. They got that rolling thunder. They can play out of the site once they get that spike planted, but Sentinels already in position to come and deny this plant. The Alpha.
And look at Sarsi though, he's crept further forward. They don't know about Sarsi. And you gotta know about this man, 10 kills already, he's dead! Hero holds the line. And now John QT and Zelsis' options become near on null. Durka gonna be hungry for this, he's going hunting! He's having his dinner. John QT, once again last alive and very few options. It's time to back away.
And again, sticking to the theme of the game, Fnatic pick up another round, 4 alive on the board, and John QT has to save again. This is the 3rd or 4th time Sentinels has to do a save. Saucy was in a couple of those situations trying to recover that rifle for the following round, because if you look at their credits, basically nothing. Full control is Team Fnatic, and I'm pretty sure Chronicle is also either on Hunter's Fury or close to it, where he can have it in this next round. The combo with the Alpha's Rolling Thunder as well is going to be very tough to deal with, and Sentinels, they've shown some grit in some of these rounds with some of the retakes, with some of their aggressive fights towards A main especially, but these rounds towards B have not been looking super clean for them or close at all.
This is a bit of a turning point here. Got a little bit worried that could have been the downfall, actually, giving over a big opportunity, but even with Sen in that rotation position, even getting to the site so early, I just love the fact we are getting to see 2 of some very I guess, respected IGLs in that role. Great calling, great reads. We've got John QT up against Boaster. And John QT's been dangerous. I mean, the man is a danger, to say the very least. A fragging IGL through and through, but Boaster so far is in a very strong grip on this game. Looks like a 3-2 split here. Early pressure towards Zekken. Speaking of pressure, that doesn't apply as Zekken gets a new lease of life. You can't get the follow from Boaster. Speaking about fragging IGLs, it's Boaster at the helm this time. 2 for him, but John QT has his number. Keeps him in a level situation, 3v3, but the retakes have been difficult, and Hero feeling confident. That's why. Claims another man. It's Tense and Sassy. The duo over towards the A site. But Hero has been sharp. Ult comes in, should clear towards Elise Pillar. Both seen, and actually, hold on.
It catches 2.
That's a problem here. It's only Alpha who could do anything about this. So the flash to buy a little bit of time, and Ten's going hunting. He wants in. Stunned up, forced to respect. They're trying to close down, but they can't get to them. Fnatic hold the line! And they hold the scoreline. Taking the lead here. Boaster knowing what he's done on this half. It's a big half to keep Sentinels humbled, to keep them down on 4. A deadly side through and through. But 8-4 is the scoreline. We'll be back in just a second.
Oh, come on. Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
If you missed the first half, where were you, for starters? There's no excuses at this point. Wake up, get your caffeinated beverage, and get yourself ready for this. 4-8, Josh. SEN are trailing, but I think we've all learned our lessons by now of never counting them out.
You're right about that. You should never count them out. Fnatic got that first pistol. They actually got the first 3 rounds of the game here. That's creating a little bit of a buffer on that scoreline, but they chose attack. And was this the reason? Did they have the reads? Also, the switch up of the game plans, the tempo changes, the misdirection baked into their plans. Did that catch Sentinels off guard? But when we look at the scoreboard here, all of the players of Fnatic are contributing on a fairly equal level, some maybe a little bit more than others, but side of Sentinels, some of you gotta wake up. You gotta wake up now. Contacting with the knife. Sees if anyone's close by.
Oh,
but here's the counter push.
The disrespect from Durka to go head first for that. Zekken is going to quell that and punish him for the disrespect, but he claims Sassy's life. It makes it trickier now to get towards this B site.
4-4, a little bit of a pause, but Sentinel's still trying to get out of the site. There's nothing really to stop them from getting out here. Hero on an off angle.
But if Alpha gets the contact as Hero then swing, it looked like that was the intention. You should note his position here. The flash is fantastic, forcing him deeper. Zekken trying to springboard forward, looks for another victim to fell. It's Tens though to get Alpha, so that does remove some of the pressure from Market. Zekken kicking it up a gear. Now just on Boaster in the 1v2. Pain Shell in play still for Zekken. Boaster to walk back in, and Zekken looking lethal. The timing, it's right. Sentinels answer back perfectly. Pistol is theirs.
And now the score is going to get a little bit closer. We're getting more players involved in Fnatic. Get a little wild there on that B main push, trying to catch Sentinels. Only a 1-for-1 trade, but again, comes down to these very sloppy fights at the B site. There's almost like a two-man split off, 2 players pushing up the site, 2 players pushing towards market, spams going through the cages, people pushing in all sorts of different directions. Very, very messy, and reminiscent of that first half as well.
Baby. Let's go.
All right, they're really sloppy, crazy, down to the wire rounds, or these clean, flawless ones.
Yes, this should do.
Now this should be the gap close, right? This should be 6. Fnatic should be held here. Just pistols. They've gone for a stack as their starting look over towards A, 4 of them. Maybe John QT, who's got to be aware of that. And so far, playing the timing well.
I always get a little bit nervous when I see 5 players with classics. Like, you need to be very confident in either giving up that round or being able to do a miracle with that. It's always when you have like 1 or 2 sheriffs that you're like, nah.
Cage triggered.
Fnatic trying to just get some economic damage. Search out where John QT is trying to fall back to. John QT realizes he's being hunted right now. He's like, I'm going to try to take you on a wild goose chase because right now, if Fnatic move away from that spike, they need to die to that at the end of the round here.
This is smart. This is really smart from John QT. I think Hero knows that he has to kind of fall back towards that B side. Looking like he wants to try and approach through market, or at least go out that way. Okay.
Zelsys next.
I mean, how much can they really cost him here? I'm looking at, it's really, yeah, Zelsys who's on the chopping block. 10's going to take away Hero. Zelsys going to be really careful. Yeah, keeps cool, but he's got an army flooding him. That is a valuable weapon dropped. And both will go down in the end. See if John QT can recover that in time. They ran it further back and actually doesn't get hold of it.
That is an expensive round for Sentinels. Fnatic doing work with those classics, those free weapons. They damage. I mean, only Saucy got out of that unscathed, and he had a Bulldog. He didn't have a Vandal or Phantom even, so very costly round. But Zekken has that showstopper. They can use this to convert this 3rd round. That's what Fnatic did in the first half to win those first 3 rounds in a row. It's on Sentinels to try to figure out. They had that game plan for Fnatic in that first half. Will they have it here?
What is this mid-stack? Look at that from Fnatic. 3 players there.
Firing squad.
Yeah, I feel like they're trying to get ready. And Saucy had the timing right. Still took down Hero.
But that's Hero out. He normally plays B. That might tell Sentinels it's an A retake. The knife info as well.
That's pretty big though, finding 2 players there.
But not in a position to capitalize off of it. Right now, Sentinels is grouping back towards B. Fnatic want to do that re-clear on middle. They already have that drone out, clearing everything. They see set 10s. If 10s went down there, that would have been huge. The smoke's gone, would make this post plant so difficult to defend against. But Fnatic haven't found out exactly where to go yet. They're playing that retake, 4 on 4. They have their smoke still.
So they've conceded the B site control. They've given that over towards Sentinels. You see Zekken on guard duty, basically rocket in hand, ready. Not going to get anything for it. It's Fnatic starting to flood back in through market. 1 splitting off his poster. Still going to have util in the backlines from John QT to deny that being a comfortable position to pressure from. How are you meant to dissuade the players on the site? You can't! When TenZ does that! Back-to-back brilliance from the man. Chronicle and Durka brought to their knees. Poster and Alpha, options have gone.
They just need a save now. They realize Sentinels, their money was so low. Maybe doing a little bit of economic damage here to keep their money low. But I'm looking at it right now. 3,400, 26, 2,400. Their money's actually in a really decent spot at the moment.
Yeah, they're fine with that. John QT. Zekken looking for the player. Trade does go down. And yeah, these rounds are getting close, but that's a bonus converted. That is a bonus for Sentinels. Step by step, closing up the scoreboard now. 7-8. 1 away from being a tied affair here.
This game, I mean, it's going to be unpredictable. The whole way through, you can't really know what's going to happen until the very last second. And even then, you don't even know. The back and forth, just the way that the rounds are traded out like this.
And it was something you were saying at the start of this. We needed some of the Sentinels players to wake up. That is looking like TenZ is starting to heat up a bit here there. That was some beautiful shots for him. The only one to retain the rifle for Fnatic is Durka. Sentinels should, and I say should lightly, because there are a couple of sheriffs out. You know, this is a little bit more of a defensive round.
The dart stun combo.
Timing. Oh, Zekken caught just drifting through. TenZ remains alive for now, but he's lucky, if anything. And the punishment, the control on B main. is kept in the hands of Fnatic. These weapons aren't easy to get hands on, but Zellsis trying to take the challenge. He's got Sassy behind him, and a quick swing. Zellsis beheading Durka, trying to defend this. Police those weapons lost.
4 versus 3 in favor of Fnatic on their eco round here, and John QT trying to search out this A area, get a little bit of information here.
Oh, he's seen a lot in middle there, though. Not sure if he saw 2, maybe even 3.
Camera gets taken out, but the defender camera at B main, ready to just figure out what's going on here if they need to go for the retake. Searching out John QT, though, yeah.
Look at Hero's position. He knows there's a chance of this. A was left completely open. Hero taking a couple of glances towards it, over towards that spawn side. You can see Sentinels cautious in approach. They don't quite know where Fnatic have gone, and this flank is on the way. So a flank's on a flank pretty much here. You got to expect the timing to be right from John QT.
Hero knows.
Gonna know at least 1. He now knows there's 2, but the trade is there for Alpha.
Hero.
This can get turned on its head. Hero reads it well, and now Zellsis in a 1v3. It's only Sheriffs, but how much can one man do? He's got a player to the right, 1 to the left. The defuse will be beginning in about a second. You take your eye off the prize, and they'll punish you for it. Another opportunity. 2 for Zellsis, maybe a 3rd. No, Hero makes his appearance known. Defuse for the ult for Chronicle. And the scoreline gets held away for now.
Both these teams doing such big gambles on both sides. Here at Fnatic, they choose to do this 4-man D full retake A setup. It's not the first time they've done it, but here they've got the stun, the dart ready, and they're going to fight inside of B main, catching Sentinels. They had Sheriffs only, and a classic. These rounds, these reads, everyone's in each other's minds right now.
Yeah, I love that between Hero and John QT then kind of circling each other. And you saw the awareness
guys,
from
I
Hero.
thought
He
you
was
were fighting
turning,
with
he was
me. I
looking at
meant-
it. 1 for 2. Okay,
I mean,
someone
got it in the end.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
he did. Wild stuff. We're not out of the woods yet. This game definitely hasn't settled. It's up in the air, 7-9.
As soon as Fnatic gets that win off that 4B gamble stack, they switch it up. They're in a 4A gamble stack. They got the camera and the trips on Boaster on A, but we haven't seen the side from them yet before. Chronicle also has that Hunter's Fury, and he could pop this in the back if he wants.
Let's see. Sassy's cleared through. Knows there's no one currently in market. They know the site is absent of players. Plant might be questioned, but for now, they hold the site and they're staying on the site. Sentinel's not falling back towards B main. They're looking like they want to get in here. Ten's trying to tee him up.
With the
Paranoid
thrash.
goes through. Bosa tries to back away, but he's caught. He is absolutely sunk. Zekken leading the charge, and now the rest of Fnatic want to avenge their IGL. You got to look at the flank here as well. You're right. Zellsis going to be put on notice. Catches him. Notes Durka. Paint shell goes in, and Zellsis leans forward. But it's Durka and Chronicle in unison, dropping bodies. Sassy holding the back from the market, trying to play to the time perfectly, and they're doing everything they can. But a 1v2 for Alpha. He may not have the time for this. I think it's gone. I think it's too late. Sentinels back up within touching distance now.
These rounds are just so back and forth in their faces. I thought Sentinels was going to get that one for free as well once they got on that B site, extending to spawn with that Thrash, but somehow Fnatic from multiple different angles, a 3-prong attack, they're coming in for that retake, and they're hitting back hard. Still, almost tied up game. Fnatic, they're taking another timeout here. This is the last one gone for them. So many ultimates for them.
And I kind of like that they're pumping the brakes here, because similar situation on the other side, not quite as, I guess, instigating ults. You've got the TP for 10s, the hat for John QT.
Yeah.
But they do have Zellsis, so, you know, the KO ult could be used as a nice springboard forward, but on the other side, some very impactful ultimates coming into cycle. So this could be a set piece potentially for Fnatic, or just a check-in of what they've seen so far.
This is where it gets very unpredictable. And,
Yeah.
you know, I've cited it a couple times, but the way that you can use these ultimates, there's different ways you can use it to execute on a site. So if you're Zellsis with that KO ultimate, you can do it the way that Fnatic's been setting up these 4-player gamble stacks. It turns off all their abilities. It's just guns out at that point. Or you can save it and use it to cancel out that Showstopper, that Hunter's Fury, if Fnatic try to use that on a retake. So figuring out what you want to do, how you're going to use these ultimates. Are you going to use it to initiate? Are you going to save any, knowing that it's going to probably stimulate the other team to make a reaction, a response to whatever you're doing? And Fnatic right now trying to get a handle of the situation. We've seen them not really do their normal game plan. They're switching it up. They're doing these 4-man gamble stacks, constantly re-clearing middle. And Sentinels, they've been pacey towards B a lot.
They have been. And Sentinels currently are 4-1 on this half, picking up the pistol, converting the bonus, just getting that one back.
Right here.
It is game on. Let's see what Sentinels decide to do this round. Chronicle going to get the information early towards A, but they're going for a bit of a heavier presence towards B. You're looking at Alpha, you're looking at Durka, and Hero on the back line by Pillar. And Sentinel's going to go through the protocol list. It's actually going to be a huge investment! Durka takes away Zekken, but how much more can he do? Ten's taking a little bit of splash damage, it looks like, and Sarsi going to lose his life. They've invested everything they had to that opening.
Those 2 kills are huge. They need to be able to close this out. John QT, that would have been a huge find if he was able to get it on Boaster. But 3 players from Sentinels coming over to this A-side. Boaster is all alone. He needs to find a way to get out. He needs to live. His teammates are so far away.
Surely it's too late. He can only hold towards that elbow position. John QT trying to close the gap, get a bit closer. Takes a step over. The trap in play, trying to isolate Boaster here. He's been seen, he's been noted, he's buying time. But it takes time. The rotation on the way. And Chronicle right nearby. He might team himself up for the trade. Ten's left out to dry. No one there to back him up until then. 2 big picks. John QT and Zelsis take away the players trying to pressure that plant, but it got into play. So Zelsis and John QT still need to stand together. It is a 2v3. Numbers on towards Fnatic's side. Zelsis feeling the pressure on the side. You can see the crossfire in play here as best they can. Zelsis going to get the contact from all 3. Can he divide? Can he conquer? Spots them getting closer. He knows it. He hears it. It's John QT to his side. But Durka succeeds. And now John QT on 39 needs to clutch and he can't. Fnatic make it up to 10. Sentinels held on 8. The scoreline finally pulling away.
Fnatic finding their groove again. That was so scary for Boaster on an island for so long. Such a big ultimate investment to get those first 2 kills, to get that opening. You should be converting those rounds pretty much like 90% of the time pretty much, but the fact that it got as close as it did makes me nervous for what happens. Oh no, the stand-up curse, the stand-up curse.
Glue him to the chair.
It's fine, because if Sentinels wins a round, Zelsis probably stands up, it evens out.
It's not fine. I'm telling you now, it's not fine. Oh lord, it's a rifle with Zekken and a sheriff with 10s. But why? Why do I feel like this is the one? The curse begins. Let's see what damage they can do all together. 3-2 split towards A. Chronicle stands in his way. Alright, big info, flank en route. But if he goes down, the floodgates open. They have a safe cross towards the site, so Wingman probably going to get the plant now.
The early flank is coming out for the defense. And all the smokes are gone for the attackers. They're not going to have another one for about 15 seconds or so.
But this is the man. Zekken, 10s, these 2. Paranoia primed. He gets it right. That's a lot of blind
They have
players.
Care Ultimate as well to stall everything out if they want it.
Paranoia is perfect. Zekken can only get 1 though so far, but 10s falls for it. It's fine. It's a 4v4. Time beginning to tick. The backline pressured. Hero, this should be called out. They've got to know he's here. Zekken waits in the smoke and he strikes. This is the round. Is this how it happens? The curse potentially coming into play, but a 3v3 and Fnatic shut it down. 11 for Fnatic. Defuses there.
If you're gonna stand up, at least deliver at the end there. Alpha with 3 big kills, not letting it happen again, not again. He learned his lesson. And if you're gonna be the one to stand up, at least you gotta put the other team down.
That was 1 rifle and 1 sheriff. Right? That's the simplicity of it, and it felt so clean. Alpha really clean. Yeah, he made sure he locked that
good job,
in.
bro. I just saw the last 2 flags on rifle.
Chronicle also stood up, I'm pretty sure, in that situation, so.
Chronicle can do what he wants. Let's be honest, he can do what he wants. Now, Sentinels have felt enough here. These are, excluding that 17th round, these have been the Fnatic run back, right? That could have been 4 consecutive, it wasn't. It's now just 2. But it's been enough of a red flag, right? The game's getting far too far away from them, so pumping the brakes. They've got ults here. Josh, what do they come up with? They've got to buy. This has to be a big, big investment, and it's got to work.
You say red flag. Sentinels takes the timeout. Is that meaning Sentinels around in here? They have their ultimates. When we look at the rounds, a couple of rounds ago, Fnatic dumped 3 ultimates to find the early 2 picks, make it into a 2 versus 1 where they win the round. Now Sentinels, they have a couple of ultimates of their own. They're really close to a Thrash as well. They could definitely combo some ultimates, get back into the game here. They just had to sit on these ults for another round as they did in Eco, but Fnatic is in a really good position to potentially close out the game soon here. Boaster has that Astral Divide, so I'm wondering if they're more fine to defend that A site or middle and go for that retake on B, but Sentinels realizes if Fnatic's not playing the site, we're pushing spawn. I wonder if Fnatic has clued into that. Doesn't matter though, it looks like Fnatic is trying to set up that B defense again here. It's worked for them before. Sentinels eyeing up middle for the first time.
That would be probably the remit of more, I guess, Alpha. And you can already see the adjustment coming from Chronicle 2 to maybe try and keep tabs on that.
I think
Nice
Durka
goes
snuck in here before the camera went up, and John QT will not be the wiser.
Oh, God.
It's all on that trigger discipline to line them all up.
The timing.
3 spotted at middle.
Big info. Alpha now under scrutiny, but
Durka!
oh, John QT, the savior of that moment. A missed shot, and now Sentinels start the ball rolling. The B site is open, it's available. Hero trying to hinder. Catching one on the cross, can't land it, John QT does. Setting them up for success. And a plant that he had, and if you're Fnatic, you're pulling the plug, surely. That was perfect from Sen.
A couple of the players on Fnatic have a little bit of cash reserves, but we're also looking at Hero, who's down to 100 credits, so a likely save. They're in the lead. Only one big ultimate used there from Zelsis. They still keep Zekken's Showstopper for another day. And Chronicle, not really involved in some of these fights.
I mean, the pacing Sentinels took through mid, how are you meant to? His Aldrone seemed well-timed, but by that point, they were in market, basically. He caught, 3 of them moving that way, but by that point, the timing on the crunch, I guess it felt like he was dependent on Durka, pretty much. If he succeeds towards main, maybe they can
He was set up perfectly for it.
And he missed.
He missed. Sometimes
That's
that's just how it goes.
John QT,
You can have the
man who did
perfect,
it.
yeah, you can have the perfect setup, but if you aren't able to capitalize on the position you've been given, the blessing, you just, that's it. It falls apart so easily. Fnatic, I want to see them change up their setup though. They've been running the same kind of B defense, jamming them in B main a few different times here, and it's worked. It's given them what they wanted, but we saw it in the last half as well. Around 7 or 8 rounds into the game, Fnatic did switch it up and started changing the pace, started baking in that misdirection. I wonder if we're going to see a switch up from Fnatic on their defense, or even Sentinels. They've been going really quick. That first 40 seconds, they're in the site, and it's usually been towards B here. But a little bit of a fake opening towards A. A lot of information given. They have that camera.
The third man.
Yep. And right now, Fnatic is defending towards that A side. They're putting Hero back on B. We haven't seen him towards B defending since maybe even Pistol around this game. He's usually so good at this, getting 2 kills, getting out with his life. But here he backs out, doesn't want to go against these ultimates. But so much space taken, and they're going to keep going. Sentinels, they have that Showstopper. It's still active. The Thrash, they need to recover it.
Now, they're going to know that they've taken over CT space. It's all through market, pretty much. Maybe an eventual flank from Chronicle, but Fnatic have to take some more space back in. They can't just flood through market.
It's going to be hard, though. Sentinels playing forwards. They know this Astral Divide's in play.
Yeah, staying on the site here. Paranoia ready. 10 sends it and then backs. They're just not getting in the door here. Sentinels shutting it in their face. Now it is go time. Zelsis sent to his death. Forced to fight forward. Sassy now leaning back, but time is ticking. You gotta get a move on here. Sentinel's gonna lap this up, but the trade's in play. Sassy still stands, as does John QT, and the time is ticking. They are out of time, surely. No more to be done here. No more time to play. Sentinel's running it down to the wire.
And Sentinels taking that round from under the noses of Fnatic, and Fnatic just way too slow, couldn't find an opening into that round. They had an idea of what they wanted to do, but so much pressure put on them from that Thrash, from that Showstopper, and then the Paranoia, and then they back out to the next angle. They don't back all the way into B main. They know that's a round loss for them. So they back out, just back into the site, get this crossfire going, and another chaotic situation. I am surprised that Astral Divide was used in that situation with that much time left.
That is a big burn up of an ult, but I have to give credit again. In a round they needed that the timeout was potentially built for, you've got John QT leading by example. One exceptional IGL, 21-11. Again, conceptually, that fate coming into play, it pulling that third body across. Fnatic too late to the party on B. Absolute maestro of the downfall of Fnatic in that round. However, still in the lead overall, Boaster really pressured in that. And we've got pressure on 2 fronts, really. Oh, but Zelsis deals with Durka. Sends him away and falls off this.
A minute to play with, a 5 versus 4. And a good read, understanding exactly how Fnatic's trying to do this push and pull every time they're trying to take B main and re-aggress into their Sentinels, waiting, ready to punish that Now another retake potentially for Fnatic, this time in a 4 versus 5.
A little uncomfy there, but all good. Should be able to get the plant now. We're looking at what they've got for the retake. Bulldog.
Spike planted.
Still there for Boaster. SMG for Chronicle.
They have that dart that can smoke off elbow, aftershock out that default box. This is doable for Fnatic. It needs to be perfect though. Boaster trying to take that timing in.
Actually, he's gone in the door. Zekken sends him away though, and now they're struggling, now they're capitulating, now they're falling to pieces. Sentinels coming together when it matters most. 11 potentially now. Destined to be a close game between these two. Chronicle can do nothing really. Yeah, he might find one, but unless they completely leave the site, it means nothing. Take a couple bodies, sure. Make it hurt. But the real gut punch of it all for Fnatic will be that it's 11-11 Sentinels back in this. And watching John QT is like watching a master at work. He has called a fantastic half for this side. And now all even, where's the game gonna go?
You asked me this, but again, the mind games that are coming out, these guys know exactly what the other team is gonna do. The preparation is there. They know exactly how they want to manipulate everything. And sometimes, even with the perfect plan, it doesn't work out. Alpha, though, those big kills, he's got his a few good ultimates here. One away from Hunter's Fury as well. Fnatic about to have really good chance to turn this around again.
But look at the money.
I mean, it's down there.
The ults, the money's in the bin for Fnatic. You got Sheriffs, you got SMGs, 2 Sheriffs.
Doesn't matter, I saw them win with Classics.
On the other side, Sentinels strength after strength here. Zelsis knows, he's baiting this out. It's so well done. Sentinels, again, correct read, finger on the pulse.
Cage triggered. Alpha still has that rolling thunder, and if they do this 3-man flank all the way through, they can actually catch Sentinels in a really precarious position here. Fnatic backing all the way out, holding from a passive spawn angle, waiting for Sentinels to extend all the way through. But still, I look at, you're right, the Sheriffs, the Spectre, not the greatest weapons. It's all on Dirk and Alpha to find these big openings. Showstopper already wasted. Sentinels looking for that opportunity to jab through the smoke. Counter util ready. That's Alpha affected. No stun, no flash. The time is ticking.
Fnatic running this incredibly low. Again, the ult. Okay, it's going to be down to the wire, but 10's unaffected. Maybe his moment to shine, but forced away. 24 HP, he leans forward, and it just brushes his shoulders. What? He still gets a body for the time. Keep in mind the clock is ticking, and it's ticking fast. John QT forced away. Zelsis fights back, and Sentinels make it up to 12.
Sentinels, 12 rounds on their map pick. Starting the half, 4-8, they were down. They get those first 3 rounds in a row. They start climbing it back round by round. It's not pretty every round, but they get there in the end. Now, that point for them, Fnatic, they're going to be able to string together some sort of buy going on here, but Sentinels is full control of the game. They know exactly how Fnatic wants to respond to some of these situations, baiting out perfectly Durka to push through B main. It's not working for Fnatic, and they need to switch it up if they want to be able to stay in this game.
Down to the wire. OT on map 1 in the hands of Sentinels.
Right here.
Chronicle with the ult.
Take flight.
On the other side, 10 still has his, but nowhere near as influential. And the Owl drone, does it catch a pixel? Absolutely not. Not going to see what he wants this time.
Not ready yet.
It's a very early reclear. And if he's alone here, it's going to be dangerous for him to pop out. Oh, he's just going to do a blind.
Oh my god, it could be devastating, but he doesn't catch.
No.
Just about caught
attack.
Zekken. How much does that tell them? And then it falls into the one man's hands who could be the threat, who could be the downfall. How diligent are they? It doesn't matter, he still gets one.
Big shock.
Oh, Chronicle, where was that? Out of nowhere, catching Sassy on the shock dart. And suddenly, they're left in pieces, fractured on the way forward. Tens, John QT and Zelsis, you talk about impact players. You got them in this, though.
I'm looking at Tenz's ultimate. On a round like this is where you want to try to find your footing into a site and pop that ultimate if you need it back out. Right now, Zelsis is trying to figure out how he can disrupt this retake, the rotations, but deciding to move together here. John QT versus Hero is going to be a big duel towards B, but it's a defense on market. They don't care about the site.
The first fight, 10's trying to lead the fray. John QT, 10's back-to-back impact. TP to the site. plant up next, and suddenly the record is flipped. And now you're down to Alpha and Chronicle. Again, impact sure, but in a moment like this, can you pull it through? Zelsis hops away, he keeps himself alive. Information aplenty, they now know what they're up against, and TenZ timing could be heaven sent. But no, they skip around, they go towards site, one towards main, one on pillar, one CT. Hard to find fair fights, and John QT prowling, waiting. Chronicle finds Zelsis, but the time is ticking, and TenZ is on the way. The camera comes up, they want to get it towards half. They might just do it, but TenZ, the bully of the big boys, afraid of no one, shuts out map 1, 13-11. Sentinels lead in the series.
TenZ, such a slow start to the game, is able to close it out with a 2K in the back, and Sentinels looking for a moment there, like it was a questionable pick for them to go into Sunset, and suddenly they turn it around, close it out.
Okay, Bind up next. Do not miss this.
I'm now joined by Coach Kaplan. Congratulations on the win. I want to ask you, you changed the composition again literally overnight. It got very close. Did it achieve what you were looking for?
Yeah, definitely a lot of messy moments because it's an old comp that we had no time to really turn around with, but wanted a map win, got a map win, so can't complain, huh?
Well, best of luck in the second one. Let's see if you can take this 2-0.
Thank you.
Oh, you definitely cannot complain if you're a Sentinels fan. But of course, we talked about the change of Zekken going from the Neon back on the Raze. So let's take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment, because doesn't matter what agent he's on, he still got it.
Yeah, I mean, he was absolutely pivotal to getting them back into the game. It's not his biggest fragging performance of all time, but when he came out here on the pistol and he delivers, and so many of these moments the SEN players were asked to deliver in unadvantaged spots, Zekken was good for it a lot of times, and then he got up all of these ult points that they then used to move forward into round 15. The snowball that they were able to accrue was a big problem for Fnatic, and ended up with an extremely tense final few moments of the match.
Oh, 100%. I mean, he gave them the window of opportunity to buy time, essentially, the buffer rounds with the pistol round win, the bonus round conversion to keep the momentum going. And like you said, it gave them time to adapt to what Fnatic were throwing at them towards the tail end, because Fnatic were in control for various portions and parts of that entire map.
Yeah, let's talk about that second bonus, because both of the teams somehow won the bonus they weren't supposed to win.
Yeah, dude, go ahead, Josh.
Well, first of all, the first thing I want to look at is, you look down at the timeline, we went the distance, but also look at this, both teams allowing each other to plant almost every single time, only one round in the game where the plant was denied. The rest of the time was all retake scenarios, some of them favored, and look at the first kill differential too. Ridiculous.
And this is the bonus round that got sent back into it that we were talking about, with the momentum behind it, with Zekken, you know, keeping the ball rolling, getting that ult online. TenZ is hitting. At this point, he had one kill at some point in this game.
He finished the half with only 2 kills, and he had to turn it around, and that's what he does in the bonus.
Yeah, and so just all that momentum moves it forwards, gives them the buffer room as well, because Fnatic had moments where they were getting back into the series towards the tail end as well. But massive credit needs to go to a player like John QT as the IGL who sailed them through treacherous seas at that point. Because listen, the adaptability, I think, of this squad is immense, and it comes from this guy's calling, and he puts up the numbers alongside it in this one. But I was so impressed. They get caught by a trap play in B main by Fnatic, offered a cam contact, they don't get caught by it again. They bait it out. They actually think about how are we going to be winning these next rounds and putting the layers in. That is so hard to do when you are in a new map, you're playing your old composition with no real preparation work, there's no anti-stratting there, it's literally just communication and making sure you have a level head even when you're down.
And I think both teams actually had to do a lot on the fly. It's not a map that's towards the top of Fnatic's pool, and they got 15 first kills, only able to convert 9 of those. That's a little rough to begin with. Fnatic need to be closing those out. But you give them a little bit of credit because it was a comp that they weren't anticipating, and it was a little sloppy at times, and it was them actually coming up with better early round ideas. They just need to be able to have that consistency to close things out. I'm looking towards people like Boaster and Hero, who started the map phenomenally. Great performances, but looked like they just tailed off towards the end a little.
I mean, how much can Sentinels learn from yesterday's experience as well? They look great on map 1 Sideshow, but they ultimately could not close it out.
Yeah, and I think that is still a massive danger as we look forward to the rest of the series, because they've navigated the first hurdle. Their own map selection.
Yeah, Sunset was a necessary win, I think, personally.
Yeah.
It needed to be that first hurdle cleared. If they didn't win on Sunset, I don't have them as favorites on that bind map. I think Fnatic have looked shaky on bind over the course of this tournament, but the trouble is they're still winning on it, and their looks are pretty good.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say they look shaky in the game against G2. That was wonderful bind play. So if they can keep that level up, I think they might just end up smoking Sentinels here. The problem is that's to do with form, and we don't know how that's going to be on any given day.
Well, let's hear what Coach Elmer Putty had to say ahead of map 2.
I'm here joined by Coach Elmer Putty. You know, we've seen you play bind before, but you haven't picked it since Shanghai yourself. What makes you feel like you're strong enough to take Sentinels on this map?
I think G2 are the best North American bind team. We beat them the other day, so we're feeling good.
Okay, that's pretty concise. Let's see if they can do it.
Not wrong.
No, I agree with him completely, and that's why I've got so much confidence in Fnatic heading into this. But I think, again, some of that is to do with form, some of that's to do with the way that G2 like to play. And even then, it took some outrageous, like, will stick in your memory for the longest time kind of moments. But when you have players on the server, Boaster's always loved this map. Chronicle, I think it was Mitch or Tom crowned him bind royalty, which I agree completely with. And then you get Durka on his raise. Everything seems like it should make sense for Fnatic to come back here strong.
I just hope the mental, though, Brent, is there, because losing that Sunset in the fashion that they did is tough.
And that's exactly what Boaster was saying in the Arrival interview. He said that sometimes it's our mentality holding us back as a team in this tournament, which surprises me to a degree, I think, as well, because they do have an incredible amount of veteran presence on the roster. Heroes are the only real newcomer to this spot. You'd think they would be able to, you know, bail themselves out of the bin when the mental gets there, just from that experience that they've had. They know that they're world-class quality players overall, and I think they should have confidence coming into Bind. Their preparation, the looks and depth that they have on the defense half in particular, I'm dead impressed with. They alternate and change up pistol round strategies based on the opponents they play against. They're not a team that you can hard ante in that capacity as well.
And this is the other thing, Sentinels, they played Sunset yesterday, so you can't help but assume that maybe Elmer and Minnie, they were watching, they were coming up with stuff, but the Bind, it wasn't there. So this is a more prep work for them.
Absolutely it is, but I think they can be confident in the fact that Sentinels do not like playing this map.
Yeah.
They haven't played it for a while. Like, if you wind the clock back, they had a Yoru Raze comp that they used to love playing here. It was kind of one of their best maps at the very beginning of the year, and that's faded away as we've seen more teams go towards that Gecko Fade composition. Fnatic themselves picking that up instead of running Alpha on the Cypher. So I'm expecting to see a mirror in terms of the comps, and then it just comes down to execution.
Well, let's take a look and see if we're going to get any more changes. And Bren, they're both going to stick to what they ran before.
Yeah, and I'm going to be, again, paying close attention, I think, to the pistol round opening up for Fnatic, because against G2, they went for a nice little contact push. I think it was 3 players down A short, but against other teams as well, they prioritized, and in a lot of their other games, for kind of a setup of a showers crunch. They put the initiators and the Raze, the Seize Nade combo outside showers. They have the Gecko outside for the TP, so they can supplement with util. There's a lot to navigate here for your Sentinels. It's already not a favored map for them, but they have the form factor. They're going to be feeling powered up, passionate right now as well. The fact that they managed to overcome that first hurdle that was necessary for them on Sunset.
You're right, Brent. Boaster, he's the thinking man of Valorant.
He is.
He likes trying to hit the weaknesses of other comps. There's no Sentinels here, so Fnatic are going to be pushing on defense. They had a really nice Viper Wall for it on their pistol.
But there is Sentinels, so let's see if Fnatic can force a map 3, because Pansy and Steel, if they don't, they will be eliminated.
High pressure moments now. Sentinels in the lead after a 13-11 close affair on Sunset. However, as the desk was discussing, Bind not really high up in the wheelhouse of Sentinels, and these two have historically met here in much different circumstance, and what feels like a million years ago. I mean, hell, TenZ was on Reyna, so take that how you want. But it has been played before, and that was 16-14, maybe fated for another close series. But Josh, where does your mind go to now seeing this?
When I look at this, I'm looking at Fnatic to be able to hone it in. Sunset, not one of their better maps. Sentinels coming into that game, understanding that they had something prepared. Here, this is a very structured, heavy, protocol-heavy map.
4 plays stacked towards A and a walk through shower. Dizzy to set it in motion, and they take space. Exchange on the side, those Sentinels. Sussy maybe underestimating how many were there, and Fnatic have kept so many bodies on this site. Yeah, there's no way. Sen completely stunned by this. The only maybe silver lining is that Zekan's been let loose, but the spike has been left over towards A. Maybe if he'd had that, he could have maybe snuck away, but a 1v3 with a classic in hand. I mean, not out of the realms of reality for Zekan.
They know
position.
roughly where he was. He got that kill with the paint shells. So, the reposition from Fnatic. They're moving away from showers. They're tripling up, making sure they go together. Durka, he's got paint shells. They got the spot as well.
Yeah, but it's still Zekan. A reposition and a body found.
That second kill gets him a refresh on his paint shells. He's got double satchels, paint shells. The spike's not planted on his side of the box. And once Fnatic figure that out, but they need to get to it first.
Nothing short of brilliance demanded of Zekan here. A tap on the spike. And they're forced away, not achieving half. This is doable. It's not done yet. Chronicle keeps Fnatic in control here, but that very close.
Fnatic off to a good start again. Same thing that happened last game, but if I am going to learn anything from that last map of Sunset, it's that anything can happen and no round is safe to predict, because both these teams are capable with the amount of firepower on both teams that they're able to go pound for pound against each other. It really can come down either way in some of these clutch round moments. It's all about that start, getting those clean openings, that clean entry into the site. Sentinel's been walking into sites for free if Fnatic hasn't been doing these really good combos on them and getting the good read.
They're going to get a punish on this, though. Stack towards showers this time. Early test on it. And they are going to be forced to fall back here. So all collected. Zekan actually going to be really close to that showstopper very early on. Only 3 away.
We'll be there pretty soon. One thing I do need to point out on this map is, you know, we look at Alpha on a map like Sunset on Breach. He's there setting up other players. He's not involved in the action, but here on Gecko. He's going to be involved in some of these fights. We saw him get the opening last round. Chronicle getting pushed back here. The A-split's coming in, the smoke's going down. The spike trying to get planted.
Yeah, Sen pressing the issue. Plant gonna come in and going for the showers plant here.
Spike planted.
Chronicle, this is so dangerous.
He's gonna be overwhelmed. Surely he's dead, he is! Sentinels, you got pistols and you're making mountains out of molehills, and it might just work. Trying to
the orb.
push this further though. Hero does get traded, 10 still alive. This is still a threat, this is still a problem. Zelstis finds Alpha. Durka has to pick up the pieces, but time is ticking. John QT, I thought he might have had that there, but is Zamoli gonna hit in time?
He hasn't even sent it
He
yet.
hasn't sent it through.
There's no time.
This a missed opportunity. I thought that could have been done. I genuinely thought they were in for a shot on that.
This is what happens when you switch up compositions so frequently and you play maps so infrequently as well.
Yeah.
You don't have the deep knowledge
And
about how you can
comfort on the
use those
agents,
agents.
yeah.
Like when we talk about certain players on certain agents, we talk about like, oh yeah, they're on the agent, they're getting lots of kills, but do they actually know the agents inside and out? When you're switching through so many different agents, it's hard to know all the lineups across different agents for different positions. And that Brim Molly could have been a difference maker on that round.
It really could have, and he was in the
It's
right
fine,
place
boys.
for
Let's
it too.
go. We won the round. Good job, guys.
Doug is like, don't worry, we won it. Let's just not think how we won it.
Rounds
Let's-
around.
Rounds around. Bonus now, feeling heavily invested behind.
Zekin one off his showstopper. That kill on Boaster and Hookah could be the difference maker.
Could be.
For the trap here.
Ooh, a little dizzy sent through. Oh, just the freebie.
Boaster.
Okay, Boaster, relax a little. Just fights breaking out across the map here. This is very, very staggered throughout. But you're looking at where the spike's going over towards B long. That is the vulnerable site here. That is where they should be heading.
Smoke.
Reading it correctly, Boaster doesn't have options now. He's committed to this position.
Smart smoke positions from the attackers
Double
here.
pump.
Oh.
Love that. I mean, if they've read it well, they've heard the TP.
It's just him with the spike, though. This is so dangerous for him if he gets caught out of position, but
High risk, high reward.
instead Alpha goes down.
So it's on Chronicle to maybe buy time, make them work.
45
Make it
seconds.
not feel so easy. 40 seconds now. Boaster's trying to clear out towards that B site, but Senna on the way. Smokes
That's
coming
the
into
last
play.
smoke.
That's all they had, opting towards heaven. So Chronicle now with a chance.
30 seconds
But the timing from Shower is pretty key, can't deny it. And John QT with the punish. Sentinels, beautiful play. High risk, high reward, and Boaster forced to save.
Not the end of the world for Team Fnatic. This was their bonus round. Not an issue at all to lose it. Sentinels, though, with 4 alive at the end of it, is a big pickup for them. Zekin as well as Tens, they have their ultimates online for this first gun round that's going to be coming in here. And, I mean, Fnatic, they had a decent idea. They missed the timing on that Showers crunch. They had that second connection onto that Hookah crunch as well, but Sentinel staying a step ahead of it, trying to do this weird TP back to Showers, then rotate back to short. So trying to do these mind games, and Sentinels is really good at those on-the-fly adjustments. Fnatic like those pre-planned start-around actions where if they have to pivot, it's not the best. A lot of back and forth and indecision, but Sentinels looking like they know exactly what they want to do when chaos starts happening.
Yeah, they truly do thrive. It's one of those brilliant things to witness.
Yeah, I just
especially
lost
when
my
it's-
fight. I knew he was gonna be there.
Fine. I just think, I think you should just slow
Yeah.
down, is what I'm saying. Like, I think it's fine, but I think you just slow down.
Okay. Ease up a little bit. They've got some 2 big ults as well that if they do want to leave it later in the round, potentially, they can lean on those to secure the space. And I'm seeing Bucky's coming out. We've got 1 on Gron, 1 on Alpha. So trying to make something out of this purchase. As I said, it was a very costly bonus they invested into, so suffering the consequences to that.
Another early stack for Fnatic, but they're going to peel away from this. Slow, spread default from Sentinels, waiting to see what happens. Fnatic does, on a lot of maps, kind of push around, try to re-clear. We saw them pistol around as well. Through Showers, they went Alpha picking up that first kill on that push. But Sentinels, they waited long enough. They see nothing happening. They're moving towards B. They do have really good ultimates, and they've got that Brimstone. So they could ignore Hookah, smoke off elbow, smoke off spawn, and do a full sight hit with all these pieces of util that they can use. But already Fnatic's moving in here, and they've got the positioning. Durka's got a Vandal as well in the back of the site here, and a Paint Shells.
John QT trying to work up towards B long here. Already pressure on the side, but they haven't broken through by Octagon yet. Now they go. Zekken wants to find Durka, who quickly dodges, but it's John QT to land it. Boaster with the impact. Now down to Zekken and Tens. And Zekken up above, flies through the air. But the ease is not there. It's all on Tens in the 1v1. But where the hell is Chronicle? Even Tens is unsure, but opts for a plant here. But he's only got a Bucky. How the hell is he meant to get in here now? Did he see him?
He's going for the jump spots, the silent ones too.
He's looking for him. Chronicle, has he made it down yet? I think he might have, just creeping ever closer. Tens takes a look, takes a glance, and they pass each other, and it is all gonna be down on timing. Tens completely unaware. Spots a pixel and gets the body! Tens holds for Sentinels! And we're tied up all even again.
That got so close. Fnatic had a really good read to get on that site. Booster getting those first 2 kills, no less. But a big investment from Sentinels. It came down to Tens with 49 HP and a 1v1 to close it out. Chronicle missing that timing ever so slightly, going for the middle of the tube instead of wrapping around. Could have found Tens, and that could have been a round in the favor of Fnatic off the back of some low economy buy. And now, so many good ultimates as well for Fnatic as well to be able to swing things around. It's all on their game plan here, but setting up with the standard, going for that showers control. Sentinels also spread default, trying to get a feel for the land. Right here, they don't really know exactly what is coming from Fnatic, whereas on Sunset, the last map, they knew exactly what Fnatic was doing and played them, pulled the strings like a puppet master.
Yeah, and they have to be a little bit more, I guess, reactionary than instigating it in this regard. So I'm kind of curious how they approach it. And already, nice to see Tens picking up a little map one. I mean, he closed it with, finished with a flourish, absolutely. But it was, it was a slog of a game. Here, great start for him. Already probably going to be confident. Looking like he wants to be as involved as possible. And already, you heard it in the clip earlier there, well, the recording almost, of Zelsis saying, let's slow it down a little. And it was right call, it was like, second time of asking.
That was on Zekken trying to take that hookah fight when they spotted a lot of Fnatic players. So trying to make sure that they're grouped up a little bit. They know how much this map is going to mean. If they play this perfectly, then they have a chance to 2-0 this series. But Fnatic picking Bind for a reason. It's one of their stronger maps, right outside of Haven, probably, and Lotus. Sentinels, it's all on them and their teamwork and staying together and staying calm, but 30 seconds left. They're going to have to commit at some point here. They've got Long B and Hookah. It's going to be a big execution.
And they don't have the ults to depend upon this time. It's tricky, and you've got Boaster in what feels like a risky position, but it might just work, especially with the smoke. They're none the wiser, but he still gets one. Trade comes in. Zekken trying to run rampant, but it's still going to be dealt with by Durka. Trying to secure the site. They can't. Durka on the back lines, keeping this in their hands. Time is now of the essence, and they've run out of it. The spike too far. This time, Fnatic hold.
A great defense from Fnatic there. Invested showstopper. Durka coming out of that spawn smoke, and Boaster with that first kill as well. You see that cosmetic stun on Durka on back sight there? That's gotta get Sentinels a little bit frustrated there. We're running out of that time, but we saw in Sunset how they kind of picked up the pace in a lot of these situations, went towards B quickly here. I think they're a little bit scared of going too quick here. We've seen Fnatic already set up a hookah crunch. They've set up a teleporter push from Long B into the showers area, so they're gonna pump the brakes, call that timeout. This is the first one that they're gonna use, round 6, and they're just gonna talk about the situation, what they see, how Fnatic's setting up, and what pace they can use. The coaches get to come in from a third perspective and maybe chime in. We heard that Zelsa saying, don't, slow down, wait for us. I know, like, you knew where he was, but we got to do this together, basically.
The shining beacon of Sentinels there. But looking at the ults as well, they're one away, I think, from the orbital strike for Zelsis. They do have the Nightfall there as well, so they could maybe make up a couple of plans with those in mind for Sentinels. Obviously, on the other side, Divide's come through already. One off from the Nightfall for Hero. They do the Fish ult as well for Alpha. So a couple of big ults near on coming in. So I want to see what the game plan is coming out from Sentinels now. They've kind of, I guess, felt the tempo a little bit, right? They're starting to feel out the game, feeling like maybe we're a little bit delayed in that previous one. Maybe getting a little fortunate in some way for Fnatic, but Dirk has been doing damage. You put him on the side like that, he's going to find his kills. So as it stands, I'm kind of just curious at this point, what is the game plan from Sentinels? How quickly can they adapt in a map that they're not so, I guess, comfortable on?
Instead of playing more reactionary, what it looks like they're doing at the moment, they could do something a little bit more proactive and stimulate things to start moving around a little bit more. Go a little bit more aggressive. You have the players to go for those fights. They're just afraid of those TP crunches. And as I say that,
there, that's the players. You've got them, use them. Zekken and Sassy taking away Durka and Hero, their opposing numbers, and John QT closing in the net. Chronicle still going to do some damage. Oh, what is that? Oh, but he gets caught. Tens ain't going to let that slip. Keeps it safe on the site. Backline fight as well. You got to look at Zelsis, look at Alpha. That's closing in. They even get to know where Boaster is. Patience paying here. Zelsis waiting. Alpha caution being displayed. And it ain't clean enough. He does get away with it. But Zelsis going to catch him and bring him back down to earth. But a 1v2 for Boaster. Position was considered, and he's dead and buried.
Beautiful double kill opening on Showers to find that opening, that speed up that contact. Every round has been slow, it's been spread apart, and they've been using abilities to start clearing out these angles. Yes, they use a Prowler, but behind that, nothing else, no sounds at all, going in quietly. Chronicle saying like, hey, I've played with Nats before, I know how to play this agent over here, short. But Dai is trying to get his Viper's Pit off, and that's going to be expended. He doesn't have that anymore for this next round, and they're going to have to go into an eco. So many good ultimates. It's a shame.
And take a look at the timeline, just briefly, before it goes away. Since we got to the gun rounds, SEN have been having impact. The scoreline a little bit hard to read into in moments. 3-3, you might think it's a bit more of an even affair, and the rounds have been close. But the swing is in, and Chronicle, got to be cautious here, caught by the seas, and the orbital strike, he's about to get away from it, fortunately for him. How much can they throw one man? Chronicle, I don't know how you're even still alive, surely dead now. He had the entirety of the team thrown at him. Site is under Sentinel's control, however.
It's going to be a tough one to break into. Yes, you got Spawn, you got Heaven, you got Showers, but all these smokes and pistols.
How are you meant to make your way through the mayhem? So much in their way, and again, the ult does find a target. You can see Sassy considering, does he fancy biting in on that? But no. Oh, okay. Alpha with a banger. Takes away Zekken. Divide gonna go through. Tens leans forward. The Chosen One himself stands tall and holds the ground. Durka damage, he's dead. And now down a Hero in a 1v3. And the time ain't on his side, and neither are the numbers. Sentinels, eyes on the prize today.
Couple of rounds back to back off the back of that timeout for Sentinels. Good value there. Wondering if Fnatic's going to take their turn to get a timeout and start swinging things around in their favor. Because right now, Sentinels just took the lead. He attacks out of Vine, and that's very scary. Another Cosmic Divide not being able to get any value. Sentinels, again, another quick game round there. Chronicle, he got Prowlered, he got seized.
Oh, there was nowhere to go.
Yeah,
there was nowhere.
Orbo Strike.
Yep.
Thrashed.
Wild. And do we get the brawl again?
Oh.
Whoa, okay, that's a different weapon there, though. No respect to it. They want to press the issue. Oh, that's why! Second, you are outrageous! And another potential victim. Heroes lucky to be breathing. Again, just onslaught after onslaught. Chronicle tries. Well, he still can only do so much. Hero has fallen. It's on Chronicle, Boaster, and Alpha, who are being absolutely stun-locked out of this game. The pace has been so oppressive from Sentinels. So well done. John QT, never going to let the round slip, is he? Alpha is there, and a second for Alpha. Now down to a 3v2, but look who's creeping in. John QT, the one to full stop the round, surely. How are they meant to do anything with this man's presence alone? The Spike feeling inaccessible. And Sassy not giving them a fight. Trying to play to the timing. Chronicle pries him out, but the time is starting to tick. And John QT knows it. He plays it to the second. He knows what to do.
And around the world, flank catching Boaster before he could get that smoke off. He got the star down, but wasn't able to convert it. And Sentinels building on that lead right now. Fnatic still have their timeouts to start using. And they're gonna pop it now, realizing what's happening. These Showers fights have been going in the favor of Sentinels these last few rounds. The op comes out for Team Fnatic to put a stop to it, but Zekken knows that pre-fire angle. I know you're gonna be holding this. Hey, I've played Duelist before.
Bro, Alpha's tilted, boys. He's not even ulted.
Guess what?
3 rounds
this
in a row.
Corner of the Showers, it's gone. As soon as he gets that kill, showstopper, we go out.
And this is the beauty of Sentinels, right? Let's take a moment here. This map isn't in their wheelhouse. It's not something they lean towards often. But they're the team of intangibles. They're hard to pin down as, you know, what makes it work. But then you'll have a round like that from Zekken. Tens has been online the whole series. And it's rinse, repeat pressure towards A. Good calls, good tempos. You've got on it, like, everything is lining up for them. Now, Fnatic have slowed this down. They've gone for the pause here, Josh, because they can feel the momentum shift. And that's a scary thing when you're facing SEN. You don't want to let that momentum slip. So for Fnatic, they've got a couple of ults to play with, but they've lost a grip on the tempo of the game itself.
It's a big difference actually between Fnatic and Sentinels, is that when Sentinels is able to find that opening, they unleash, they go forwards, and you can barely put them on a leash to hold them back. Whereas Fnatic is more like, okay, let's wait for this next step. And right now, I mean, Sentinels, if you have those individuals and your entire style is that X factor, when you find these opportunities, your individuals can take control over this game. That's what they're doing right now, and Fnatic need to find a way to bite back. Standard setup again, no op in play, but these showers fights have been going in the favor of Sentinels, and Sentinels I don't think are going to start shying away from it anytime soon. Fowler in the front, Mosh in the back.
Try and get a way out, but Zekken taking all the space. Again, they've won that, I guess, close sight control. They've eyed up the A site, and again, rewarded for the util. They've worked this out. They've got a really good concept of how they want to take towards this site. Fnatic need an answer, Josh.
Thrash instantly as soon as he gets a plant. Nightfall in a fast retake.
Chronicle on the swing, and he hits! Knocking three of them out of the park, leaving just Sassy alive in a 1v5. This would be monumental.
Wait.
Oh my God, it's halfway though. He has to go, he has to swing, and he falls. A valiant attempt.
And Fnatic,
Christ.
they fight back though. They know, okay, we're gonna give you resistance, you can have this, we're gonna do our retakes. Try to hold against us. And Saucy, oh man, if he had any teammates left though, that spray transfer was great. Chronicle finding the first lineup off the back of that Nightfall as well. All of those targets softened up, half HP. Finding that, but again, it's such a still close scoreline, still in the favor of Sentinels, but their economy is actually getting really low. Fnatic can swing this around.
Anything could happen, anything can and will happen. First time we're seeing an early attempt towards Alpha though. Feeling the difference, peels away. Prowler comes in, notes nothing towards short.
They have that attack side Nightfall. If they get in the site, they have the Viper's Pit to lock down either elbow or spawn.
This Mosh should at least isolate the rest of the players away from Zekken, but they're completely unawares. Boaster!
Durka, what?
Just asleep at the wheel, and Zekken! Just eviscerating them! He's the one to take this site. He is the one in control. And these are problems, these are issues, these are unmistakable. The only one to answer back so far is Chronicle. Zekken still stands, he still delivers. That's 3, 4, Zekken! Outrageous impact, and he knows where Chronicle is. Zelsis.
No, no,
oh, Zelsis.
no.
Poetry in motion.
Zekken, earlier in the game, told to hold back, wait, slow down. But now, Zelsis is probably happy that he's running at them. That's back-to-back rounds, basically. Outshowers a couple rounds ago with that showstopper after getting that Durka kill through the wall. And here, just keeps pressing forwards and keeps them locked out of that choke point. Surprised that Durka actually tried to come through that smoke in that 4 versus 5. Fnatic gotta stick to their guns. Zelsis is trying to have a little bit too much fun, potentially.
The maniacal laugh there at the end. He's like an evil genius. 4 to 6. Alpha, the only one with the Vandal. And we have to say it, we have to state it. This could be the game starting to slip away. This is tournament life. This is what it comes down to, a historical matchup, to say the least. And as it stands, Fnatic are getting flashbacks. Speaking of flashes, you don't want to be saying that, but Chronicle does get a rifle. That's all the redeeming qualities here, as Sentinels control that B site perfectly. Maybe Hero now with the Vandal in hand can lead them back.
It's gonna be tough.
High Dizzy, it connects, doesn't find Hero. They read it well, but not well enough. Maybe a chance made. Zekken, the monster of those previous rounds, pops the ult. That is a warning signal, but Hero still drops the body, fighting with everything they can. Oh, but Chronicle the time! It's gone, it's too late in the day. It's Sentinels making it up to 7.
When I see the rounds close out like that, you know, it's clear as day, Fnatic have it in them. They're not converting any of these situations right now. They're so good when they can get to the retakes, when they move together in tandem. But Sentinels right now, the first few rounds, feel it out, slow. As soon as they start hitting them back, it's all just unleashed
Win or lose
from
with
there.
confidence.
Sentinels is running away with this game right now, and Fnatic need to find a way to put the brakes on them, stop them from getting away with just whatever it is Sentinels wants. It's A 4 rounds in a row, they go B. It's easy, it's free, it's open.
Don't know if there is a way to stop this Sentinels team. Chronicle is trying. I think we can all say that. Fan of Fnatic or Sentinels, you got to say this man is scary. 14-6. He's found impact time and time again. This time trying to control one aspect of at least this A site. Durka allowed to focus towards Shower. Good shot. Zekken goes down, dulling the tip of the spear a touch. Sentinel still going to try and get the plant going here. That's in play.
They have that Molly also from that Brimstone. If he has a lineup for the spot, it could be free.
Could be, but it's pandemonium on the site, and Tens once in. Where the hell did that go? But Durka still gonna find it with a shorty. Chronicle still controlling. It's on Zeltis, it's on John QT. A clutch would be demanded. Oh, there's not much more he can do. Chronicle, this is the danger. This is the impact. If Fnatic aren't waking up, he will wake them up if he has to.
Gap closes, 5-7. We're going into the second half. Fnatic need to find a way to equalize. That would be the second pistol of the half, though.
Switching sides. And history demands this game was going to be close. It was going to be a great affair between the two of them. And 5-7, we are on the money for this to be a memorable moment for both sides.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Roll your minds back. Iceland, Reykjavik, the first time they truly met. Not earlier in the competition, the one that mattered. The one that set these two teams on such different trajectories. Sentinels went to the stars. Impenetrable Perfect looked outrageously good. Fnatic fell to pieces off the back of one singular flash that set everything into motion. Now, they stand at a 5-7. A close game, anyone's game. But the way SEN got to 7, Josh, has got to have Fnatic on the ropes.
Fnatic started out that first map, Sunset. They got the pistol, they converted all the way through, and ended up closing that half out actually 8-4. And Sentinels crawling it back in that second half. But here, Fnatic with that pistol and that second round conversion only end with 5. They're on the back foot. And this game so far has been Fnatic stealing those first few rounds away, Sentinels getting a feel for the land, and then going unleashed. And right now, with the scoreline in the favor of Sentinels at the moment, that is a scary prospect, because if they are feeling good, they're going to be in Fnatic's faces and not letting Fnatic get away with any of these plans. The one saving grace is Fnatic like to start a little bit slow, feel out what's going on, and deny any of this aggression. So if Sentinels gets caught by it, it's going to be dangerous.
Just a heads up, in case you're wondering. Got to get one in the game. Got to get one. Classic. No, it's an in-air issue. Hopefully that'll be resolved quickly. Looking down the stage, who's done it? Is it Boaster? No? Don't know. You know what? Can't tell. Nice. Hero? Looks like Hero. Yeah. So hopefully that'll be fixed up soon. You can kind of see it being fixed live on the screens. But bigger picture, can Sentinels do the same sort of thing now on the side switch? You know, it's harder to maybe determine the pace and just be as bullish in approach. They were really headstrong with how they're approaching. They get that pick. They just flood the site. They're aggressive. But can you do that as much here? Does Fnatic now have an opportunity to turn that tide?
Before the map started, basically, we're talking about, you know, Fnatic on Vine, how good they look. They ran it in EMEA. We haven't really seen so much of it from the side of Sentinels, and we're thinking, oh, this should be a shoe-in. It should be easy. Is this the start of a curse? We'll see soon, I guess. As long as Chronicle and Alpha remain seated. The seatbelt light is on. Do not get up.
Chronicle just told him to sit down. It did work. I mean, you can't, like, for some reason, Chronicle just has this, like, mad aura, though, that you just don't want to, like, if he just tells you no, it's like, fair enough. Cool. But still, it is such an interesting matchup stylistically. Hopefully the issues will be resolved soon. Looking like everything's getting better. Hero, I think, is probably testing it out. Looking sorted. We'll let you know as soon as. Yeah, I think we're good to go, ladies and gents. So let's focus back up. Eyes on the prize. 5-7. Tournament life is on the line between two titans here. Historical matchup. The origins of the NA-EU battle between the two regions. And as it stands, NA is leading. Map 1 in the bag. Half in their side. Now, Fnatic, have you got what it takes to answer back? We find out as we start. And I asked if aggression could work. Instead of trying it. Try and fail. Chronicle, that's why you respect him. When he tells you to sit down, you sit down. 2 already to kick things off. And instantly SEN have to fall away from that.
Sit down or I'll bury you, basically. He puts him down. 5 alive for Fnatic. And they put the brakes on. That smoke is making them second guess themselves, but also when they let the round develop like this, Sentinels, they can't play spread apart. If they do, then it's going to be 5 versus 2 or 5 versus 1. So they're going to get a little bit sweaty here.
I would say, though, with John QT and that Sheriff, there's still, like, high levels that this could go any which way. It's certainly not on one path yet. But they've navigated past him, at least for the initial contact. He could still create a little bit of a crossfire, maybe with Zelsis here, or does he play it a little bit late? Options are plenty.
Only 2 stars available for Boaster. He needs to pick which 2 spots he wants to lock out. Hookah and Spawn and Alpha finds that pick. John QT sits in Hookah, but locked out for another 10 seconds here before he can get into the action. And in a 2 versus 5, your options are limited. You have to hope that Fnatic actually make a mistake, slip up here. But the way they've been playing this round so far doesn't look like it's going to be coming into play.
No, it's very, very tricky to find impact now. The unoccupied space feels so obvious. Boaster probably going to get contact. Beautiful! John QT, yeah, give him a wave. Give him a wave. But anymore, if you're Fnatic, you take the round, you don't care about the kill. And the time, ticking fast enough now. They're going to be looking to give this up to the spike.
A lesson learned for Boaster there. When you do these jump spots, you have to make sure that when you do it, you make noise landing, they're going to go on that timing that they hear you land. You're going to go ramp up for that next jump. They're going to pre-aim your head. You have to switch it up. Sometimes you do the silent jiggle. Sometimes you do the jump jiggle. Sometimes
he was just practicing on behavior.
Oh, true. Actually, true. At least he didn't make contact with a brick wall there. True.
I mean, you could call John QT the brick wall of that shot, couldn't you? Just, oof. But it's the first round for Fnatic. Scoreline, 1 step closer. Just classics. I hate saying just classics.
Just classics. Just the free weapon.
I hate it. I know.
But is it the Sentinels bundle classic? Oh, yeah, they all got him.
Oh. Just chilling. And away we go.
Fnatic creeping up that long B line. Chronicle holding this A push by himself.
Oh, Chron.
Just the ghost. If he does go down. Oh, man.
That was so nasty.
I think everyone pulled the trigger at the exact same time.
There was no way out. Okay, do we go?
An atomic clock on that.
Do we go for the firing squad? I'm still a little nervous here. Okay, okay, Durka. He's going to alleviate my worries. But oh dear, oh dear. Hey guys, free weapons.
One enemy remaining.
Don't know why I'm doing horse impressions, but I'm getting nervous, is all I'm saying here. John QT, as said, they made something out of this round. They've cost him a fair bit here. I think that's at least... Okay, that's a Bulldog lost, maybe. Supposed to look into... run, run, run. Please, just run. We don't want another jump spot incident. John QT just wants to die peacefully, all right? He's happy to give that up. And that was with just classics.
That was just... I understand why Durka's out there. He's trying to get
everyone got it.
He's trying to get his ultimate orbs. He's trying to get that showstopper a little bit quicker. Once he goes down, though, Alpha, he's got that Phantom. He's trying to tap away at that, but you can't do that with that many bullets. The reset time, the bullets just go out of control. Fnatic, they got their Vandals up. They got the Phantoms up. They're ready to go into this first gun round. On their attack side, Sentinels trying to put a stop to it here. Firing squad of their own here. High-low, waiting for someone to just peek around the corner, say, what's over here? Is it going to be Chronicle with his wall? But no, he's over towards B, and Hero, he'll probably use a Prowler before he decides to show his face.
Hopefully for his sake. And quiet across the map. Just a smoke, a Prowler here and there, but no contact made, and Sentinels being kept safe by a jump spot and a high-low setup for now. Fnatic starting to lean heavily towards this A site. Zekken waiting and seeing nothing. Chronicle's got to be very careful here.
They found out the setup. They had that showers control. The smokes were down. Now they get to leave Boaster there. Come back to short A. It's going to be a quad peek.
Oh, left, right, and he's dead! Overwhelmed Zelsis! He's playing it as late as he can there, trying to invest the molly, but they can walk ahead of it. They can get ahead of that, and they do, but Zelsis still amongst all of the Maelstrom, still here. Just trying to watch between the smokes, between the spam. Plant is in.
Hero
gets
solo, but he's alive.
Ult coming in. That's a problem. Gets handled well. They're just on that verge now. The Sentinels play this forward, so they flood the site. They're down low on HP. They're running low on players. They're running low on time. Another Prowler in. They're not getting what they want. There's no access here. It's time to back away and save the weapons.
Another big
That's gonna be the bonus for Fnatic.
Taking their time, making sure they strike at the perfect moment. But off the back of these pistols, that's the only thing that's kept them in the game so far. Sentinels has had a better overall control of the game. Here, slipping up one time isn't gonna be the difference maker. But they need to be able to bounce back and respond to Fnatic's execution here. A great way, taking showers, baiting out that molly, then shifting back to short A and peeking all together, catching this high-low setup. It's good to pick off a straggler, maybe if it's Chronicle alone, but not when 4 people come. It's a jet dash position, not a raise whatever.
Yeah, harder to make it work, but 3 in a row now for Fnatic, and by hook or by crook, they've got there. It hasn't, it's felt really damn close though, but it's been enough that's put them now in the lead here. Taking the reins back a touch. We were questioning how would Sentinels suit this side? Would it be harder for them to find that profound aggression that was working really well? And they've been trying it, but it's not finding the same reward.
4-man stack on A, looking to fight showers. Pushed off, 10's down really low, only 41 HP remaining. But so many pieces of util to push them off between the Prowlers, the Boombot, the paint shells. Dizzy goes in, recall is smart. But a 4-man reclear potentially from Sentinels here.
Yeah, gonna go back in for the fight. Alpha takes down one, but it's traded out. The Dizzy does well, and Tens claims Durka. This is good. This is a man to Sentinels this time. Shower control regathered, but Fnatic still have 50 seconds to try and paint the picture they want to, but that spike is a problem.
It's going to be so difficult to recover this. They do have stars on Astra. They can use these abilities to flush them out. Also, a Molotov from that Viper can clear out certain corners, but this crossfire from heaven.
John QT is gonna be big. He has to.
Has been outstanding, genuinely, and his timing on the
Now they know.
solidifying the safety of that spike.
The smoke's gonna fade away in 5 seconds as well. He needs to re-smoke this if they want a chance.
20 seconds,
Molly.
the molly now. This is so well done. They are just suffocating Fnatic out of this round. And you talk about his positioning,
Yeah.
John QT. He is hard to pin down. He's outrageously good at what he does.
10 seconds
And he reappears at the right time. The spike's still firmly in hand. He tries to make it costly, but Fnatic will have to let this one slip. Sentinels with the right fight in the right place at the right time.
Fnatic give up another round, but Sentinels, it was expensive for them at the end there. Losing those last 2 players, John QT in heaven as well. It's just not good enough. It needs to be a little bit more clean if they want to be able to get this comeback, but I like what they're doing. They're pressing forward, so when Fnatic is doing their methodical approach to everything, this is kind of what I alluded to before, is that a lot of what they do, it's strong because it works well, but it's telegraphed. So if someone's trying to defend against it by themselves, they'll get taken out. But when there's 4 people swinging in there off the back of a wingman waddling in their faces, they'll win those duels, get that spike down, and convert around.
Silence shown towards A, but it's pressure on B.
It's a lot of strength towards A, and right now, nothing to connect in that hookah trap through the teleporter. This is going to be a free sight for Fnatic here. 5 versus 5 retake potentially coming out. TenZ has a thrash they could utilize, but they need more spaces to come out of right now. They're looking to do a TP play and come from hookah and spawn at the same time, but there's so many players here, and TenZ goes down.
But a quick trade, Zekken gonna keep it in hand. 4v4, but the time on their side. And Chronicle closing in. The man has been a nightmare incarnate. Hero finds John QT, pressure on CT. And Chronicle step by step getting closer. The inevitable death looking like it's likely. And Chronicle, he sees it all, and he takes down one, spots another with Durka. It's perfect from Fnatic.
Man, John QT hasn't been like
such a good job, a switch up going
as sharp as he's used to.
With a hard read, they're trying to do these mind games. It was working so well for them on Sunset, but here, not getting the right beat, and Fnatic take a round and potentially getting close to swinging the game in their favor. They have that lead now, finally 9-8, but did they do enough damage on that other round to put Sentinels on an equal round here? Because if that's the case, the momentum is also in the favor of Fnatic, and Sentinels maybe don't stand up.
Let's see, Sheriffs, light shields.
It's a save. It's a swing round.
Yeah. Nice.
5-man B stack. Will they assume that the last 2 players are also in hookah? They're waiting for it, expecting it.
Yeah, they know it. They've read it. Closer collects on towards John QT and Zelsis. I mean, he does like that classic. I think I've heard a couple of things about that.
Yeah.
But what are you meant to do with it here? Nah, not this time. Chronicle, good for it. It's 10, double digits. And maybe map 3 now becomes a reality. It's not over by any means. Sentinels still with plenty of chances, but you look at the run of rounds. The 3 initial for Fnatic, the answer back on the 16th, and now 2 back-to-back. This is where the game starts slipping away from Sen. We were question marking this half specifically. They're struggling here.
I'm wondering when that timeout comes in for Sentinels, because if another round goes in the favor of Fnatic, they might be letting it go too long, but op out for TenZ on that Gecko. He's gonna get that showers line. Again, Fnatic switching it up, going towards B. They love switching up their game plan a few rounds into the game when they think that they've been figured out, or after they got the value out of what they wanted to do. Stay a step ahead of their opponents. Sentinels on that back foot, but TenZ taking this deep line. He's going deeper and deeper, assuring his teammates, hey, it's going to be B again potentially, but they keep 2 players here. They have that showstopper on Zekken, so if it is a B hit, especially if it's through hookah, they can connect that way, through short, through that teleporter.
Ooh, but damage. Alpha, he's a lucky
1
boy.
HP.
Once the decay goes, he'll go back up, but not by much. I mean, 26, he's still the walking wounded.
1 shot distance.
And where do they decide to stick the landing? TenZ getting curious.
He's got all the info in the world that he needs to reassure his teammates about B, and Zekken's already on that site. He's got that showstopper, but this teleport back to, oh my god,
yeah.
It's going to be a teleport
Yes,
back to A. They're going to catch TenZ with his pants down.
But it's still TenZ, and when he's there, my mind will still always question mark it. Give us the eyes on him, let's see what the Chosen One can do. Good for 1, no more to be done. The Wonder Kid takes over.
That's a big
takes
volley
over
timing.
showers, but the Hero's ahead of it. He gets to slip the net. He gets to get the plant. So the time isn't the problem here. 3 players already on this side. Zeka pops the ult. Oh, Booster gets splattered against the wall. A 3v4 in favor to Sen. Alpha down low does have his ult. The Prowler doesn't quite make it. But Sassy aware, Chronicle, the final boss of Fnatic, is still standing. Supported by the young gun hero, but they are in problems. They are in trouble. The tap on the spike should draw the reaction. John QT.
It's over, yeah.
Chronicles fall and Sentinels stay in the game.
Ever so slightly, Fnatic's plan there actually was so good.
Alpha yeah, is having a questionable performance. Like losing the spike in shower, then being alone when he has his ultimate here, like...
in there. He is not afraid to take those fights and swing the round. We look at Sentinels, we look at X Factor players.
Let's stay in it, boys. No tilt.
I don't know.
Vibes, logic.
He feels like he's disconnected from his team.
Logic.
I like that.
Inspirational. We should get that on like a t-shirt, a mug. Like,
yeah, we got merch. Sen, get on it. For now, though, Operator still in play for 10s. Still going to see the Viper's Pit there for John QT. One away from Sassy's ult. On the other side, Fish ult there for Alpha. We've got some bits on the horizon. This could get really
I don't like
messy.
that when there is a Viper
Double
Pit
touch. You see the switch up of position as well. Zell
for Sen in defense. Fnatic doesn't have someone on the other side of the map to check if the Viper Pit is out or to like allow for rotation and shit.
It looks like Alpha setting up a mosh for that long B control so that they can take it at the same time as they can explode on the site. That Viper wall, it's going to be going down soon. He doesn't have enough remaining on it. That paint shell from Zekin, though, could be a huge timing.
Could be. Waiting for the 50-second goer. It looks like it's in now. The Dizzy goes through. The ult comes in. Zekin falls as opposed to find him. Alpha going to note the follow-up as well. That's going to be Sassy seen.
They're gonna push Saucy. Saucy dead. Spike planted. Oh, they found John QT. Yeah, that round is over. That's a save. Yeah, you see them going back towards A.
Once they see this, all their pieces fall
especially
apart,
with
they
that
go for it.
operator.
They have that
Like,
op still. It's not getting any value though. Fnatic's been going B, going B, going B. Time for Sentinels to
money is
get
very
ahead of what
tense
Fnatic's
for
doing.
Sentinels. Like John QT is at 0, Zekin is at 350.
They execute. There's no way you're holding that. It's not possible. You need to fight them at the choke points. We saw that when Sentinels fought them at Showers. But have they fought them at Long B yet? No. Have they fought them in Hookah yet? Not really.
So what's that thing though? It feels like when the second 10s moves, they're going to go back towards that A hit. Yep. It's so hard to find that rhythm to the game.
When you do that switch up in Sentinels, they had those reads, but so far it's been Fnatic's game. They've been staying a step ahead.
Send timeout, do you reckon?
It needs to come because we were talking about it. If it didn't come last round, 11 rounds for Fnatic, and here it comes out.
Oh.
And they usually do well. Their adjustments are good after they get that timeout. They won the last one. They got a couple of rounds in a row off the back of it, actually. So if they're able to get a couple of rounds off the back of this timeout here, talk about not only this round, but also what you're going to do after. Because surely you have to switch something up. But again, when you see a timeout from your opponent, you switch things up yourself. You're trying to anticipate what their adjustment's going to be, if they're going to go fast, slow, are they going to get in your faces, where's that op going to go?
9-11.
Some sort of baked in misdirection.
Nice.
We saw that on Sunset from Fnatic. We saw them trying to fake towards B, go A, especially towards the later part of the game after everything was, you know, towards B main. But right now, it's anyone's guess.
It is. It's been 2 rounds this half that have gone towards Sentinels. The rest, all Fanatics. It's been a incredible map from Chronicle. You've got Durka there as well. Everyone kind of doing what they need to. Zekin can't take it away from him either. He has been impactful, but this half has been hard. Now, where do they bring the operator now? In the hands of 10s, it makes its way towards B. But, as of course we know, the logic dictates the second you rotate, they're going the other way.
This is going to be tough if Fnatic do a little bit of misdirection, use that Prowler or Haunt towards Hookah, try to make it seem like it might be a B hit again. But then quickly pivot back towards A. 10's not in the equation again.
But I liked that they were trying to sell the same start, at least, to try and kind of show off that it still might be this B play. but the fact that he's so far down B long, now they know what's going on. The divide, that insult to injury, and Durka dives head first. Oh, it's gorgeous! Durka conquering the entirety of the side, but do they know about Zelsis? Well, Zelsis, what are we going to do now? A chance at glory, and he gets none. Alpha ensures safety. Make sure that the plant comes down. Never off guard duty, and Chronicle the closer. And TenZ, this is a hard game to play when you feel like this. You're never in the right place, never at the right time. And Zekken, you got to back away. These weapons are so valuable. 12 is surely here for Fnatic.
The double-edged sword of a timeout coming out. And Sentinels, oh, you try to move, you try to stay a step ahead of your opponents, but Fnatic, they've had the read on this game. They're showing why they picked Bind. They're showing why it's one of their, you know, probably higher of the middle of the pack maps for them.
But it only takes a moment. We've seen it before. Zekken playing with Durka at this point, it feels like. But that's the operator gone. So actually that's going to be quite interesting for the economy. I want to see what happens to this. Fnatic, 1 away now. This half has been beautiful from them. I think it would be a disservice to not say that. Sitting on 12 here, the 9 Sentinels are trying to stay in this, and they've made a damn good go of it, don't get me wrong, but 2 rounds is not enough, simply put. But Sentinels, the ones who, you know, somehow the intangible, it's definitely not Prius. Yeah, thank you, sorry, good work. Yeah. But genuinely, I want a third. I think anyone wants a third between these two, and we are set up for it. It takes one more round and we're there. Or is there resilience? Is there resistance? Can SEN pull this back from the brink? And it looks like this is what it comes down to. Durka, his name up in lights. And Fnatic looking to rebound after the arduous map 1. Bind looking like it's going to be in their hands. John QT and Zelsis with a lot of work to do, Josh.
That's showstopper with Durka as well. As soon as they start inching up, it's going to be all over. Durka already opened up the round with 2.
Durka wants this done. Takes another. It's all on Zelsis, and it's over. Map 3 is unlocked. This head-to-head deserves it. We wanted the entirety to be played out, and we will. Fnatic with a lifeline, Lotus on the horizon. You don't want to miss it.
Please don't go to map 3, it's 4 AM. That's a funny fucking tweet.
Science, as you know, is the study of the nature and behavior of the universe. It's based on observation, on experiment and measurement, and a formulation of laws to describe the facts of the
this series is going the distance. I'm your host, Yingsun. I'm back here with Saisho and Bren. Now, we talked about how this has the hallmarks of being an all-time classic, and I think it's delivering.
Yeah, the performances that we're getting here today are phenomenal. Fnatic were barely in that first half, I felt. They managed to string some rounds together just based on ults. But then on their attack sides, and I think we're seeing this for both teams actually, they're bringing such great ideas to their attack halves that it's difficult to hold on. It feels like we're getting excellence from Fnatic whenever ults are online as well, but I'm maybe a little cautious there that it might only be with ults online.
For sure, but I also think as well, it was pretty evident, I think, that SEN's defense half was, I'm not going to say ill thought out, but it's clear that they don't have as much time into it on Bind, because there were big gaps in terms of how they were playing, which I think Fnatic did navigate really well. You know, we saw, like, for example, the quad peek onto the double hold on short. That just rings out into my mind of immediately Fnatic being able to punish that and just find ways around it still. So they put on a really good performance to bring us to Lotus now, and yeah, what a map. That is now the middle ground for both of these teams, I would argue, as well, for an explosive finish to this series.
Yeah, speaking of how great that map was, though, Brent, Chronicle.
Yeah, dude,
King
Chronicle,
of Bind.
he is the GOAT in my mind, dude. I mean, there's nobody who's like lifting trophies like him. He's got plenty of them under his belt. He's playing like he wants another one, and he kept them in this map, and he kept them in this series because it's elimination on the line. You've got to win this map if you're Fnatic. In the first half, Fnatic weren't doing things, I would say, well, elegantly in terms of their overall strategy, but Chronicle is consistently there with multi-kills, bailing them out of these spots that are tough scenarios, and his game sense is off the charts in a lot of these moments.
You're looking at it when he brings up the scoreboard after getting a kill or whatever, and he's got like 22 kills, the rest of his team's on 10. Now, Durka did catch up to him by the end of the game, but Chronicle was keeping him in it in some very, very tough spots, and he continues to be their best performing player at this event. They're going to need more from him again when things get to Lotus too. He can't slow down. Team's asking almost, I would argue, too much of him at the moment. When you have a super team out there, it's rare that you should see one guy clearly ahead of the rest of the pack. But he's doing it today, and he's been doing it all tournament.
He's just chronically on Bind. Sorry, I really wanted to use that.
I mean, that's quite a good one, actually.
Right? I mean, we're always chronically online, so maybe it's time for us to be chronically on Bind. But this is the thing, though. The way that Fnatic were able to win out that second half just came from such beautiful plays, of which, if they did this on Lotus, I think it's kind of signed, sealed, and delivered.
Yeah, this is one of the few rounds, actually, where they managed to get an advantage. That's a quad peek against the high-low setup, so outplaying Sentinels, get into a position, put the squeeze on Zelsis, who had a very rough map, and then they close things out with Alfier's ult.
Yeah, and glimpses, I think, of the uncomfortability from Sen, even in this clip, where Zelsis is using the molly to try and cut him off at the choke point instead of using it for plant denial in that spot where, listen, the floodgates are already open. Fnatic were getting in no matter what. That molly's not going to be deterring them from anything, but it's Chronicle again who opens them up into this round, and the ideas that supplement around it with how they're going to be breaking the defensive Sentinels on full display for them to convert the bonus and keep all that momentum going.
Yeah. My one concern is that I agree with you. Sentinels actually didn't look that solid, and yet they still put up an incredibly competitive map.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is the concern for Fnatic today, is that they're getting pushed really heavily by a team that's not at the top of their map pool yet. And I feel like Lotus, we've seen some excellence. It's going to require players like Durka to step up and deliver enormous performances. I think that his entering is going to be absolutely key. And it's something that fell off a little bit, actually, last time they played on Lotus. If you cast your minds back to last time we saw Durka on his raise, playing Lotus against Team Heretics, he messed up a couple of ult situations. Round 7 sticks out to me like a sore thumb when he played Lotus. They got themselves into an ult spot. He didn't use his nade to break a lockdown properly. Boasters in the comms afterwards saying, guys, take a deep breath and just listen to me. It's that simple. And they ended up tilting and losing the map 13-3.
I mean, luckily when we saw them downstage just now, they don't look shaken at all. No. But this is, I'm going to reiterate this again. Bren, Sentinels, they're in the same position today as they were yesterday. They have to be able to close this out.
They do have to be able to close it out, but they've been in a spot like this before, the most difficult path to really walk to even get to a trophy through the lower bracket. Same can be said for Fnatic, but they've done it before. They know they have that experience at the back of their minds. And not just that, I think the fact that they, you know, what you were saying, Josh, the fact that they did manage to contest and tangle with Fnatic so closely on a bind map where they didn't have the most drilled setups, I think speaks just some volumes, I think, about the mentality that this squad has. Now, Sunset, when they played against EDG and they dropped off the face of the earth, was, I think, again, EDG really doing a lot of prep work and counteracting what they were doing. For Lotus, as a third and final map between both of these teams, when Fnatic have already been faltering on it over the course of this tournament, and Sentinels themselves have been looking over and over again, improved every single time that they play it. It's a real interesting dynamic for me. This used to be the bread and butter for Fnatic. This used to be their hometown territory map, but now it's a different question being asked. And I think the form factor that you brought up, Yinsu, is absolutely valid. I don't think we'll see the same crumble from SEN. When you corner them, they're like a caged animal. They seem to just thrive in the pressure of the lower bracket.
Well, let's take a look at Agent Select here and see if we're going to see any changes. And for the second map in a row, Sideshow, both teams are going to stick to what they already played.
Both teams are going to have a good understanding of how each other play as well. We got Sentinels able to pick the side here, heading onto the decider. Attack is generally favored for Lotus. Look towards Zekken and what he can do on the pistol to see if he can build up a showstopper towards round 3. And also try to think about how these teams are navigating ult situations against each other, because they're both going to try to be thinking way ahead of the game. It's not as simple as we have showstopper, we go see. It's like, what are Fnatic going to be doing to stop us getting that online, and how do we then counter that? There should be layers and layers to this Lotus.
It's going to be a banger end to this entire series. It's elimination. This is your entire tournament life on the line, and the end of your year, you don't want it to end in a crash and burn finish. For both of these teams, it's so damn important.
It is indeed. Pansy and Steel, of course. We have the Inspire Arena on the line as well. I can't wait to see which team is going to come out on top.
We are right there with you. It couldn't have been said better. Do you carry on to the arena? The roar of the crowd waiting, or do you fall here now, crashing, burning, year done, to bring one of the most fated rivalries between the two regions? To find now on Lotus, the final map. Map 1, a close Sunset, 13-11. SEN won it. Map 2, it started off pretty close, but then Fnatic took the reins. But here, Josh, it's anyone's game.
If there's a map to end it on, Lotus is the best one. The better team's gonna walk away from here. It's in both their teams' wheelhouses, and it was saved for last. Sentinels like those really pacey attacks on Sunset and also on Bind. Are they gonna keep that same tempo going into this? C-site open for the taking.
Killed my bot.
They got stalled out. That Viper Orb, that Paint Shells goes down. They can pivot if they need to. There's loads of time to work with, but they haven't explored the rest of the map yet. As Chronicle had an insane performance last map on Bind. He is the one to defend on that A site behind Rubble. Boaster here to back him up. Paranoia as well, ready.
Out of all the players, he's the one you should be scared of. Shaking in your boots. But that shot wasn't clean, but Heroes was. Evades the seas, and Hero leans forward. Chronicle strikes, fighting back with venom to it. Zelsis and John QT now have nowhere to step. The spike got lost deeper. They've lost down the players. The Sheriff in Zelsis' hand is really the only caveat that's on their side.
40 seconds left. Time's getting low. Turret watches B. And Alpha could actually position himself towards C if he wants to. The rest of his team playing that retake on A. They have the numbers, letting Sentinels go for the site if they want it. Durka on this jump spot. Said, don't worry, Boaster, I got this. 18 seconds left. And they've shown where they want to go. It's going to be so low in time by the time they can get anywhere, but Fnatic's just going to push out before they can get the spike planted.
Retake. Zelsis, there's a moment. The shine! It was then! He gets two. He tried everything he could. But Hero has his impact. He has his round. And Fnatic get the first.
Fnatic has been so good with these pistols. Chronicle saved them in the attack side of that Bind game, just popping off the heads of Sentinels here. And here, oh my god, Zelsis, he is so close. A pixel off that third kill, and potentially swinging that 2 versus 4 into a round win would have been a huge burst of just emotions and energy for these guys, because they look flat. They were looking so good, especially in that first half of Bind, in that later stage of Sunset, but it feels like they're kind of muted. We don't see them standing up. We don't see them excited. They need to get their confidence again. Durka already with that first pickoff.
And Boaster almost disrespectful.
Spike down A.
Doesn't give them any of the space they'd like to have had, keeping them tamed. keeping them at arm's length. Tens not finding any way to step forward, and the net's closing. Flanks on the way, and the spike once again left in a very similar place. Yeah, they've got through towards B, but what are you meant to do?
This positioning's so tough. The Fnatic defense, just where they're positioned, it's yeah, they're not getting through.
Enemy remaining.
And Fnatic have stamped their authority at the start here. This is, again, the first two maps just felt like a warning. This is now the war. It comes down to the final map here, and you're seeing the swing of the pendulum. Right now it's in Fnatic's hands, but we know what Sentinels can do. They can turn anything on a dime.
This round, a freebie for Fnatic, 5 classics up for Sentinels, signaling to us they want to have the strongest buy they can going into this next round, this round 3. Imperative for them to pick this up. Tournament life on the line. Fnatic looking so strong with these leads from these pistol rounds, but Sentinels fighting back shortly thereafter. Once they are able to find their footing, they can steamroll through. But right now, so many players from Fnatic are actually doing their jobs and doing well. And right now, for the other side of Sentinels, we see it on Zekken. We see maybe a little bit glimpses from John QT as well. But Zelsis has not really been there. Tens, he's had some moments, but a very slow start on that Sunset. We need to see these players start coming online. Because if it's not now, it's not this year. Defaulting, taking out that turret, getting some space on the map. Mound is next. They'll have C, they'll have mid. They'll be able to pivot between the two sites. But A, denied from Sentinels. They might want to come back and re-clear this. They have that Viper wall. They have the Prowlers if they need it. But Boaster, Chronicle, they've been there before. This time, Boaster and Durka to defend, and they've got that Odin. They've got the paint shells, and they've got the Paranoia. This is going to be expensive for Sentinels to get through. And if they can't make it through, funneled Viper Killjoy setup on C, it's going to be disastrous.
That's the first real bit of committed contact there.
Now the one-way's back up.
Feels unbreakable.
They can walk through with that shield from the Viper wall. But again, paint shells, Paranoia. And now back to C. 40 seconds left, Sentinels. They'll need to commit. This kill from Zelsis onto Hero is going to be the difference maker if Hero gives it up. But the orb, the mollies, the turret.
30 seconds left. There's a lot to deal with 30 seconds to go. Zekken finds a little bit of safety. And he holds his breath and waits. You can already see the curiosity starting to close down. It's Chronicle to take away Tens. Now Alpha retaking the space. Takes a lot of damage. Zekken strides in, but Hero on the trade. Spike with a quick pivot. Zelsis playing ahead. That's huge. Can he buy enough time? Can he buy enough security? He's desperately trying to readjust on the spike plant. It should be fine on the time. A 3v2 out of nothing. Maybe Sentinels finding their footing here. Boaster and Hero working their way around CT.
They have a little bit to work with. That smoke, a Prowler.
Cover going out.
They repositioned, but still the crossfire from the front of the site and the blue door. If Hero goes all the way around and secures this flank, if Boaster makes enough pressure for it, it could be the difference maker.
Last player standing.
Zelsis puts an end to it.
Zelsis, this round was his. You gotta say it. His earlier positioning, catching the rotation back from C. He did everything right for the side, and you wanted a bit more from him. He gave us a whole lot. Boaster gonna try and back away and keep the Odin in hand, but this round, in my eyes, was off the back of Zelsis. Bit of an unsung hero at times. Does so well here.
And Zelsis can get himself into the game on the front of being able to get kills, being able to find this impact, being able to call that audible and get his team rallied behind him. Then he's also going to start feeling it as well when he gets his team pumped off the back of that. When he starts standing up and starts shouting at the other team and starts getting his teammates involved emotionally, that's when Sentinels gets very scary. 5 kills at the end of last game on Brim. This game, he's already matched that on Killjoy, round 3.
There. But it was only a bonus.
It
Bringing
was.
it back to reality, only a bonus. High quality, high tempo, sure. But a bonus nonetheless. Now into the buy. The Odin's still retained. That's in the hands of Chronicle this time around. And a very different setup. So Sentinels will have to try and navigate this new look to Lotus.
The Odin spam, so dangerous, and so much damage has gone through here. Alpha picking up that first one through that Viper wall just to spam.
And it's Zelsis, Dreams crushed after such an impactful round. And they're sent packing again.
Durka jump spotting this C mound area, gets that refreshed one-way smoke. He's going to be able to get the information, peel away, stay alive. Boaster probably going to be in a position to use a paranoia to stall or anything. Durka cannot overextend here. He needs to make sure that whenever he sees these guys, he backs out and he plays his life. He needs to value it. Letting Sentinels fight back at another round here cannot be allowed to happen.
Boaster looking for a pixel. Anyone trying to cross through. Tens seems aware. Actually, the paranoia didn't land. Dirk with a new lease of life. Counter paranoia. It may not be on, but Durka certainly is. Finds two. Answered back. Sight still under contest. Hero overwhelmed. And Zekin doing everything he can. Plant in play. Trying to make it happen. Good damage. Look at Alpha.
HP.
So low. Pop of the ult here. They need this plant in now. And it is.
Zoned away, respecting that showstopper, but Paint Shell still in play for Zekin. They can back out, they can reposition. Alpha down so low, and Chronicle full HP with that Odin.
Play retake with, but it's got to be traded off of Alpha, right? And for Sasi, 64, still sitting better off. Did he get spotted? He did! Alpha finds him! Zekin, though, can the man become a monster? It looks like he might be able to. 3 in this round, he needs 4! And where does he wait? Where does he guess? The gap closes, 15 HP. Paint Shell to the left. He looks. Oh! It's outstanding! It's perfect! And Zekin becomes the hero Sentinels needed.
Another round where Fnatic have the lead, and Zekin bounces back. He fights back, unleashed. And when he's able to get this showstopper off cooldown.
30 seconds.
Oh, Durka almost saved it for this team. If he was able to pick up a third kill, but if he killed Zekin there, because Zekin has been the difference maker. He's been this X factor. He's been on Raze here. He's been getting value with all of his abilities, and he's been getting the multi-kills for this team.
Game on now. Really back to the Buckies, huh?
A lot of Buckies.
All right, take
2020?
Maybe. I mean, it's enough to kind of stop Sen. They're like, I don't really like what's around there. We talk about the pendulum swinging at the start. Well, it's right back in Sen's court, isn't it? The momentum shift. Could be right there, right then. And they're trying to not give away the Buckies, right? Using the classics to deal with the Prowlers, trying to keep this a little bit under lock and key.
But still, that's 2 Prowlers down just to get that information at B. They didn't even get the space off the back of it. They have that A control, probably. They have all of C mound. But Alpha, with his Bucky here, waiting to strike, to get one and leave.
Nah. Wait, hero? Nah, okay, a nice try, but Sen keeping stable. This is good for them. Find the tempo, control the game. Nice Paint Shell. That could have done some damage, and it did actually. Durka dives in. Sen are heating up here. Taking the lead now. Looking sharp. Fnatic, what's your answer?
I don't know if the Bucky purchases was the play. I've seen some of these players on Sheriffs. I've seen some of them on Stingers. You know, we don't really look at the EMEA for the Stinger fights, but it's been working for it. Teams like Fnatic, teams like Foot.
They have all the Buckies.
Right now, Sentinels takes that lead. Zelsis has his lockdown, and Zekin looks like he's in form at the moment too. So Fnatic, time for you to respond back, or you're gonna let Sentinels start bullying you on this attack side.
Ooh. Tens, so hungry for that kill. Wait, is he just gonna keep going?
As well.
I mean, they forced him out of tree, so takes the space he was given there. Chronicle relinquishing that control, slipping back towards the A site. And Hero's got to reset a touch too. The space the Ten's got is enough that has to be respected.
It's all 5 players for Sentinels towards this A area. Turret watching B first, Fnatic, Alpha on that jump spot still. But this positioning from Tens, he needs to back out of this now. He's been spotted. They need to at least activate that door to threaten that he's gone. He's actually going to back out of this. Haunt goes in, clears it, secures it. Chronicle back on that line with the Odin. Coming back to A, going to be very difficult. Going into B, that's what Sentinel's eyeing up. They have that lockdown for that post plant if they need it, but deciding, wait a minute, not the play we want to do. Let's go C, let's get that pressure onto B. Let's break that turret, force that reaction. If we get this lockdown, this post plant, we easily convert this round. Durka, he has a showstopper, and I've seen him run through smoke before. Is he going to do that again here to keep the pressure on? He's trying to get the paint shells off on the lockdown. He could cancel this. 23 seconds.
That might be enough. And now what do they do? Running low on time and running low on options. Durka going to be on defense. Trying to hold this down, hold the line, make him sweat. 10 seconds, where do you go? There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. They try and play forward. But the man himself holds them back. 3 in the round. And all their chances run away with the clock.
That was so well played from Fnatic there with that Odin spam, the reclears of the Prowlers and the Haunts, the indecision from Sentinels there, not knowing where they wanted to go. Did they want to go back to C? Did they want to go B? And so much time invested, wasted really, in that indecision. And Durka understanding exactly how he wanted to do that, the timing. He gets in front, he knows that they're waiting for the lockdown to activate, gets that paint shells off, blocks it. Now Sentinels has to push in, zones him out with that showstopper, and he's definitely, he stopped the show. He caused the timeout to come in from the side of Sentinels here. They, you know,
feels surprising.
Some rounds.
Considering, I mean, those string rounds were pretty good from Sen, but maybe just something they've seen so far, or they don't want to let the game get taken away from them, but a 3-3 feels very early.
It wasn't really super clean for Sentinels, though.
That's
if we look back at this other round, Zekin got a 4K, ended up with that clutch. It started out in a 5 versus...
Zelsis having that impact. Yeah,
Zelsis was down. That was a 4 versus 5 conversion from them at that C site. Durka comes in the back, gets 2, but all the trades, Zekin, it really is kind of like a one-man show for him right now. Zelsis is right there behind him, but TenZ again, I have to reiterate, he's been quiet. Saucy, he had some rounds here and there, especially on Sunset at Tiles to get them in the game, and that one round that he got with that double pick off on Tiles probably was the difference maker in such a tight game like that. But here, they need to be all contributing. We're not seeing that. We see Fnatic contributing a lot. Durka had a really big impactful round there as well. And Chronicle last game was all over them. But again, tournament life, and you picked attack. You better have picked attack for a reason. Early contact up B, 5 men, all in. They have that Viper's Pit. They can lock down one of the rotation points. And here they go, right in there.
Thought he might try and fly up towards CT there, but there were 2 waiting. Both trying to catch
no way
on the backup, and it was Alpha to get Zekin there.
Waterfall
but they're taking
spawn.
a tour. Doug's on 4 HP. Is he hearing this?
This could be a
yeah,
huge
he's
Viper's
pinging
Pit.
it out. He's pinging it out, but John QT catching the flank as well, trying to give them time. Time to run, time to make it to the side, but they know there's still going to be players here. There's got to be. They find Durka, they do, and he is damaged. He is dead. Surely, Boaster, the saving grace of Durka, who could do no more. Where does Boaster go now? Okay, a 3v2. Saucy and John QT. Nightfall, Viper's Pit, a big couple of ulti, but they want to try and at least secure Mound. John QT gave it a glance, but that's going to force forward Boaster, tries to maybe catch him in that, doesn't get a connection.
Prowler and Haunt and a C's to follow as well. 1 HP on John QT and the molly.
There's nowhere to run, there was nowhere to hide, but Saucy, this guy is legendary for a reason, and this might be a reminder. 2 in the round, he needs a 3rd. Chronicle was the king of bind. It doesn't matter now. Saucy saving Sentinels this round.
All you have to do is talk about a player and they show up. And a big round for Sentinels to climb back on. They lost those 2 first players. Boaster getting a spam kill through the smoke. And another fast play out of heaven to get that second kill. Alpha, you thought right here for sure, 5 versus 3. How is Sentinels gonna get back into this? But they go all the way through spawn. They find those opening kills. Durka's so low, the crossfire broken, and the Viper's Pit. It was almost sealing the deal. Saucy picking them off.
They took 1 timeout and they look right back into it, but they might be taken out again. Zekin leads the fray, as does TenZ. They clear through Mount and they're away. C-site should be under SEN control. Nothing can stop them now. We might need that counter timeout from Fnatic to re-establish their control in the game themselves. This is a 5v3 and they have no step towards the site.
Sentinels looking so strong right now, and this is when they look the scariest. When they start getting these rounds off the back of these clutches. The X Factor, Saucy, 1 versus 3. Zekin getting that big clutch before as well. Getting these swing rounds, forcing Fnatic onto these bad purchases. And then once they get these few rounds in the door, they kick up the speed. They find Fnatic. Durka, Bose are both out of the mound. Out of position. Now out of the round. Sentinels looking to pick up another round here. And the economy for Fnatic is getting low. It's dwindling down, and you're right. A timeout surely has to be called here.
Poison's off.
Chronicle just on a Spectre, and light shields. They're going to deal some damage here.
Nice. He'll do what he can, and he was going to give it up to the spike anyway, so takes a body with him. Not sure if that was his ult potentially there. I'll have to double check when Kron's going to get that in. But beyond that, I was expecting a timeout. He is one away, so is Alpha. But as it stands, it looks like we're carrying on here, waiting to see if we do see the brakes being pumped. Maybe Fnatic still have a feeling they've got a good read here.
Well played though, well
played
played.
Josh.
Nice open on C, boys. You guys did great.
That's true. It was a good opening on C.
Yeah.
No timeout for Fnatic here. Maybe thinking that they still have control over the situation, but they're not even taking it to ice Sentinels. The way that their tempo is kicking up here, they're changing the pace of everything. They're catching the opening kills on Fnatic out in the open as well. You'd think maybe trying to put them on ice, slowing everything down, but that's not going to be the case. A little bit of fake pressure towards A from Sentinels. That C control already taken. The orb picked up. They could go straight into an execute if they want. Alpha and Chronicle to defend against this. They're both one off of their ultimates respectively. But already ready to do that execute. Sentinels is right at the entrance, at the cusp.
No fear from Zekin. Now, the fear of God put in by Chronicle, but he's going to be caught here. Does he get punished on this? No. Actually, an opportunity. Punishment on this C site continuing. Saucy not going to go for the plant just yet.
Chronicle left his ultimate. He doesn't want to get spammed there, and it's going to drop.
But the rotation is going to be in. So 5 players here, and there's only 3 on the site currently for Sen. As we can see the disconnect from John QT, he's got himself waiting for that flank potentially. Not the worst in the world, not a bad position to be in. Obviously, we know they don't. Tens looking to get active, looking to get involved. Takes away Hero, knows about Chronicle. The Prowler to the left, but the paranoia sends him away. Oh, but Tens, he won't fall. He stands his ground and he takes down another. And now down to Chron and Alpha, trying to play it back through. And now all down to Chronicle. He's in trouble. And you can see why. Tens reigning supreme on the site.
Sentinels starting to run away from this. Fnatic, you have to use your timeout. There needs to be a pause. Pump the brakes. Sentinels is getting away with everything they want to get. They're grouping as 5 and taking their timing. Right now, it's within the first 30 or 40 seconds of the round, some of these rounds that Sentinels is going in. I look back a few rounds ago, they got down, basically ran out of time. That's how Fnatic won around, because there was so much indecision. But here, they walk up, they take the space. Once they have that space,
nice,
so decisive. There's no question about it. We're going in, we're taking it. Even Zekin goes in, goes down first to Chronicle. Doesn't matter, they follow it up, and they take the round.
And when we talk about swings and roundabouts and the confidence boost there, you heard it. Zelsis getting active, getting pumped up here, yelling at Tens as well. Get proud of what you're doing about it. This has been a big swing in momentum. Massive activation. Second back on the ult. And Fnatic's economy in shambles. Now remind yourself, to those playing at home, 3 to 6 in this one is not so bad. I mean, 2 of those rounds were the pistol.
But reminiscent of that bind, right?
Yeah.
They got that pistol on that first half. It ended up not in their favor, 5 to 7, I believe it was. But they climb back. They get that second half pistol, and suddenly they're back in the game and run away with it. So making sure that you get every round here is so important. If you are on Sentinels, you have that showstopper. You're winning with the tempo. You're getting Fnatic on the ropes. Again, it's elimination. It's the last map of the tournament. If you lose, is this how you go out?
We'll find out.
Looking like a little bit of a fight towards A. Tens carries position, but the spike actually eyeing up that front B site. Potentially a split.
Oh, the tempo, you talk about it, and Zekin's living it! He saw nothing and still got 2. How are you meant to stop this guy?
Right now, you can't, but A weapon in the hands of Alpha. Chronicle on that Sheriff as well. And that shift over to that A site. Sentinels is going there. They're going to go through that revolving door, but already Hero Alpha on that site, potentially being able to isolate some fights here. It all starts with the first kill.
Yeah, pre-fire on it. He's already been forced away. It's on Alpha, who tries to swing, but Sassy too aware. Tens now in unison with Zelsis.
Down A.
They've claimed control of the site, and a 1v3 required for Chronicle. To try and dismantle all three of these would be monumental. One on tree, one on site, now two. How are you going to divide that?
Maybe saving is in his best interest at this point. It was a low econ round for Fnatic. They took that timeout. They talked about the plan. It wasn't for this round. It's for this next round coming up. How are they going to deal with everything that Sentinels is throwing at them? Sentinels, again, another quick round. Within the first 30 seconds, 40 seconds, they are making their hit. They're going straight into Fnatic's faces.
Toxins going up.
Kill one. One enemy remaining. Nice try. Couldn't quite keep the weapon though. And the money's just fine for Sen. 7 rounds now, Josh. This is the tilting point. I don't think that 3 would be enough, and that's all that he saw and was still able to get both. That is, what a player. What a goddamn player. But now, Josh, this is the changing point, isn't it? It's game on, or it might be game over. 3 is such a small margin. And you feel like one of the Sen players will give you a round or two, so you can't bank on that.
We look at these teams, we look at the structure and the methodical nature of Fnatic. We see Sentinels relying on that individual prowess, that X factor, being explosive and running with that momentum. We're seeing a perfect example of it right here, stealing this game away off the back of 2 huge swing round clutches. The first was Zekin, the second was Saucy. And now with a 4-round lead, potentially looking and eyeing up that 5th round lead. Fnatic, even with that pistol, are trailing. Sentinels.
Is this the perfect fake?
This is, well, they slowed right down, right?
I love
Usually they would
this.
be hitting by now. Boaster on the jump spot. He's gonna get this info. Don't overstay your welcome, though.
He's got it back here. They've been constantly crushing that C site in the buy rounds, but now they start to lean back towards A. The Nightfall there, Boaster is going to be caught up in this. There's no evading that. Oh, and he gets punished! Second, slicing through the site. That's going to be a plant. That's 5 alive. That's a lot of util as well still to play through. Paranoia with Tens, the smoke when he feels like it. Sassy with all of the kit. And on the other side, the showstopper for Durka. Hero potentially could get his ult here if he can get a kill. But they're hold strong on the side. Sentinels want safety. They want the numbers for that second half. They want 8 rounds. Anything less may not be enough, but Alpha going to set it into motion. Taking away Zekin, the spam comes in towards Tree. It's where all the 3 players from Sen are currently sitting. One slightly disconnected is Zelsis. But they take over the site, and Durka takes the kill. John QT standing tall for Sentinels. Finally put down by Durka for the 1v1. And the time is too low. Surely there's no more. There isn't. It's 8 rounds for Sentinels. And Fnatic are on the ropes.
Sentinels is unstoppable right now. Going through, following through with their plans, and despite Fnatic's best efforts, they're caught out of position. Boaster can't retreat in time. Zekin, he's just too quick with these satchels. Every time they want to go somewhere, Zekin is in there, and he's only been put down a couple of times, but instantly gets that space, and his teammates flood the site. Fnatic, they haven't been able to catch their breath yet. The back of that timeout, 2 round losses in a row.
Reality of the situation setting in. 4 rounds is the most that Fnatic can now achieve. Sentinels eyeing up at Where are you? Just salt in the wound. They haven't got a grip on this half. Sentinels have outplayed them. Their attacking sides have been gorgeous. They look to pressure the A site early this time. No fake to be had, but Zekin leading the fray. A dangerous man through and through. Backs away, takes a moment of respite as Fnatic reset towards the site.
It's a big stall. This timing, Sentinels has been hitting the actual site in all the previous rounds for the last 7 or so rounds, but now less than a minute left. They have that A space, but they need to reclaim C mound first before they do their next action. info coming in from Boaster. Spots just the Viper. I don't think he sees Zekin on that raise, so might think it's just a lurk. Might reaffirm them to stay towards C. Here comes the lockdown, but this is a fake. Paint Shells to stop it. In position is Zerka again. Now that's blocked, but oh.
Ooh, hold on.
Connect. But it's just a fake. It's towards A still, and Hero's actually bolstering up that A site. Is it going to be a pivot back through that blue door into B as soon as they get spotted here? 20 seconds remain.
Dirk is here though, but yeah, he's still out of position. Boaster goes down. They've unlocked the keys to the castle, but do they expect Chronicle? It doesn't matter. Sentinels striding through the site. Time, 10 seconds. Hero, Durka working together. Desperate to hold on to this. Desperate for a chance. And Sassy is the one to stand in their way. Oh my God, the time. The time. Does he get it? No! Bullets! That's how it's defined. That's how close this game is. At 8-4. You couldn't ask for a better half for Sentinels. They'll be happy with that. For Fnatic, their work starts now. This is the time to turn it around. As we take a glance back through this, but coming up in a moment's time, we even get to check in with Meteor in a moment to understand the trials and tribulations of these sort of situations. But what a beautiful game we've got to witness. And there's only one more half to go.
Hello everyone, I'm joined by a very special guest today, Genji's Meteor. Meteor, how have you been? I saw you went on a trip recently. 오늘 하프타임 아주 특별한 손님, 젠지의 메테오 선수 만나보겠습니다. 최근에 좀 어떻게 지내셨어요? 최근에 여행도 좀 다녀오셨던 것 같았는데.
일단 본가 가서 친구들도 좀 만났고 이제 못 본 부모님도 좀 만나고 왔고 그리고 랭크 열심히 하고 있습니다.
You know, I got to spend time with my friends and family, and I've been playing a lot of rank. 그리고, and also this color shirt today, I want to ask, if I may, who are you rooting for? 오늘 옷색 혹시 누구 응원하러 오신 건가요?
사실 DRX 경기를 보러 왔는데 첫 번째 경기도 재밌을 것 같아서 놀러 오게 된 것 같습니다.
You know, I actually came to watch the second match with DRX, but you know, today's game, it's been fun, so I'm just here to watch. And you know, I think you might have some words that you want to say to Sentinels, so let me just ask. 혹시 센티넬에게 한마디 가능하신가요?
일단 우리를 이기고 올라갔으니까 좀 더 높은 곳으로 올라갔으면 좋겠고 우승은 DRX가 해야 되니까 준우승 했으면 좋겠다.
You know, you guys beat us, so I hope you guys make it far, but the trophy is DRX's, so let's just end it right there. All right, that was Genji's Meteor for the halftime interview, and let's go back to Lotus.
Great to hear from Meteor there, but 8-4, we focus back up. Josh, plenty to be said and not a lot of time to do it, but where is your mind going with one half remaining?
Fnatic have looked good with pistols. That's the silver lining in the situation. Facing off elimination against Sentinels here on the third map of Lotus. One of Fnatic's stronger maps, but pointing out how it's one of their stronger maps. They usually have a 60% win rate on their defensive rounds. Right now, they got 4 rounds out of those 12. So needing to dig deep and pull something out of this attack side. We know that they like to start slow, feel out the situation, but Sentinels, they're feeling good. They're feeling confident. They're ready to take some fights, and they've won the big clutches all game so far. Fnatic, they need to start getting some big clutches of their own.
Can they activate?
Very slow start, and Sentinels is having this read towards A. They got that turret to watch B from heaven and ready to play that retake on C. They better have a really good plan because right now, Fnatic's pivoting back into that C site. They got the double smokes online right now. One for Waterfall, one for Spawn. Boombot, paint shells, everything they need to go in here. Boaster so afraid of a trap through that revolving door. They haven't cleared B. There's nothing there. It's like fear, paranoia. Sentinels not budging yet after all this noise. Doesn't matter. The walk into the site, Haunt to clear that elbow angle, and They're going to get into the site. They're going to get that spike planted. It's all about how they approach this retake because Sentinels, they're giving them the site. They have to have a plan here. They have all their abilities. How is Fnatic going to deal with it? Because they still have Paint Shells and Paranoia. They can make a really good plan and jam them up in Waterfall and Spawn. Right now, playing a little bit too standard potentially.
Yeah, and actually opting to go back towards site itself. So no one slipped back towards Mound, just leaving the turret towards it. The Prowler goes towards CT. That gets at least a slight connection. They now know that they're getting towards this. 3 through Waterfall, 2 through CT. It's Saucy to start it off. Taken down Hero and Durka now blinded. Put to the corner and dealt with by Second. Another step taken. The HP dwindling. Sentinels. This could be the first nail in the Fnatic coffin. Oh, and it's just flawless.
Flawless round for Sentinels, a pistol round, and starting to dig a deeper grave for Fnatic to sit in, because right now, not even a single kill from the side of Fnatic. They knew the retake was coming. Fnatic, they had their abilities, the Paint Shells, the Paranoia, but they don't have the positioning, they don't have the crossfires, they're not communicating, they're not getting the trades, they're not even getting a single kill, let alone a trade.
Let's go! Let's go!
True.
Yeah, 4 to 9, another step. Double digits just feels so oppressive to face down.
Cover going out.
And a Bucky, a Sheriff, and a fast entry into B. Durka's in their faces. They can get the spike planted, but they need to do a better job than last round.
Yeah, but it's so difficult with these weapons. Like, what are they meant to do? They can try and play the choke points, play, you know, a little bit close here, try and catch someone out of place, but you're not catching Sen right now. They're catching you. Saucy gonna find Chronicle. Hero tries to lean forward, gets caught by the Paranoia, and nearly punished. But the plant gonna come down now. And barely damage done towards Sen as they slowly step back towards that B site. Ten's the first one who might have an issue though. There's 2 players over towards that blue door. Saucy going to alleviate some of the pressure. Durka looking to be rewarded, and he is. Turns around, leaves the weapon over towards his teammate. The flood comes in. Exchange of space. Now they're locked out towards blue door. What are you meant to do with this? 4v2. They're locked off. They're smoked off. They are screwed.
It's looking more and more like it's over for Fnatic.
There is no escaping their fate. 10 rounds for Sentinels.
Sentinels is starting to run away with it. The same sort of confidence and we saw in that first map of Sunset is coming back in full force right now. They're firing in all cylinders. Fnatic, they don't have an answer. They're trying to switch up their game plan, getting down and dirty, a fast tempo into B, getting into their faces, trying to, you know, play a scrappy round out. But that's not working. You can't out-scrap the Scrap Masters.
Buy against the bonus. 2 Bulldogs Guardian. Oh, where the hell was that?
Spam through tree onto A main, and the smokes are gone for Fnatic. Just that Viper wall remains. And trying to break through. There's 3 defenders here.
Sentinels just getting stronger and stronger. It feels like the bigger the challenge, the better they get. But for now, they still have to work with lesser weaponry. It is rifles with Fnatic up against Stingers, Sheriffs, Bulldogs. And now that Guardian did pretty well, but it's the numbers, Josh. 3 of them on the site alone.
Just recycling that Viper orb. This first contact kill is pivotal. Durka doesn't get it.
No, but John QT will. That's the spike. Oh, it couldn't be anywhere worse. As now they can control it, temper it. And it feels just like a death funnel through there. What are you meant to do?
Slow motion train wreck happening here. The recycling of these, the crossfire that they have.
They can't do
34
anything.
seconds, Fnatic.
They are watching their tournament life be drawn away from them second by second. It will be 11 if Sen convert this, which looks exceedingly likely. And it's an excruciating death for Fnatic here. That spike is the downfall. There is no recovering this. And the round will fade away.
10 seconds
and so will a lot of Fnatic's hopes on this one.
Sitting there, they had Paint Shells ready, they had Paranoia ready. There was no getting through Fnatic. Chronicle.
Does he live? He does.
Live. Sentinel's not looking to punish, but getting so close to that 12th round scoreline. Fnatic not finding any opening kills here. In fact,
that's it.
Just a few spam bullets.
It's so nasty.
By the way, I was practicing the spam in ranked yesterday.
True. Well then.
Hey, it works out.
But we look at Sentinels here. They're all contributing now. This is the main point from the previous games. They weren't. And on the other side, Fnatic, where are you guys at?
Need to wake up. Need to stand tall. Or it falls to pieces. And all is forgotten throughout the year. The recency bias is pretty huge in Valorant, and this one is going to be telling. Fnatic made a great run of things with Hero. They've looked as good as they could be. But this might be where they falter. This might be where they fall. 12 could be placed on that board after this round.
Oh, not again!
He's just repeating these nightmares over and over, and 10's at the helm. Zellsis ready and waiting. Reading it
Catch them.
so easily. Not looking phased now.
Bomb grenade out.
And they let them take a little bit of space, but there's no security behind it. There's no safety here.
4v5.
Spike
We've seen
planted.
Sentinels win these types of rounds constantly this series. Fnatic, they haven't. Their post plants, even with 5, haven't looked too hot. Right now, Durka and Hero in that heaven, trying to disrupt the retake a little bit. Sentinels taking their time, making sure they're moving together. Now they're grouped. Now the retake comes in.
And it's almost an extended bonus. Anything is a benefit in this sort of round, and for Fnatic, it's a must-win. The scales tilted against them. Sussy goes down. It's going to be Chronicle taking them away step by step. Maybe a chance made here, but Sentinels fighting back in. Durka dies. Wait, the timing. He's got the defuse. He's absolutely got the defuse. And that is how Sentinels get to 12.
Damn.
I got nothing to say. That is just so well played by Sentinels, taking their time, confident. They're not afraid at all to wait and take their time in that retake. That first kill opening it up, made it a 5 versus 4, makes it a little bit easier, but not going too fast, not tripping over themselves, and their patience pays off there. Fnatic fall again.
Just let me keep using the Guardian. I'm just spamming these people.
These people. Not even Fnatic, not humans, barely at this point, just these people. Last chance to dance here for Fnatic. This is it. This is the timeout. 4 rounds is all they could gather. Sentinels look on fire, on form, and poised to carry on. The last signs of life will be either brought back here for Fnatic or fall. That's the simplicity of it. And Sentinels have the money. They got the players. They're in the right place, the right time. Everything is ready. Can they stick the landing, Josh? Do you believe in miracles here? Because Fnatic are going to need something of that ilk.
The one thing that is going in the favor of Fnatic right now is going to be this timeout. It's their IGL Boaster. Camera on him right now. He was first to fall to a Guardian spam from Tree Room. Back-to-back rounds. That's going to affect you when you're trying to make decisions, when you're trying to stay clear-minded about what you want to do, how you want to play out these rounds. And especially in these mid-rounds when you have to pivot, having someone else be able to come in, reset it, give you some direction is going to be important. The counter spam is the play, but Zellsis is sitting here ready. It's going to be a spam battle.
This could be the defining moment. How does it come through over towards A? Who walks away so far? Mostly unscathed. But Zellsis will hold this down. You can hear it on the other side. A little bit of chip towards Durka, but that's it. Control over towards Mound, and we do have the first blood drawn. 10's falls this time. Alpha will be checked on. They now know at least a couple of the positions here. But it's 4 players for Sentinels. And Zellsis looking a little like an immovable object here. How do you get him off of this position? 4 players from Sentinels in the right place. Fnatic trying to fight back, but they are slowly trailing towards this A site. And Zekken waiting, almost caged behind that door. When do you unleash him? You do it now! You take away Chronicle, and suddenly you're back to a 4v4. There's problems left, right. Zellsis takes him away, and now down to 3. Man advantage to Sen. Alpha from the back lines fighting back. Takes away John QT.
40
no
seconds
plant.
left.
Where do they go?
3 versus 3, no space, really taken from these guys. They've spotted most of these players on the defense, but they're going to run themselves out of time. Fnatic so indecisive in these moments, but they have to make a final decision and end somewhere. Enough time past Sentinels is actually over-rotating to C, and Fnatic's going to find an open site.
Okay, plant's going to be in. Now we look at the post plant. How much space are they willing to take? Trying to establish some utility, and the TP is here.
Info. Realizes it's not close.
Nothing.
Oh, he sticks it. But now he knows, hey, they're not spawned yet, which means they over-rotated.
Door,
Careful flanking. Yep.
You're calling these positions out now, but with Zekken standing, there's danger, there's threat, as with Zellsis, as with Sarsi.
Turret, the alarm bot, the smoke at the front of the site, the crossfire. Fnatic.
Trying to clear.
This is looking good for them.
A chance made. But Sentinel step by step, closing in, now down to 2, Hero and Poster, but Zellsis one by one, taking them away as Poster has to try and save him, and it's an absolute nightmare in the making. Diffuse is in, no way! Look at the time!
0.15. And Poster, he misses his first shot, but realizes time is so low. If I get the diffuser right now, they might not be able to get on it in time. That target selection, that choice to switch.
No way. Show me that moment again. The ability to do that in a moment like this. If he didn't get that kill, the round's done. The year's done. That's the difference. That is what kept Fnatic alive.
If there's a comeback, and it's because of that.
Was it all for nothing though? Were this just glimmers of hope? Who knows? But I'm enjoying finding out. Tens, this is an iconic position for this man. I get scared when I see Tens here. No one can really help him in that, so they now know he is towards this.
He's chilling. He's got paranoia. He can teleport away if he needs to. He refreshes that one-way smoke. Fnatic denied that A main control. He knows that the defense is there. And Fnatic actually come back. They're taking towards B. They're taking the spike towards C. So potentially trying to connect through Waterfall, otherwise hitting that revolving door and hitting C. But right now, the defense from Sentinels, they have 3 players in this position. They're ready to pivot. Zekken ready to fight B or A. He's been so crucial for these guys all series. Fnatic, 5-man group, 45 seconds left, no ultimates. And Saucy in position with Nightfall as well. The mollies, the alarm bot. It's a fortress that they have to break through right now. Fnatic, if they don't pivot back to B, they're going to walk into traps.
Zellsis, are you going to be their downfall? No!
Wait.
Chronicle strides in, kicks down the door. John QT, the difference maker before. Eyeing it up now, trying to stand his ground 20 seconds. Smoked off by Waterfall. Maybe Fnatic have done enough to control the site.
15
Paint
seconds
shell
though.
posted, they got to be cautious here. That plant isn't for free, they're trying to test this. Tens gonna open the door, swing it. Boaster, big impact, finding 2, plants in play. Tens and John QT. Are you up for this? 2 low players, maybe 3 you could argue. And it's Tens, and it's John QT. You give them credit, you give them their respect. They are a terrifying duo. But right now, they're being toyed with. No time to make mistakes. As Tens leans in. Oh my God, is this how it goes? Is this truly how it falls away? Tens desperately at the helm trying to do this. 5 bullets to play with and not enough. Chronicle, lifeline made. 6 rounds.
It's so scary to start talking in those moments because when I look at that, it can still go either direction.
Oh yeah,
Sentinels, even a man down multiple times so far, they're able to, with their patience, their slow retake, finding their way into the site. Fnatic, they're just not doing a good enough job of playing off of each other and covering all the holes and being able to trade off of each other. That got a little bit scary. And Sentinels actually gonna take a timeout here. Yeah. They have the lead, they have the momentum going forward. It's only 2 rounds that they just lost here. Actually, they picked them up, they got to that 12th round, but Fnatic fighting back a little bit. Lockdown, Viper's Pit. Both sides have Viper's Pit. Kaplan decides, hey man, if I'm gonna have a timeout and talk before the series ends, now's the best time.
Yeah, and this is the thing, and it's why you hold your breath to the very last second or even less if you're talking about that defuse. Both these teams have that capability to pick up a gear, right? Fnatic have that, we've seen it in the past. Sentinels are made by that, it feels like. No matter the odds, no matter the score, there is always a chance. So with these players, how do you play perfectly against a team like Sentinels? To not get one-rounded, you know what I mean? That one round where you'll have John QT clutch up, or maybe it'll be Tens this time, or Zek, you list the whole team. I don't know how Fnatic can continue walking this path that's so precarious.
The problem is, even if Fnatic does make every correct decision, even if they do play perfect, it comes down to shooting and a big battle and a big war. And right now, some of the Fnatic players have not been connecting some of their shots, whereas Sentinels, they've been doing a pretty good job of winning out their duels. The last time out Sentinels took round 7, they got 5 rounds in a row off the back of it.
You'd imagine apprehension at an all-time high for Fnatic. No mistakes allowed, no missteps.
Tens with the economy for a Vandal or an Odin, chooses the Guardian, tries to get more spam kills or at least chip damage. Comes the Viper's Pit at C. It's gonna put them off of it, but Fnatic, 4 players towards A, looking to take this control at Tree.
We've got to try and get Tens forced away from here. Revealing his new position, he has stepped further back.
Again, I look at this lockdown, I look at this Viper's Pit. If this is a B hit, this lockdown could be so devastating for Fnatic. It looks like they're eyeing that up. Alpha already at middle, ready to go. And enough pressure. He's pulled the rotation into A site. Zelsis, he doesn't care. He's gonna let them have the site. Plant, I don't care. I use my lockdown here. I'm gonna flush you out. There's nothing that can stop him.
Okay, lockdown now. Plant in. What do they do with this? They can still live in the Viper's Pit if they just push through towards CT, but there's 3 players and they can spam this the hell out. It is going to be the battle of Spawn breaking out now, and second is the Warrior who's just ripping apart Fnatic. Limb by limb they fall, and this is what it comes down to, a 1v5, a desperate attempt, and the defuse will be there. The roar of the crowd reserved for the special few. And Sentinels is that team.
Coming into the series, I was not expecting Sentinels to be playing as strong, well gelled together, not against a team like Fnatic that is so known for being able to set the tone of the match, deny all this, everything from happening, and they look so elated right now, getting past this obstacle, this barrier.
And the rivalry will continue. I think it's the best way to put it, and something that true Valorant fans will always look forward to when these 2 teams meet. A wonderful series, 3 maps. I'm so pleased we got a fantastic series here between the both of them. And Fnatic, they gave it their all. I think we can say that fairly. Chronicle, I mean, the guy had a world-class series on Bind. Sunset was down to the wire, 11-13. A valiant attempt from the Fnatic side with a stand-in, with a young player who has to walk against the likes of Sentinels, who came out today and looked a step above.
The Fnatic, they were really strong at stage 2, going all the way in playoffs. They haven't shown the same amount of strength. Sentinels, on the other hand, taking out first round, that knockout round of the playoffs. They squeak by in that group of death. People don't expect them to get by.
True.
They make their way over here. They do it in style. They show so much strength here. Sunset, who saw that coming? Bind, no problem. Get to Lotus, and they just blow them out, 13-6.
You'd be so proud if you're a Sentinels fan, if you've been watching them the entire way. It feels like no matter the odds, they have that depth, and they show it time and time again. The more you doubt them, the stronger they look. And they made it out of the group of death. They put Fnatic to theirs. And they live to fight another day. A real stark contrast here of the highs and lows of competition like this, but it's the beauty of the game. It's truly what we're all here for. Seeing these teams stretch and push, get stronger, better. And this is just a perfect example of that, Josh.
As we get deeper in the tournament, we're gonna see the teams that lose their steam and fall off. Sentinels, not one of those teams right now. It looks like they're getting recharged, rejuvenated. The deeper they go and the more difficult it is to get through these next rounds.
The stronger they get.
The stronger they get.
It just blows my mind to watch these boys play. What an absolutely beautiful series of Valorant. And a little bit of a treat for you playing along at home. You don't want to go anywhere. Obviously, there's another game coming up today, but we also get to check in as well. The Verizon post-match interview, we have Sassy standing by. You want to hear this.
Hello everyone, it's Bella with the
Natic out, I guess.
I'm joined by Sentinel Sassy. Congratulations, Sassy.
I had them go out next round in my pick'ems because I had EDG instead of Sentinels, and I had them beating EDG. But it makes sense based on like Sentinels forms that like Fnatic goes out.
And now you're off to Inspire. How's that feeling?
Feel amazing, to be honest. I mean, I'll be honest, this is a Sentinel's way, you know. We always take the hard path, and we did great today. I'm really proud of the boys, of the team, the coaching staff. They did a really good job. And yeah, I'm so happy that we're finally going to the Inspire Resort.
당연히 너무 기분 좋고요. 오늘 이렇게 경기를 하게 된 게 이게 뭔가 센티넬의 방식 같다고 항상 어려운 길을 이렇게 쭉쭉쭉 겪어오면서 오늘 진출을 하게 됐고, 물론 코칭 스태프한테도 너무 감사하다는 이야기를 하고 싶고 우리 팀원들한테도 너무 자랑스럽다고 이야기를 하네요. 그리고 사시 선수의 폼이 되게 매 경기마다 좋아지고 있는데 이전에 트로피를 한번 들어본 경험이 좀 도움이 되고 있는지 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You know, your form is getting better every day with each match, and do you think like you get that extra umph in champions because you know you've been there, done that already?
I mean, I'm used to it for sure. Like, I'm experienced. It's my third champion already, and you know, I've lifted the trophy before, and I know the feeling. And now I really hope that my teammates has the same feeling as well.
오케이. 당연히 너무 익숙한 감정이라서 뭐 챔피언스를 세 번째 이렇게 하고 있으니 나는 이미 어떤 느낌인지 우승하는 맛을 알기 때문에 우리 팀원들도 느꼈으면 좋겠다라고 이야기를 했습니다. 그리고 제가 들었을 때 센티넬이 16시간씩 연습하면서 카플란 감독님의 공장에서 벗어나질 못하고 있다 이야기를 했었는데 이제 좀 오늘 이겼으니 좀 드디어 좀 나 탈출을 할 수 있는지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You know, 16 hours scrimming, and do you think with this win, do you think you can finally get a break from Kaplan's chocolate factory?
Not really. I mean, the only break that we have is like one day to go to the resort. That's it. But when we get there, we'll make sure that we're gonna practice. You know, I mean, Cap always put a lot of works, and he make us work a lot as well. But it's been working, and we are here.
Maybe the break after.
I mean, the break after, yeah, but
yeah,
I don't want to think about after now.
Okay.
I want to live in the present.
이제 사실 휴식기가 하루밖에 없었기 때문에 뭐 오늘 이겼다고 해도 이제 카플란 감독님이 좀 연습을 많이 시키는 편이기 때문에 이제 다시 연습을 임할 거라고 이야기를 하네요. 그리고 제가 그럼 끝나면 좀 브레이크가 생길까 물어봤는데 지금 브레이크 갖는 거 생각하고 싶지 않고 그냥 지금 매 경기에 임할 거라고 이야기를 했습니다. 센티넬의 사시 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Sassy. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
All right, that's it from us here, but we'll be back after the break to see DRX taking on Team Heretics. There is a lot of history between these two organizations, and somehow every time they meet, the stakes are always high.
Sassy sends out Dizzy. John QT, the lurk comes in perfectly. As Alpha left in a 1v4, he's been found. You can't get the follow-up on Boaster.
Boaster!
Speaking about fragging IGLs, it's Boaster at the helm this time.
Right, I'm in the market. I'm going shopping, bruv. And what's on the menu? Sentinels.
How are you meant to persuade the players on the site? You can't when Tense does that. The camera comes up. They want to get it towards half.
Tense.
They might just do it. But Tense, the bully of the big boys, afraid of no one, shuts out map 1, 13 to 11. And it is all going to be down on timing. Tense completely unawares. Spots a pixel against the body.
Nightfall and a fast retake.
Chronicle on the swing, and he hits. 1v5. This would be monumental.
Wait.
Oh my God! It's halfway though. He has to go. He has to swing, and he falls. Do we go for the firing squad? I'm still a little nervous here. Okay, Durka. And it looks like this is what it comes down to. And it's over. Map 3 is unlocked. Can the man become a monster? It looks like he might be able to. And where does he wait? Where does he guess? The gap closes 15 HP. Paint shell to the left. He looks. Oh! It's outstanding!
Let's go, Zach!
There's nowhere to run. There was nowhere to hide. But Sarsi, this guy is legendary for a reason. Sarsi saving Sentinels this round. Taking them away step by step. Maybe a chance made here, but Sentinels fighting back in. He's got the defuse. The roar of the crowd reserved for the special few. And Sentinels is that team.
dart, but Foxy holding the corner. Collects them both. He's up over the top. He's trying to find that 4th kill, and he will. The round looking like it was going to get away from them, but Foxy9 bails them out and gets DRX secured in the lead.
And Boo, who was so clutch, so stalwart for Heretics in their loss against Leviathan, comes up huge here, outdoing Foxy9, or excuse me, outdoing Flashback. What a snapback from him as well. But Foxy9 answering big. This adjustment there to pull back just a little bit to cut that angle off from Rien. So good from Foxy9. Has been really instrumental for DRX with some of these big rounds that he's able to conjure up for them throughout these playoffs and throughout all of Champions so far. Now we look back towards A, where Team Heretics setting up a high-low potential. Well, they're going to fall back.
Push coming through. They're still going to be good for 1. His weapon will be recovered. Boo able to go ahead, scoop up the Vandal. Additional damage dealt as Mako's down to 37. This gives them an opportunity. And Mini Boo, he's here on the flank. Pushing his way forward.
No.
Cam not going to spot. Swing out, looking for the knives, but it's just too many targets. Has to back away, but now there's just 1 blade remaining. Has to get the reset.
Trying to identify where Mini Boo went there with that Cam. Don't know if they were able to fully read that he is still right on their heels, but Flashback is going to continue to hold this angle.
And Mini Boo, he's the one who's helping to keep the DRX contained. As long as he continues to play this angle, basically knows that they haven't escaped. Next jump peak coming in, Flashback has the punch.
Damn.
And immediately the neural theft is going to be invested. Revealing the last 3. Flashback now swinging around.
30 seconds
as it looks like Boo's gonna
And he can catch Boo too.
remaining. They're actually going to rotate out of this position though. Flashback.
He's gonna catch Boo.
Boo though, intercepting. And that's the spike
Wait.
down on the floor. Flashback, it's all been put in his hands. Swings in, and he's good for the kills, but they need to get that spike. They need to get to the site, and I just don't think they have the time. 14 seconds remaining.
No time?
Oh boy.
10 seconds left.
Can he
Oh.
spend the time? Oh,
Rien's
doesn't
gave
matter,
himself.
Buzz. Catches Rien's in
I guess
transit,
it
he
works.
saves them.
What in the world? That was so scrappy there. A little wave from Bane there too. But great start. I like the idea here from Heretics, the way that they're trying to crunch. DRX try to get that Blade Storm opened up, but Mini Boo just can't find the targets. Boo, however, has been popping. Finding some huge kills, but Buzz just goes for it. Catches Rien's off guard, not sure.
And with 7 seconds remaining, I'm fairly certain that Heretics would have had the round.
Yep.
Either way, 4-1 now for DRX as we go right back into the thick of things. 3 point off the rip, the scout, Boo. No ambiguity in his positioning here. Just look to back away. There's the null command. Spam looking for the tags here, and Buzz as he comes out of the flash. He's a little bit ahead of that. Flash ends up getting taken down, coming through the smoke. And Benji Fishy with covering fire as well. In a pinch there on a flashback, not allowing him to have that presence in mid. So now 3 players to try to defend here versus the full forces of Heretics.
They have the Thrash and DRX so close to the site.
It'll be the neural theft to start. Getting the reveal, the Thrash now being able to seek target up and over the top. Bane going to be detained. It's an easy kill. Mako fights back, finds 1. Mosh sent, but now Foxy, last one standing. Pulls back over in towards main. Spike planted for him, but the Nebula cuts off his vision. Drop downs coming through. Flush finds 1, but cannot get the other. Solid efforts from the side of Foxy9, but Heretics will be able to take this round.
Yeah, DRX trying to turn up the tempo off the back of Foxy9's ult, but Boo is just having none of it. Great opener there. Get Buzz, just waits around that extra half second before that flash lands to find that first kill. And Boo has been so hot.
It's very fired up at the moment. Kill leader here for the side of Team Heretics at 8-4-2. And still a bit of a hill to climb, but because of the scrappiness in the previous rounds, you can see it's going to be DRX now, forced back over towards an eco. Just a stinger in play for Foxy. Knives pop for Buzz. Dusk was talking about it. Can Buzz find that same impact that we were seeing from him versus Trace? So far, it hasn't been quite as explosive. He's going to go out and around the back. It looks like he's going to, and the distraction is there. Lands on the bridge. Caught by the Dizzy, but otherwise, unharmed, untethered. Couple shots through, some damage dealt. Bane down to 14 as Rien's able to snipe out Buzz, knowing that his mobility had been burnt.
Spike planted.
4v4, the weapon's very much still in the hands here of Heretics. Flashback, a Vandal picked up. 0 Point will scout them all. Pop flash will swing onto the corner, just trying to utilize that stinger up close and personal, but it doesn't find any value. Instead, it's Minibu coming up with 3. Flashback now, recovered weapon. He's able to put down 1. Recon reveals, and the firing squad's on the opposite side of the cloudburst. The Heretics stringing 2 together, themselves separated now by just 1 round.
And you can see some of the ideas that DRX has on this map. Playing off the back of that drone, getting the spot, allowing the up and over for Buzz, but a great find here for Riens, who has been absolutely stellar throughout all of Champions. One of the top-rated players so far throughout this event. Finds a great pick there, and then Minibu comes alive, ties up with Boo in the kill department, 8 apiece now. That was a huge hold there off the back of that pop flash. That could have been devastating for Heretics. Not a bad idea for DRX, but Boo was just on it. So quick to react there. Now, deep dart, a little bit of mid-control established here for DRX to set up that cam for flashback. And back to more of this slow, steady style that had been working for DRX early on in this half. We saw a couple rounds where they turned up the tempo, weren't really able to get what they wanted out of it. Those retakes so good for Heretics. When they clump up like that, that is when they were at their best against Leviathan. That was one of the big things I noticed going back and watching that game, particularly on Icebox. They got together, they started playing shoulder to shoulder. They were extremely scary, as they have been all year. They can start stringing rounds together, and all of a sudden you're down 6-7 rounds in the blink of an eye.
Shock dart sent to try to clear out any Cypher util that might be there. As we can see though, Heretics have set everything up on that A site. With Whoop playing out, peeking towards mid, but is very nearby to help receive some of this pressure that's about to be exerted by DRX. Haven't been seeing them pay too much attention towards this side of the map. Looks like Heretics get a decent read, especially as those shots start ringing out. Nebula's coming down, Buzz on the entry, gets himself up and over, and he's not ready for Minibu to be just sat back sight. A bit of damage going to be taken to Foxy 9, able to confirm the kill, as it will just be a trade out on the Jets for now. Flashback approaching from behind. Looking for his opportunity to try to intercept, and time is ticking. They clear out the site, the reveal coming through, another neural theft built up. Flashback finds Riens, and now it's just Benji Fishy left. Hightailing it across back towards A to try to keep his life intact.
What a pause from DRX there. Even though Buzz goes down, Foxy 9 is able to find a kill and get himself to the back of sight. And then they just wait for those smokes to go down and they strike together.
Akko should have heard that. There's a setup. He definitely knows about that one.
Yeah.
And Winley just going to be waiting for the rest of his teammates to try to get into position. Warning ping coming down. There's the clear on 1. Flashback also held at bay. They go for the peek out. Have to assess that he's going to be playing towards that back site. Push onto the corner. Benji Fishy going to be good to hold his ground. Finds 1, clears the recon. Can they overwhelmed? As he's looking for that 3rd kill, can't quite make it happen. Took a lot of bodies, a lot of effort, but DRX eventually will wrestle that gun out of his hands.
But still here. I mean, DRX going back to what had worked. That's a huge opener there. Take Minibu down for Foxy 9. That opens up that extra angle there for them to collapse onto Woot and Boo. Open up the site. Flashback looking so good. Clean as heck so far today. The rookie has been impressing on that Cypher, particularly on this map at times. Now, I think we have a bit of a pause.
Timeout going to be called here from the side of Heretics. And pumping the brakes in this first half. Probably feeling like they were pretty well set to be able to get themselves tied up, have that 4-4. The backstab from Flashback ends up looking phenomenal for them. As they call this, some key tools getting ready to become available here for them. They've got the neural depth, they've got that cosmic divide ready to go in the Heretics camp.
And I think what I'd be considering as Heretics is trying to play a bit more for retake. Fighting for contact on the executes of DRX seems to be causing some problems, seems to be sending the rounds a bit awry. But when they're kind of falling back quickly, yeah, you might be able to stick around and get one and done and then run away like we saw with Boo a couple rounds ago, but the retakes seem to be really where Heretics were finding a lot of their success. And yeah, granted, DRX a tough team in the post plant no matter how you cut it. They could be very good at setting up those positionings, setting up those layers of util and crossfires, but Team Heretics, when they work together, they're so efficient and so clean, they can just run you over. And I will say, to Heretics' credit, they've done a good job shutting Buzz down.
Yeah.
He's had a tough time making these entries. He's had to kind of go back to old school blue collar Buzz.
That's what I was actually going to say. It feels like this is less of the explosive Buzz that we were seeing, versus the likes of Trace, etc., and more like the DRX of yore, where he's playing that entry. Sometimes it's going to be good for one, sometimes dies, but the rest of the team is able to pick up the pieces in the round.
Exactly.
Been the story so far. DRX once again. Early 0 point over towards A. Decide to go ahead, pack it up, start shipping things towards this B site.
And a fun little fact, coming into today, Buzz was the ACS leader for this tournament so far. So he has been absolutely monstrous for DRX. Smoke goes up. DRX positioning themselves behind it, but this is a difficult crossfire, potentially, but Team Heretics is pulling back a bit.
For now, Mini-Boo just here around the corner. It ends up eating that full flash. Repeats though, is going to be rewarded with 2. Pain flashback going to be taken down. Rien's getting a piece of the pie, finds Foxy 9. Now it's a 2v3 with Buzz. Knocked down to 31, but still somehow equalizes the count. Benji fishing, neural theft available, but all of the corpses that he'd be looking for set up right at main. Buzz just sliding back here towards backside, catches a glimpse. Dash at the ready, gets the headshot, but Benji fishing on the repeat, gonna be good for that kill. Mako trying to confirm it, but can't quite nail the shots. Swings out, spots them both. The neural theft now coming into play. Looks for the timing, swings out, and finds the first. The defuse starting, goes back around to try to interrupt it. Does so, but drops the weapon. Mako wanting to pick up another. But it's a bit of a misplay as Woot will be able to go ahead and drag them over the line, keeping things damn close.
Yeah, but that neural theft gives Woot such a huge advantage in that situation. Knows he can keep track of Mako and play right off the timing with his wingman. And he's perfect with it. That crossfire there, yeah, he kind of goes in the favor of DRX with the 2-2. Usually it's a slightly attacker-sided favor exchange, but
good. Just for
this is
future
a
rounds,
great play.
Just we need to play together. We are playing good, but we're...
Bingo. 100% agree.
Yeah. Well, once again, Heretics will find themselves with the advantage as far as the weaponry is concerned, and this could be where they get tied up at 5-5. Knives will be nullified right off the rip. And this time it's looking like a much faster pivot towards B for DRX.
Spike dropped.
One away from Bane's ultimate, so they're gonna pass the spike over to him. See if they can get that planted, see if they can get a deeper post plant set up potentially.
But look at the read from Heretics. They're already sending 2 players over to reinforce this B site.
It's been too quiet over on A, no util. They can lean an extra player in this direction.
Well, it's pretty much all but confirmed. Ping's coming down, suspecting these rotates through that defender spawn, but does DRX understand that they've already made it? They've already managed to get themselves over here.
DRX has very little info.
Slow creep up through the nebula. Mini-Boo on the box, just here above. Smoke obfuscates him for now. Entry coming in, flashback the first to fall. Swing out, Buzz trying to find the punish. That's a hero rifle now down on the floor. As Woot answers back in kind. Spike plant will come in. But widely, just Bane with the Sheriff. As far as the firepower is concerned, versus 5. The thrash to check, looking for a timing. Mako immediately going to be caught and killed. And now just 2 left to try to flush out. Recon getting the reveal. Potentially on both there as Mini-Boo just swings around, takes his head off, and Foxy will fall. Heretics, they waited out, they get the defuse, and we're tied up at 5-5.
Exactly. This is what has been working for the Heretics in a lot of these rounds, is take a little bit of contact early, take your shots, see if you can find something. Boo there, right through the smoke, goes fishing, connects, and then regroup, set up for the retakes, and start knocking players down. Great little micro adjustment there from Mini-Boo. to jump up a little bit, knowing his opponent had his Sheriff. You want to break that crosshair angle. Little things like that. So important. And that's a clean round from Heretics, and absolutely going to need a timeout here.
Yeah, I didn't fully get to see exactly what had happened at the very end, but you could tell from Rien's reaction that something had gone afoot. He went off the side of the map somehow at the very end. So, he'll have half armor coming into this. But it is a timeout call from the side of DRX, looking to close out these final two of the half and set themselves up with a 7-5. So, each team having burned one. We'll see, though, if DRX can have as much success as we were seeing from our first series, where it felt like every timeout was pretty much impactful, at least for those first two maps.
Yeah, and that's actually something I have highlighted for today's match in my notes, was DRX timeouts. Like how good they have been and how important it is against a team like Heretics that can be so streaky, that can start just going on these tears, going on these runs, finding ways to slow them down, to keep them off balance. Yeah, he just kind of jumped off the map, and I think he did it just like a half second too early and thought he'd have it. You know, these ESC players do it at the end of the round because they're just like, round's over.
Screwing around.
Yeah, oopsies.
All right, well, let's see what the game plan looks like. As it's Null Command, Hunter's Fury available for the side of DRX. Cosmic Divide for Boo, potentially for a retake. Unless they can stop them and hold them at the gates.
Well, and last time, when they had the no command, it was a fast hit from DRX, so a little bit of an aggressive positioning there from Heretics with a couple initiators to see if maybe they could cut it off at the point of attack. Use that Gecko util, kind of slow things down, get a little bit of extra info with the Sova as well, but without that fast hit, Heretics right back kind of playing a bit more defaulty, although this time around, Boo is in spawn. Just waiting to turret around with that Astra util. See if he can slow things down.
Flash to peek in towards A main. Nothing going to be spotted there as Mako TP's his way up into this mid connector. Cover going out. Ping coming down, but Cam not going to be noting anything as Paranoia set at the ready. Crashes across, might get the catch there on Ariens. They get the ping reveal, but finally everybody going to be held back there by that Mosh, and Mako now to try to be the one to stop them here in their footsteps. Swings out, catches a good timing, clears out the Dizzy, and finds a second to boot. Bane at the same time, gets rid of Boo. And now it's a 2v5 for the retake here. Heretics, how long do they want to stick around? The money is still a bit wishy-washy. It looks like the call to go ahead and evacuate has been made.
That's crazy huge for DRX. Didn't have to use either ultimate. Neither the No Command nor the Hunter's Fury had to be invested there because Mako comes up huge. They love to sneak players in through that vent time and time again throughout this event. And you can see early that Heretics had some ideas about trying to identify it, but DRX put it in their back pocket. They waited to bring that out again until very late in this half. Caught Heretics just enough off guard that Mako's able to find some big kills. Good job by there by Bane as well. Going up the rope, helping out Mako, setting up that extra crossfire angle.
Last round.
This is just all Mako. What a reaction here. Takes down the Dizzy and readjusts. That's classic Mako.
Bane just a quick peek up, gets the kill, drops right back down. A flawless as DRX get up to 6. Now we go into the last round. And as you mentioned, those crucial ultimates not burnt. Mako does have another one available for himself. See how pivotal or not that ends up being.
Might even be able to get Buzz another Blade Storm.
Well, Buzz is going to go for an Outlaw.
Yep.
He might be suspecting that there's more half armors, maybe 2, but Woot does go for the full purchase. Has the money, so
I think he
why wouldn't
misread the economy here a little bit.
Me when I invest in stocks. I've lost everything.
Yeah, it'd be like that.
But again, a
It'll
very
come back, number go up.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It's a very slow start to a round. DRX just kind of just 1-2 pacey hits throughout this half. They very much are taking their time here.
But I like this because one of the things that Leviathan was doing really well against Heretics.
Trying to fake a little bit.
Yeah, but what they were trying to do for Leviathan's case was kind of pick players apart, kind of take Heretics one by one. And they were able to find some really good moments like that. And that's why I said I wanted to see Heretics play a bit more hesitant. You know, a little bit of, if you get contact, take a couple shots and peel off. because I think if you have a 5v5, you have a really good chance against any team at this event.
Okay, Nabskir to try to open things up once again. Rien's dashing around these, so we'll go unscouted. 3 players to try to intercept. Woot playing close on that left-hand side. Flash goes out, he tucks up the rope to try to dodge that one out, and Buzz shorts it, uh-oh! Has to hold down that space bar as he tries to scout around the back of the site for the rest of his team. But ultimately, this is a 3v3. Buzz is completely and utterly out of the equation. Just drifting off.
Right there.
And could that be their undoing?
Do they know? Does Heretics know yet?
Seems like they are not necessarily certain about this one because he hasn't died. Boo, short dash over to the side. He's able to find 2. Now it's all confirmed, but the reveal is in. Flashback, collecting 1 to drop down. Boo! He's right in front of him. And like Jeremy before him, Buzz will go off the side of the map, and DRX will win the round.
Yeah, but this kid Flashback has unbelievable instincts. Just falling back behind that wall, expecting a player to be back there somewhere. Immediately finds value. What a clutch.
He's been stalwart in getting DRX up to the 7-round victory so far in the half, but we're gonna go to a quick little break, take a breather, and go ahead and enjoy this halftime.
Oh, come on. Trade in any phone in any condition guaranteed and get $800 off the new Galaxy Z Fold 6. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I feel your distance, feel you like go out. I feel cold, but I don't know why. With love some context to where you wanna go. Gave my heart and you said goodbye. I feel your distance. I feel cold, but I don't know why. With love some context. Gave my heart and you said goodbye.
Alrighty, we are back and going into the second half here on Abyss. DRX out to a lead, 7-5. We know how quickly that can be turned on its head.
No doubt about it. And you were expecting today's matches to be hotly contested. We had a great start with Sentinels and Fnatic, and seemingly could be off to another one, but DRX, very, very annoying on their defender side on this map so far, have really done a great job shutting teams down, not giving them a lot of opportunities to even get spike plants down, or if they do, the retakes have been very, very clean. Buzz once again up on his standard spot, Woot doing a little checking up and over with the Gecko util.
Double share full ghost here for the side of DRX. Rand's just sticking with that classic, wanting all the util that he can possibly get.
Yeah, look at this crossfire angle. You got Mako up top, Foxy around the corner, Trapwire right in front. I'm going to see if they can get a few freebies out of that, but Mako now shifting over to double check.
Pulling back, looking to try to maybe reinforce Bane here in mid.
Yeah.
I heard that Cyber Cage get placed.
Yep. They got to make sure that nobody's sneaking up off the back of that. They don't have information from the other side of that smoke, so they need to make sure that it's clear.
As that 0 point comes down, they're able to dodge it. As Heretics had already started backpedaling, so they don't get caught, but now it seems like after having that come through, they do want to end up going here in towards A.
And Heretics are doing everything they can to try to send obfuscation towards mid. Now the hit is on, and a spot already.
There's the reveal. Mini Boo trying to dash away, but eventually Foxy's able to collect. Gets tagged once, down to 86. Quick clear.
Oh!
And Mako finding Benji Fishy. So he can continue to just one by one swing out here from backside. Up and over the top goes Boo, but can he find the impact? Spots them both out. Finds the first, cannot get the second, cannot get the transfer. And 3N's dead on the bridge, corpse falling into the abyss. DRX will take another pistol.
And Heretics there trying to send some fake signals to DRX, but DRX, well aware, just holds the line. And one unaccounted for trap wire right outside of the front of that smoke. Catches Mini Boo, and things just start crumbling for Team Heretics. Great setup there for DRX. And they're able to capitalize quite nicely. And it is a great start once again here for DRX on Abyss. And the desk was asking, is this the best Abyss team in the world right now? Well, we'll see. But
in that direction.
Yes.
We're just grabbing the orb over here at B. 3 away from having the Thrash online. 4 Bulldogs purchased this time around for DRX.
Really does feel like old school DRX today. Pure Bulldogs on the anti-eco. Buzz just old school in it.
Working their way back over towards this A site. A lot of this going to be on the shoulders here of Mini Boo. He's the one with the ghost. Has that extra little bit of firepower. A couple shots ringing out there from Boo outside of B. Draws attention back from Buzz. As for now, just playing Pac-Man.
Right there.
Grabbing the orbs here.
This is that one way that you're going to see time and time again throughout the
Foxy
defender's side.
waiting to hear any kind of util. There you go, sends it out. Catches everyone. The dash already has come through though. Has he read this? Checks up above and then Mini Boo swings in from underneath. Headshot found, but Mako reinforces, moving up right outside of main. It cleans up 3. Spike now stranded here within the smoke. Boo with the classic, can he do anything? Not quite. A shot in the Bane's shoulder. As overall, it's a very clean round. All of the weapons, I believe, carried forward there from the side of DRX. Then again.
I think they, okay. So they're gonna buy up an early operator again here for Buzz, something they've been doing a lot. As Buzz has shown us tremendous performances with that operator. It's fantastic stuff with these Bulldogs. And they have a sheriff for Foxy 9, so crucial round here for Team Heretics. They need to prevent DRX from claiming this bonus. Otherwise, it is going to be very, very difficult to claw their way back into this match. Buzz is going to be watching mid, and
Boo. A big kill. Foxy 9 going to be taken down. That calls for the immediate rotation.
Look at Mako, though. They pinged it out. They're aware.
Buzz peeking, but he doesn't know how far in Boo is. And now he's well aware. Boo the headshot as they all go drifting over towards this B site. Team Heretics slipping the net, rotating back into A. Flashback has his setup here to try to buy some time, and Mako waits out patiently. Finds the kill, gets a bit of a weapon upgrade. As there's the up and over, there's the ping reveal. Flashback able to interrupt. Stops the plan from coming through, offering up some time for Mako to try to rotate back around. And there's the re-ping! And Bane this time gets involved. And suddenly, it's DRX, the ones with the advantage.
I was thinking they should go back and maybe just grab the op and
just settle in.
Yeah, exactly.
Now with a real chance to close out the round, Mini Boo peeking in behind. DRX taking their time. Paranoia goes across. Benji Fishy going to be caught by that one. Mini Boo up to the challenge. Finds the first, but Bane flushes out the enemy Cypher. Now it's just Mini Boo with 11 HP, and the spike is not planted for him. Mako set up, waiting on the line. Swings the corner, and Mini Boo's dead. The fuse comes through. DRX. They will convert the bonus and get themselves up to 10.
I mean, just crazy how much value Flashback is getting out of his utility on this site. The pings and the re-pings, the lurk from Mako, I saw on the mini-map that had been accounted for, at least initially, by Team Heretics, but I don't think they expected him to change direction back towards B. I think they expected him to go towards A. That's what we've been seeing Mako do a lot when he goes for those lurks, is it's setting up for an A maneuver. And this time around, Heretics just, even though Boo makes another great play, it's still not enough.
I mean, huge impact kills from him.
Yeah.
Get Foxy dead off the rip, put that operator on the floor. Granted, yeah, I don't believe he was carried forward So, you know, repurchase has to be made for DRX to keep that one in play. But it looked like the stage was so well set, potentially just for a flawless anti-bonus.
That's what I thought.
These narrow margins, those trap wires, just getting so much value from Flashback.
I mean, you don't want to give him any more opportunities than necessary because he's already very, very talented. Making it easy with those pings.
Well, there's now a final timeout expiring here for Heretics. 5 rounds to run back if they want to go ahead and tie things up. As you can see, it's going to be a bit of a purchase coming through, as actually they opt to go for some Guardians here alongside these Sheriffs. This feels like a fairly big gamble.
I agree. Make it 4. Now Bulldog instead of a Guardian, but oh wait,
Still playing around with it.
Okay.
Okay, there's going to be some firepower. Is DRX going to be ready for this? Already, smoke goes out. That's just going to be disrespected. Charge passed by Heretics as they look to make a bit of a pacey hit here towards B. Clear out on one of the trap wires.
Missed it.
Yep, not finding it quite just yet. Bane sending out the recall. Flashback just swings into the site! Cleans up 3. Rienz will be good for 2, but then Mako takes him down, and suddenly it's just Boo left standing.
He's unbelievable. Just absolutely unreal.
They have a 0 point to try to scout his position, narrow things down. They know that he's not going to be playing forward. Smoke on the window. Seems like they may have sussed this out correctly, but there's still going to be time dwindling. DRX have been so good about denying these grav wells. Can they do it once more? As Mako in position, locks him into the corner. They say, we've been through this so many times. And DRX, a Flashback, swinging out into the site, collecting 3, will move up now 11-5.
Little did you know that the D in DRX stands for defuse. Little did you know.
Or deny.
Or deny. Pick your poison. What? That last shot. Look at this. Oh, that is so good.
Just a fraction of a second away from saving his teammate there. Was Rienz, but unreal from Flashback. And he's not even top of the table right now.
No. It's Mako, I believe.
Yeah.
You are divided.
Well, now, Cosmic Divide from the outset here from Boo. Another pacey hit in towards his B side. Trapwire set up, obviously can widely be ignored as Flashbacks just here alongside the wall. Do they consider checking it? There's been a concuss going through. He peeks out. He's fully blinded. And Flashback. He manages to strike. Rienzo quick to reply. Equalizes that. And now, Harold up with a reveal. Blind shots. Foxy finding Woot, fishing him out. Sends out the flash, the drone, now the chase as well as Mako arrives, swinging in from behind that mid connection. But pings have come down. It seems like they've sussed out that flank here, and the paranoia will confirm it. Benji cannot hold his ground, however. Taken out by Foxy9. And now 4v2. It's Rienz and Boo to try to delay this, to try to stop it, but once again, they have him body blocked, they have him stacked up. The defuse will be interrupted, but it's going to be resumed immediately. A few seconds to spare as DRX have not surrendered a singular round in this half so far.
I mean, what are you going to do? You know, this time around, Heretics try something a little different. They're like, okay, we know what they're going to do with the grab well. Let's use an Odin. I mean, just the timing there, just a little bit off for Heretics. Not expecting Flashback to be right in that corner. Still able to find value. And Mako, even though he's identified the whole time, he's just waiting for his moment to strike. Waiting for his teammates to say, hey, they're going for the grab well, now's the time. Just beautiful coordination from DRX.
Dizzy up over the top, Buzz looking to go a bit aggressive here with that operator. But Boo has the punish, a fantastic shot from the leader to once again put Buzz down on the floor. Operator this time around, not finding any value.
I got the spike.
That's one of those rounds where you're so far ahead. Oh, Rienz.
Bane just spamming, shuts down Miniboo on the aggressive entry, and Rienz does get tagged down to 62. Foxy peeks in, finds one. Now Rienz is completely and utterly trapped, pushes out, Flashback, ready for it. As the paranoia goes across and the spike is stranded here in the site.
Every time they try and make a move, DRX has something better. Oh, what a shot from Boo, though.
He finds one, but the B site's opened up, but how do you get the spike?
Yeah.
And even then, the Hunter's Fury to further delay as the time continues to tick down. Woot needs to deliver something with this operator. Foxy's gonna go for the peek out, and he will end up falling. That's an opening now. Smoke coming through. Spike still within the nebula. 20 seconds remaining. And Bane finds Woot. Mako gets the other. And it is an absolute masterclass on the defending side as DRX say, yes, we think we are the best of best team in the world right now. 13-5. They start things off with a victory here.
Just incredible the way that DRX is able to recover from so many early losses, so many rounds where Heretics had an advantage. But DRX was able to climb right back and take some big wins.
A fantastic way for DRX to try to start things off, but now we set our sights on Heretics' map pick of Sunset, where they can certainly turn things around.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm now joined by Termi and Bella to make some translations. Now, Abyss, the map that you have picked in every single encounter that you've had here at Champs, how can you take a new map and make it your home ground so easily?
DRX가 이번 챔스에서 매번 어비스를 고르셨는데 어떻게 이렇게 홈그라운드를 삼아 자신 있게 어비스를 고르실 수 있는지 궁금합니다.
일단 어비스가 처음 나왔을 때부터 조금 저희가 파고 들었었고 사실 저희가 보기보다 신규 맵을 좀 좋아하는데 성적이 조금 안 좋았을 뿐이지 좋아하는 편이고요. 그리고 챔스를 준비하면서 어비스를 쭉 연습했을 때 여기 챔스에서도 상대방들의 그렇게 실력적으로 저희가 충분히 이길 수 있다고 판단했고 질 때까지 그냥 자신 있게 픽할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
You know, we had our eyes on the map when it first came out, and we kept digging it. And although like the first few tries didn't work out that well, you know, we kept digging it, and we thought with that map pick we could take on our opponent, and you know, it's been working out so well.
Okay, best of luck to you in Sunset.
It's been more than working out. DRX just looks so good on that first map. I've got Saisho and Bren here with me. But before we talk about everything, let's jump into our HyperX reflex moment from Buzz in round 4. Bren, this was fun.
Yeah, I mean, this is an insane moment here. In a round like this, where the spikes dropped around, we were, discussing if the marathon sprint, if he was going to have enough time for the plan. Buzz just takes the proactivity to updraft dash straight into mid. The only real possible win con, I think, at that point for them, and just takes the fight against Rians. Now, Rians opts into that. He needs to potentially get to the site. He doesn't know if they have enough time, but Buzz is a savior of the round. And decision-making like that is what makes him currently one of the best players in the world, and especially at this event. The form factor, he's just kept it going.
Yeah, there were so many moments, actually, though, where Team Heretics had spots where it looked like they should have been able to win, and DRX either outplayed them, got a little fortunate, like in that situation, but DRX are just so good there on Abyss.
Yeah, and there's no point playing Astra against them. It's just, you've got to pack it up. But this is the thing. We had a discussion about whether DRX would be the best Abyss team in this tournament. Surely, Saisho, that proved it.
I think it did. And because you were talking about it, that the denial of those Astra pulls, we were focused very much on the defense side, but I've got a round from their attack side that I'd like to take a look at. This is round 8, and I think it showcases as well how good Mako is as a caller. So there's 30 seconds left on the clock. They've got Flashback looking to try to take a lurk through mid. But look at how well they play the clock in this moment, okay? They've got a perfect idea of what they want to do. The engage comes through off the rip, Paranoia, and look at the timing on these smokes. When these smokes go up here, these are 14 seconds long. These are going to drop at 11 seconds on the clock. You cannot wait them out. Or can you? Mako actually calls a pause here to wait out the Astra smokes. This is the kind of play that you do not see from anything other than top-level teams, and he buys so much time for this flank to come through from Flashback and for Foxy9 to win a duel and get up the other side as well. It's beautifully done, and it just throws Team Heretics for such a loop in this moment. You know, they're trying to play around the smokes. Exactly 11 seconds, the smokes go down. These players are posted, get all the kills. Are they flummoxed by the time pressure? Not slightly. How is Mako doing this when he's not really been in IGL for very long? I don't know.
It's astounding. It genuinely is astounding. We've seen players try and move into the IGL role. Similar circumstances. We think about Ethan on NRG at the first half of this year. The attack sides were looking abysmal. And Mako has just come into his own with all of this. I mean, I didn't intend for the pun. I mean, I'm so...
I was just going to reply with Mako is looking Abyss.
Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the bald beauty in your background who's waving at people in the crowd. The Pacific casters are loving this game.
I wish you guys could see Seth and Klim right now. They're loving over there.
It's the Korean casters and Seth and Klim. They're waving each other.
Okay, map one. You know, best of 3 is a marathon, not a sprint. Let me cope for a second before we head to Sunset, because first of all, we're heading to Sunset. Heretics, they always love this map. And second of all, Bren, Mini Boo is doing all right.
He's doing all right as well, but the trouble is, Sunset has not been a good map recently for Heretics, despite the fact that it used to be the thing that was paving the way for all of their victories.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, go ahead.
Before we head to Sunset, let's hear from Coach Neil Zinho.
I'm now joined by Coach Neil Zinho. Now, Neil, yesterday we did not see the Sunset because you second banded, but we all know you're pretty good at it. Today we're going to see it right now, and it's probably going to keep you alive in the tournament. Why the change of plans?
It's always a map that we've been comfortable on. We've been looking to play it against certain teams, and DRX were one of them. So as long as we play better fundamentally than what we just did, we'll be good at Sunset again. If we don't play with good fundamentals, you'll see what happens. So I'm hoping that we step up, because that was shambolic.
Okay, and we will also pray for that third map.
And he said that with a smile.
Yeah, I can see where he's coming from, though. We pulled one of the rounds, round 5, where his team just completely let it slip. But there were later rounds as well, where they were in position that they should have closed things out, and they let somebody clutch or somebody get a multi-kill, or DRX, they allowed them back through. DRX were doing a lot of late round hits, and Heretics should have been set up for retakes and just kind of let it slip through their fingers.
Yeah.
I can understand why Neil's very frustrated about that.
Yeah, 100%, and they're going to have a hell of a task ahead of them. You know, this used to be a very good map for Team Heretics, and it still can be. I don't doubt the potential of them, but DRX are no slouches to it. They should have won versus Sentinels when they played it in that one encounter, and they barely lost it, I think, in like a 5v3 scenario where Sentinels just clutched it from them and ended up stealing away the entirety of the map. DRX have a very good understanding as well of how they want to play the map in terms of hard focusing on extremity control, especially on their attack. I'm not sure. Looks like they're on their attack side from this look at the monitors, but I think that this is going to be really interesting, actually. The mini boost moving over to the range.
Wow. I was not expecting that. I thought we'd see him coming out on the Neon and trying to run a lot of the set plays that they have done before. I think that changes the complexion of things slightly.
Yeah.
Hopefully this is based on some development, some potential anti to what DRX want to do. It looks dangerous out there for Heretics, though.
The bread and butter for Heretics used to be like proactivity, using the Neon's fast mobility to be able to play off any sort of utility to play Mini-Boo into these spots. It hasn't been working for them recently. They needed to switch something up. Maybe this is the answer. Maybe this is the key.
I mean, if there's anywhere the Heretics can come back into this game, it will be on Sunset. It's time to jump back into map 2 and throw it over to your casters. How are you guys doing, Achilles and Paperton?
Peachy Keen. I don't know. Standard. Yeah. Peachy Keen, standard day at the office, just chilling out. Relaxing, maxing, all cool, you know? Ready to get into this second map. I don't know about you.
I'm doing great, yeah.
Yes, but let's get into this.
You broke me a little bit there.
Sorry,
That's
I
okay.
often do.
Yeah,
but
it'd be like that.
Sunset, the staging ground here for Heretics to try to turn this series on its head. A dominant showing from DRX, but as the desk was mentioning, in the past, for Heretics, this has been their stomping grounds.
No doubt. We haven't seen this map yet at Champions from Heretics, shockingly enough, and mostly it's been because teams have been banning it against them, which makes a lot of sense. They're really good at this map, but then they, interestingly enough, banned it against Lev, okay. But DRX, not bad at this map. I feel like they push teams at the very least whenever they play this. I mean, even against Sentinels here in Champions, it was an overtime. It was 13-15, yeah.
Always has been a bit of a brutal battle here for them. I mean, as you mentioned, you know, Heretics banning this map versus Lev. Similarly, we saw DRX banning Abyss versus Sentinels.
Right.
So, both teams opting to go for the maps that they had banned away, at least in the second rounds. As for now, 3 players clustered up from Heretics on this defense at the A site. Flashback, bit of a walkabout from him. Not going to be really met with anything. Woot though. Flash in hand. Paint shell to lead. Mini boot jumping for that paint shell. Going to be finding some value. Foxy ends up getting his life for that one. Taken down by the paint shell in the end, but does find the punish here onto the enemy race. And there's a smattering of damage spread across Mako and Buzz.
Well, the fact that he even finds one there is pretty impressive, to be honest. I mean, Foxy9 has had a really hot start to the day.
30
Continues
seconds
here for the side of DRX. And they're going to make the call to double back towards A. And you have Team Heretics starting to lean in the wrong direction. Woot, important contact against Mako if he finds it. Now the smokes are down. Team Heretics are going to challenge. Fragment there, but taken right down.
Immediately dealt with. Woot able to find that kill. Shock Dart to try to flush things out, but it ends up going wide, and time is ticking. Not on their side. The push for the clear out, but now Spike is on the floor, and the round is over. Heretics will be able to find this, their first pistol win. As DRX just taking their time a bit too much there.
Doubt about it. A little bit of a head scratcher there, but Heretics in firm control of that round from the rip. You can see as soon as there was a pistol shot, it was grenade and a blast pack up, and yeah, Mini Boo gets taken down. Switching over a different agent for today, trying to show a bit of a different look.
Huge pistol round.
But, yeah, absolutely. Very, very huge. Very huge.
First one they've been able to get. As Buzz still looking like he wants to try to go for some wrist breaker plays here on this Neon. Shorty in hand.
Man loves him a shorty. We have seen it a lot.
He's been doing this pretty much every time DRX has dropped a pistol.
Yeah. And to some varying degrees of success, I'd say, but on this Neon, maybe he can find that opening. Gonna have to clear some of that Cypher util, find the opportunity.
Dart goes a bit too deep on the first one. Second, we'll have it as a follow-up in the slide
What
in.
a stun.
Buzz able to find that kill, but cannot hold on to the weapon. Flashback, however, finds a great timing. Pushes up into market. Picks off Rian's. Woot now going to be blinded up. Sends out a couple shots here. Presence is going to be noted, but he's able to find one more before getting taken down. But already, this is very good damage and a man advantage here for DRX as the spike is planted.
The trading was so good on that entry. The setup with the utility from Mako and Foxy9, so impactful. Ooh, what a shot though from Miniboo.
Looking for the delay, but the wraparound still coming through here. Flashback making his way through market at the moment as Foxy just tries to keep all eyes tied on him. The spray through, the swing out, Miniboo finding the kill, the fuse being stuck, and the spray's just not gonna be there. Heretics will start things off 2-0, but it's with maybe one weapon being held over as they run out of bullets. And we'll have to save that showdown for another day.
Still pushing Heretics to the absolute limit here. Fault line is beautiful. Set up Buzz. Not much Benji Fishy can do there. And immediately Flashback, who had been quietly creeping up through mid, able to find a great timing to swoop in and get a kill. But with that weaker weaponry, even though you've got some Spectres and Bulldogs, not really able to find that angle. They're able to stick the defuse, so good recovery for Heretics, but it is extremely costly. All they have is that one Spectre from Miniboo, some Sheriffs, and only a Classic for Benji. Full rifle purchase for DRX here. Let's see what Team Heretics can do with this bonus. They are fearsome with Sheriffs. Absolutely disgustingly good. And they have really given a lot of teams problems this year.
Be a hell of a way to get the blood flowing. Pull off this Thrifty. As for now, drone checking forward. Nothing going to be noted here.
With so much space, it's going to be gained here.
Flashback is swung up over at tiles. We'll just set up for a cyber cage here. Peek not going to be coming through. One way for Miniboo. Maybe trying to play off of over outside of A.
Shadows traveling.
DRX has been really trying to obscure the map, but not much obfuscation about that. Fast lane comes up. You know where that attack could potentially be, but they're trying to take some space around the corner, though.
We have to be able to read this. Otherwise, Miniboo about to
30 seconds
very
left.
much undo a lot of the efforts, and Mako going to be caught pants down. Paint Shells now anticipating that this is going to be reinforced. Now the Jiggle Peak will absolutely let him know. That's going to cause a pivot now back towards this B site for DRX. Shot bound, Boo able to put Buzz down. And time once again working against DRX, but this time the plant should be able to come through. Shocked out at Foxy's feet, tags him up a bit. Kill not to be found quite just yet, as he just swiftly tries to tuck back in towards main. Flashback again on a walkabout. Has he spotted out Miniboo though? I'm not sure if he toggled the cam to be able to get that reveal. Either way, his eyes are going to be off top mid, and he's ready, actually readjusting there and getting the catch onto Benji Fishy. Attention now needs to be paid here towards market. As the flash will expire, he swings out, trying to challenge, ends up falling down. Weapon scooped up, and Heretics just 2 kills away from pulling this off as a showstopper. Foxy gonna be noted. Managing to find one alongside Bane before getting taken down. The swing in, Bane will not survive, but DRX will stop the bonus conversion.
This is outrageously scrappy between these two teams. I mean, it's counter moves on counter moves. The util exchanges, the body exchanges, the way that they're doing these rounds is oh so close. A great hidden position there from Miniboo that usually Mako's so aware. Caught completely off guard. Flashback here completely screwed. That flash goes right up and over that wall from Woot. Not much that Flashback can do about that except try to fight one angle or another.
Speaking of fighting, we're right back into it. Buzz goes sliding forward, it's gonna be taken down. Boo rushing up, gets rid of Foxy9. Paranoia will crash across, will find this Omen. Mako is able to collect that kill, but as he swings out, they now know it's double stacked. Flashback's not gonna be able to find any punish. 20 seconds in, and just 2 players left standing here from DRX. Heretics not wanting them to tie things up. The 0 point tells all. They're both still here.
Yeah, and this is what makes Heretics so difficult. Even without a Neon, they're still able to explode into B main, do a ton of damage, catch DRX off guard, get some big kills. Now you've got some questions for DRX, like, can you get this plant down? Your economy's gonna be broken, potentially, but in a 2v4, what more can you do? They're gonna try to go for it. Two young players, Flashback and Bane.
Doing a hard line, and Flashback not quite reacting in time, ends up falling down. Woot collects the other. Just Boo on the floor as Heretics now move up 3-1. This is the exact kind of start that they need on Sunset to turn this series on its head.
Exactly. Some great util here. Paranoia catches Foxy9. Paint shells in deep. Great job opening up that space and catch DRX.
Good job, bro.
Completely off guard. Just steady as always is Rienz. So good on that Sova.
Right here. Bit of a slow build here still on the energy for the side of Heretics, but as they continue to string these rounds together, we know that those pop-offs will follow. Miniboo is off to an insane start.
He is
Fault line not getting the catch, and it is just Miniboo right around the corner. Or picked up by Buzz, but still going to be one away from having that overdrive available.
Is that the whole plan of this round, is go to the other side, give him the other orb. See if you can get that overdrive and see if you can do something miraculous. I mean, you have almost every ult. You're literally one away from the Hunter's Fury as well for Bane, but you've got nothing but classics. Maybe if you can get a kill or two, get a couple upgrades, you could really invest into this round, but it is not going to be easy for DRX, to say the least.
Slow approach, orb grab. Overdrive at the ready. Now going to be popped. Slides forward, sends out the relay bolt, has to tuck back, tries to go up into the cyber cage, and Woot has none of it. Shuts down the entry. Plant now to try to come through. Fragment going to be disrespected as they go jumping across this one, but Rienz is fine enough. And he'll find the finisher. A plant, but no damage. Heretics now 4-1.
And there just isn't much utility towards the back of the pillar to really make Team Heretics uncomfortable there. They're just able to hold the line. Shut down any attempt with the overdrive. Who catches him on the slide in, but does he get him through the flash even? Jeez. But then they're so ready. They're so aware of what DRX wants to do on this weaker buy to try to push around that angle. They just throw a fragment down, swing around the back of it. Miniboo getting on his feet. Woot getting fired up. Team Heretics forces a timeout here early from DRX.
Coaching staff knowing something needs to change, and with all of the ultimates that they have accrued ready to go for online, they want to have a solid game plan because they can tell things are a bit shaky at the moment here in the comms, in the play. Don't want to be seeing your team overspending with these ultimates.
Well, and a few of the rounds were close, but I mean, in general, just looking at how Heretics is reading the map, how they're playing, they've definitely got the pulse so far. They're making slightly better reactions, slightly better adjustments. DRX is able to really find those connections with some of their utility, some of those big plays that we saw on Abyss. And this is a tough map, and certainly why a lot of teams are avoiding Heretics on it. They're extremely scary. Like you mentioned, Achilleos, a lot of ults for the side of DRX. Rian's one away from his Hunter's Fury. Woot's got his ult, so some big ones on both sides. But what does Termi have dialed up for this round for DRX to try and stop this run that Heretics have been on to start this?
About to find out.
Caution here.
Full purchases here on either side. As ping's coming down.
They don't want to mess with that again.
Full pullback. Well, as we can tell, it's just Boo.
Caution here.
Sat chilling out, waiting to see if any aggression comes his way. Benji Fishy at the same time. Cam set up over in market.
This is so aggressive from Heretics. Just wanting to eliminate any opportunities for some of those ults early. Now they're going to peel back.
Miniboo here on a very hard forward line. 0 point, they're able to tuck away from this one. Shots are gonna ring out. No, Buzz actually does get caught by that suppression drone. Now they're trying to lead, but Miniboo just takes some shots in through the smoke, and he's out. A lights out play from him. Gets his kill, gets the hell out of dodge, and that Null command coming through from Woot, holds the rest at bay and shoves them back over towards the B site.
Oh, just unbelievable read from him, and the timing is flawless. It makes it oh so difficult now for DRX.
Rolling Thunder going to go across, but it's a tuck back. Benji Fishy not going to be caught by this, nor is Boo. Now they're well aware. Fragment going to be here at his feet, offering up a little bit of damage, but wow. Mini Boo swings back around, finds Flashback in this round. It's done. It's dusted. And the timeout does not mean anything. 5-1 Heretics looking stalwart here on this defense.
They're so good, and they're so aggressive at the points of attack, making it so difficult for DRX just when they think they're safe, just when they think they've avoided the trap. Over towards the B side, there's another one lurking, and Mini Boo has been doing that. He's been finding that extra space, that extra angle. Saw it on the eco round, saw it here, and it has caused some serious problems, and it's got Mini Boo.
There's the pop-off.
Yep. Well deserved. He is playing phenomenal on that race.
Slide across from Buzz, is able to confirm the kill, so Benji Fishy going to be taken down. TP over from Boo, though, quickly looking to reinforce this site. For DRX, looks like it might just be one hit and a pull back, but are going to be staying here for now. Hunter's Fury, onto the tag, looking for the confirmed kill, and Rien's will fall. 5-3 is Mako, lingering here in mid. At the same time, Flashback gets rid of the enemy Omen. Now they're going to scatter to the winds, working their way over towards this A site. It's DRX to try to pull off a flawless Thrifty.
Well, what a time to find it. Another Altor for Foxy9. In fact, two. He's got the spike in hand. But just a nice early pick here. A little bit of aggressive play, a little bit of an aggressive play call from Mako. Like this from DRX. Instead of playing scared, they've been getting beat up a lot in the early parts of the round. They're able to turn it on its head.
Foxy's trying to slide up along the wall here, put that stinger to use. Now going to be noted. Woot, the swing out, drags it across, finds the headshot. Looks like that might just be the end of his rope, though, in this round right here.
Yeah, flashback, though.
Slow creep forward. Oh, Woot, good for it again. Second charge, but ultimately DRX, main concern is just getting rid of these weapons where possible. Swoop into that B site and grab up the rifles. They were left stranded at the beginning.
Thrifty.
Hell of a way to get a second round on the board, but it's going to be a MasterCard Thrifty here by DRX.
Just, again, if you can dissect Heretics piece by piece, that flash from Foxy9, perfectly timed. And even though things look like maybe still wouldn't be that big of a loss for Heretics, they're able to creep up on a bunch of angles. That's something that they're so good on Abyss. But they haven't, since the early part of this map, haven't found a ton of success on. It's getting a little bit extra mid control, finding that extra flank angle that gives them a few extra kills that they really need to turn the round on its head. Finally able to find it. Still the neural theft for Flashback, but now showstopper again for Mini Boo. Benji Fishy has his neural theft. An orb grabbed here by Boo. Playing aggressive towards this angle.
It's not one shot.
Shadows traveling.
Maybe just trying to scare them off, make them think, yeah, this one way's being watched. You don't want to play here.
No doubt, and that's going to bring out the Owl Drone.
I'm going to try to check, but I mean, you still have Heretics
I don't think he
primarily
saw him.
rotating their way over towards this B site.
I don't think they saw him.
I don't believe they did either. There's the flash. Boo going to make plenty of noise as he goes ahead and evacuates. TPing over towards that back A site. Creep across now. 3 players from Heretics working their way across mid. Flashback spots out one. Send some scattering back here for the moment, but still DRX not pivoting, not pushing.
Pausing again, thinking about how they want to set this up. Calling out for the smokes here from Mako. Fault line as well.
Ends up being dodged. Bane going to be forced back as the fragment comes down. Slow approach as there's the ping reveal. Hunter's Fury going to be opened up. Bane going to be good for one before getting taken down, but Boo finds 2. An interrupt on the showstopper, but with Mako falling, that should just about do it. TP out, Flashback getting the ping reveals, but a 1v3. It was a huge performance from him at the start, but is this a bridge too far? He finds the first.
I should.
He cuts down the numbers. But there's a neural theft reveal. His own cam set up. Might have spotted them both, and he cannot find the first. Splits the difference between the two. Shots whizzing past shoulders as Heretics get the defuse and get themselves up to 6.
Yeah, and this just kind of takes a little bit too long here for DRX to sort of get their heads on about them. They actually have, when they're able to push Boo off that angle initially, they actually have a really good opportunity to at least take control of the site, potentially get the plant down. But because they pause, that allows for the rotations to come through. And I think there might have been a little bit of confusion there with flashbacks, seeing some players and how they wanted to deal with that, knowing that the showstopper could be coming over as well, something you have to consider there. But DRX starting to run out of time, off to try to force the issue, and Heretics punish them. These rotations, the macro game, really good for Heretics. They're getting a great read, mostly, on where DRX wants to play.
And push again, Shock Dart committed here towards the front, but Benji hasn't even placed it yet. So just gets that util out. Both Shocks now committed here from Bane. Quick tuck back. Not spotting anything.
DRX just trying to get a sense of anything they can on the map, but
This is going to be risky though from Bane. He's going to be sending out that drone. Does spot out both. Goes ahead, backpedals away.
Great awareness from Bane to at least have it in the back of his head. They're going to try to go to B on the other side.
He fast pivots though, and there's the ping reveal, and Buzz is going to be left out to dry. Woot able to take him down. They're swinging out. He's stunned, but he still finds a headshot. And Mako's attention is fully tied over towards that market. Now it's just Bane left to run down the clock and try to hold on to his weapon. An attempt at a fake here from DRX, but one that is very much sussed out and shut down. Heretics will get themselves up to 7.
They're so clean. And I mean, again, it's that back pillar. Somebody is always escaping the util dump from DRX.
10 seconds
or
left.
In this case, even getting hit by the stun and still finding huge kills. Absolutely insane.
The Sharks are starting to encircle though. Bane here in the corner. Notice that pressure's coming through from Boo. Finds the first one, the swing out, looking for it. Finds Benji Fishy, but Rienz will ensure that he's not able to hold on to that weapon. Nothing retained for DRX. And it's just full steam ahead for Heretics right now.
They're just in cruise control, man. They are so good at denying any space, and the util just phenomenal from Rienz. Finds a great timing, and then they all just swing together. I mean, this coordination is just absolutely beautiful from Heretics. You can see Mako look into the heavens for answers, but I don't know if there are many left, because Heretics have such a firm grasp on this map. A little bit of a push out towards mid. This time around, DRX trying a very different strategy. 4 players now trying to cut all the way through. But
a nice little set play to Benji Fishy, able to find 2. The tool out in mid. Foxy just looking to backpedal away from this one. Swoot tries to catch him. Foxy's so very low. 11 health remaining. The plant to come in, still 1 away from the Rolling Thunder. As we find ourselves here in a 3v3.
This is going to be tough, but Foxy finds 1 more kill.
Flashback finds Boo, knife in hand. Takes him down. Reveal out off the wire. Buzz collecting it. As Mini Boo now last one standing. Jumps forward, Foxy. Fault line at the ready. Will be dodged. The paint shell will find the kill. But time is still being bought. Swing onto the corner. Buzz going to be good to close out the 4-piece as DRX will find themselves a 3rd round victory.
DRX is going to need more of that. Just a good idea. Something I've been kind of curious about is that they've had some success pushing mid. They've had some success finding that extra angle. Edgy Fishy comes alive with 2 big kills, but Buzz all over the place with that neon. Something he has been improving upon is that agent throughout this year looking much, much better.
Sure, I mean, I hadn't seen too much of it from him, but granted, you look at the kill count, 4 of those 6 just in that last round.
He
so it has been slow going here for Not just Buzz, but for DRX across the board.
Yeah.
Rand's now operator in hand. Expecting that same pressure maybe to come through in mid, but Mini just going for a timing shot, but Buzz, blind through the smoke, is able to outdo him.
Now things get a little bit tricky for Heretics. You have no information on what's going on in between the A and the B site.
Drone v drone.
Right here.
He might have been able to catch a glimpse of that operator. Rienz was just about to draw down with it. There's overall the ult not going to be finding too much, but Bane able to go ahead and save Buzz's life. Slides forward, Woot in the corner, cannot hold his ground, and there is not going to be a no-scope shot coming through. DRX started to look a bit more decisive, a bit more at home here on Sunset. As it's just Boo now left to see what damage he can find. Flashback fearlessly, rushing forward, and now position confirmed. Swings out, and flashback, yep, catches him with a wide swing, gets the readjust. Flawless fashion, DRX. Potentially able to run this back into a 7-5 half.
Well, and again, it's this mid control for DRX. I feel like I'm a broken record between Abyss and Sunset talking about it, but it's true. Every time that they've been able to do that, they've been at least been able to make the round close. And in the case of the last couple of rounds, have been able to get wins. Just running them down there at the end, I think.
This could get messy. 4 ultimates available here to the side of DRX. The neural theft, the null command at the ready for Heretics as they look for an 8-4 half.
Some big ultimates. I mean, for DRX, if they could run this back to make it 7-5, what a comeback it would be. Heretics just looked like they were going to steamroll this map.
Paranoia, they're not getting a catch here on either player, I believe. Relay ball sent out to try to delay. Buzz disrespecting the fragment, pushes up, tucks back away from that. Flash, re-swings, and gets himself a second. 7-5 indeed, it would seem. It's just the brothers Boo now to try to get a 2v5. The neural theft reveals their positions. Buzz slides forward, overdrive, pop, not a care in the world. Finds some damage, blind through the smoke. Just holding them at bay, toying with him, slides back out, gets himself a third. Maybe another 4K here. He looks for the challenge and he'll have it. 7-5, Heretics out in front at the half, but DRX have done wonders to make it this close.
An unbelievable comeback. Such a good start for Heretics, but DRX punches right back, and Buzz holding this angle, avoiding that flash. Unbelievable.
He had 2 kills previously, got a 4K. He's ending the half 13-8-4. It has been insane, but this is far from over.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We're about to go back into Sunset. Heretics, a 2-round lead. They were able to find the opening pistol here. Can they do that again? One step closer to sending us to Icebox to close out this set, to close out this stage of the tournament here at COEX. We're about to find out.
I'm gobsmacked. I mean, Buzz comes alive there when DRX needs him most, and now he's tied Mini Boo. for total kills. Mini Boo is playing brilliantly on this race. A change up here that I didn't expect at all. He's such a good Neon.
Sure.
I mean, widely considered one of, if not the best Neons in the world. But Buzz is seemingly matching the star duelist for Heretics. And now if they can get a pistol, there's a real chance they even the score line coming into their defender's side.
Look at this stack, though.
Huge.
DRX gambling over towards A. 4 players committed there. Just flashback here at B. A singular tripwire on a scanted angle.
No contact, and immediately Bane sliding a bit more towards mid.
Ping's coming down, though. Spoon try to hold this line. Buzz gonna catch a glimpse. They want to try to hound down this Omen. It looks like he has just slipped the net. The push now onto the B side, getting ready to come to fruition. The push forward, the slow creep up. DRX gonna be hot at their heels here. Blind shots across. Mini Boot does get knocked down to 67, but the plant can come through, otherwise unhindered.
A lot of damage done off that shock dart.
Paint shells up over the top. Flashback gonna be blinded up by the paranoia, but it's still gonna be good for one before getting taken down. Rans to find the kill. Foxy caught with util in hand. Dies. Buzz not registering Boo's position. Falls for the same trap. Mako, though, trying to find the catch, playing a ring around the rosy, but Boo now is aware, and he's coming out on top. The 3K is Bane. Knows that he is in such a poor position. Suspects the wraparound, but can do nothing about it. Heretics will tie up the pistol count at 2-2 and move up now 8-5.
And the fact that Boo gets out of that early trap that DRX set up with that fault line allows him to come up huge, hide behind that box, and completely turn this round on its head. This messy there, Buzz was fully committing to try to push into B main.
Oh my god, what a nice call, Wood, nice.
I think he's giving his IGL a little credit there, and well deserved, because Boo has had a heck of a day.
That's a big bro. Now once again, Boo seeming like he wants to maybe try to replicate a bit of what happened in the pistol. Pokes and prods over towards A, but DRX already starting to go with the rotations as they hear this drone in the boom bot coming through.
Trying to hide themselves as best they can until then.
Blastback not going to take him fully out, but Rien's watching. Gets the headshot, making sure the Buzz can't do any additional damage. Now it's just 3 classics. 3 players trying to fill the site, trying to push up in towards main. The flashback will fall. Smoke to be sent, but ultimately right now, Sunset is Heretics' playground. They can do whatever they want in this round.
They've only got 1 rifle, 2 Spectres, so can afford to send a few players in, but I don't know if they're going to need to.
Looking like a flawless as Foxy tries to just slow him up. As he peeks in the corner, flawless will be confirmed. Heretics 1 away from getting up to double digits as we go into their bonus.
Yeah, huge stuff for Heretics. Very clean. Just kind of letting DRX get over eager one by one, try to see if they can find that moment where they catch Team Heretics slipping, where they catch them trying to push a little bit too far forward. Instead, Heretics ready for it every step of the way. Extremely clean. Now they're gonna have 2 more rifles plus 2 Spectres coming into this bonus round. A little bit of a spot there onto a couple players of DRX. They're gonna try to take a little bit of mid control off the back of this. Smoke to cover this angle. Mini Boo challenges a bit.
Yeah, shoulder gonna be spotted, some shots ringing out. Mako at the same time, though, trying to take space, but my God! Boo just snaps down and outdoes him. What a monstrous kill. And that is so much delay now taken away from DRX. The smokes, the paranoia. The full-blown pivot towards his B site. Flashback, investigating, looking everywhere, except over towards B main.
DRX now just not really reading that the rotation could have come through. Flashback not catching anything.
I must wait a moment.
Kind of sent the wrong signals.
Oh, and as he peeks out, this could end up being devastating. Boo is on a line. Does he watch for this? The answer is yes. Flashback, able to find some revenge here. for his IGL. He's a sight. It's about to be taken. Plant now coming in. The rotation still continuing. Foxy trying to work his way over. Deep paint shells and the flash set here at their heels. Bing Buzz able to avoid the lion's share of that damage. Flash again to just continue to hold them at bay. Flashback cannot intercept. He cannot find those picks as everybody gets tucked back in towards main.
And DRX has a ton of util to clear out this B main.
Can they utilize it properly is going to be the question. Drone leads, spots out Buzz. Aftershock ensures that there's no one there behind. The push forward and runs! Finds two! Bane and Foxy eliminated. The push up, Buzz, he's now checking the right-hand side, and Minibu strikes! That is a bonus conversion, and in damn near flawless fashion, Heretics now up by 5.
And you can just see in the way that Heretics approaches this map how comfortable they are here. They're doing such a good job of clearing the Cypher utility, being so diligent, being so aware of the space that they have and that they're giving up. And the way that they set up Benji Fishy, of course, is a bottomless well of energy, but they're so aware of the map, and they're so aware of the utility, and they're so aware of the spacing, both of their own and of their opponents in this case. So impressive.
Mako just noted there by the recon. Foxy grabs orb halfway towards that Rolling Thunder. First one in the second half for him. DRX once again kicked back. 4 sheriffs and a ghost.
Sounds like a bad Western movie.
Fair point. Drone will catch a couple players out here in mid. Tuck back away. One way going to be set up.
Oh, they're just taking their time and they're toying with DRX.
DRX is starting to assess. They're thinking that it's going to be A. As that drone comes through, it just keeps their attention tied towards this side of the map. And Rians even comes away with the kill.
This is exactly what DRX tried to do to Team Heretics in the previous half, with DRX fall for it.
30 seconds left.
The hopes of pulling off another thrifty victory very much dwindling here for the side of DRX. Everybody pulls back in towards main. Rian's still just watching in case there's a very late, deep flank through the attacker spawn. Foxy on the corner, seeing plenty.
And he's got the Hunter's Fury, does Rians, just in case things go really sideways.
Fair point. Flash connects, Boo sends out the Paranoia. Catches on to multiple players. Fragment now sent as well to further delay. Mako, ooh, trying to go for a really risky play. He's in here, and he's managed to find one. Pushes out, takes out Boo. Ooh, and my God, a confusing play here from the side of Mako. It's not going to deliver him around win, but damn if it wasn't flashing. And takes away 2 weapons, but Heretics still get to 11, looking to replicate exactly what DRX did to them on Abyss by having a flawless second half.
It's definitely going their way, and even though Mako tries to find a little bit of a nook in the smokes, what a shot. Only able to find a couple kills before he's finally dealt with, and then they just spam down the spike. Just immaculate stuff from Heretics.
Yeah. And while, you know, Buzz had caught up to Minibu previously, he's starting to surge away from him once again. 18-8-0 as DRX will be calling their final timeout of this map.
Buzz hasn't had a kill in this half. He had 13 at the turn.
It's been slow moving here on the defense for this Neon. What do the adjustments look like here for him? Because right now, Heretics, they're out reading them, they're out reacting them. Plenty of work to be done if the DRX wanted to make this a 2-0 affair, but it seems like right now we are very well destined for that icebox. There's 2 rounds to go.
No doubt about it. I'm feeling very good. Again, it's everything for Heretics. It's their macro game, it's their little micro ideas, the way they understand the utility interactions, the way they understand that DRX wants to use some of that breach util to try to clear their post plants or do XYZ, and they're always just one step ahead. And they're finding these moments to find these huge picks right by this spot right here. You know, whether it be on the defender side with Mini Boo or on this attacker side. We saw it previously with Rian. They're so ready for anything DRX wants to do. They're going to clear that door immediately. DRX now forced to use some of their util. Check this mid space, but Team Heretics can pause. They can say, okay, let's figure out what we want to do. Yeah, they got a spot on us, but still plenty of time on this clock.
Getting the spot on Mini Boo. It's got to be concerning because you know that showstopper is online. Boombot going to be sent. Paint shells as well to try to create some space. Showstopper now going to be in play, and immediately the kill is found, but it's going to be Buzz first to fall. Boo taking him out over towards backside. The push up, flashback, trying to find a timing, but Mini Boo, the relocation, it's just so damn clean. And off the back of this, Heretics will get themselves up to 12. Map point going to be theirs as they look to give us back-to-back 13-5 score lines. Foxy and Mako just set to save. But what can they try to scrape together to prevent Heretics from closing out this map?
I don't know, but Heretics have been so clean this round. Nobody's died yet. See if maybe somebody goes down trying to grab guns.
He's coming down. Mako on the swing will be good for 2. There's Boo up above. Mako will shut that down. Wow. So losing out on a couple players, but it doesn't matter. The coffers are full, and map point is now secured here from the side of Heretics, with no further help available for the side of DRX.
And just great awareness from Mini Boo. Expecting that angle.
Guys, I'm gonna do lineup live on elbow.
I think that might have been his 0 point at the end.
Lineup life. I love it.
And here we go. Is this the last round? Can DRX dig a bit deeper? They've been barely scraping the surface. Foxy9 on the swing, eating a bit of damage. Bane gonna be able to find one. Foxy gets the other, but Benji Fishy finds 2 for himself. A 3v3 is the paranoia. Will force them back. Right now, Heretics split away from each other a bit. Buzz, slow creep out. Benji Fishy unable to reestablish that aim. Ends up falling down. But this is everybody now from DRX committed on this side of the map. Neural Theft coming through. There's a quick TP across from Boo. We'll be able to get this spike in play.
Let's see what they can do. A lot of util already expended.
Rienz is hanging around. He's sat here in mid. Mako gave it a quick little glimpse, but he's turned his sight now. Back over in towards Boba. Flashback. Here, waiting, watching, expecting, but not winning. Rienz to find the opener. Brings it back to parity. Brief slide forward, Boo. The headshot and the follow-up is clean. 13-5 once again, this time. Signed, sealed, delivered. Heretics will be taking us to map 3.
And you can see why nobody wanted to play this team on this map. They are ridiculous.
Icebox will decide it all. EMEA or Pacific, who will be going forward, who will be going home. We're one map away still from finding out.
Let me fall to my groove. Look you.
Well, DRX, they might be the best team on Abyss, but Heretics have still got it on Sunset. I'm your hosting tonight, back here once again with Sideshow and Brand. Did you guys expect such a dominant comeback after map 1 from Heretics?
I'll tell you something, the crowd here did not. I mean, even if I thought it was going to be Heretics favored, the crowd here is feeling a bit sick to their stomach.
I'm feeling a bit sick to my stomach, man. I said at the beginning I was predding with my heart, and DRX is one of the teams that I was predding today. And right now, yeah, I see people on their phones, people are asleep. They're just there, listen. And Icebox is the upcoming map as well. For DRX, this is going to be an incredibly tight turnaround, and I just do not have faith for them to be able to pick themselves back up.
Yeah, I'm looking at the way that DRX are playing in some of these spots, and Team Heretics run a pretty standard B main crunch here. DRX just kind of feed into it, didn't realize what they were doing to try to mitigate that. And it makes me think later on, after this round, in round 4, very early signs, we see them allowing Team Heretics to get into very standard B post plants. The round 13, the pistol, they didn't even clear Boo in B main behind the box. Like, so many inexperienced problems versus a team that's played all the time on Sunset and looks immaculate there.
I think there's massive evidence there's something frantic going on, I think, behind the scenes for DRX in their own heads. And we were talking so much about form coming in for one, but also the rookies in experience on that big stage. And right now, what is rearing its head is Heretics actually just digging deep. They're not accepting their losses, not just be willing to go out into this tournament here and now. They want to try and meet the same marks that they did prior at Shanghai, all the way to the finals, and potentially even lift the trophy. But for DRX, they haven't had that prior experience. The first event with these rookie players that have been even played at all year, and it just so happens that they have all the immense pressure and have to carry the mantle of a Gen G squad that went out so early.
Yeah, I want to give some kudos to Miniboo as well. He's been on the receiving end of a lot of criticism in his role in this tournament, but he is really keeping up with Buzz.
He absolutely is. I think that that's one of the big things that DRX are lacking a little bit today, is that differential that people might have thought was going to rear its head in this match. Miniboo's been very solid. He was on map 1 as well. He was holding his own, despite the scoreline. Obviously, they did get kind of destroyed. But this is now setting us up for a duelist clash, assuming that Team Heretics still play their duelist comp. They might go back to playing Miniboo on KO. But these players are going toe-to-toe, but it's not that outrageous performance from Buzz that we were seeing earlier on, even though he's having those good moments.
Yeah, he had moments to bring them up to 7-5, but as soon as they lost the pistol round onto the next, it just looked good. It looked over. I mean, listen, he had these string of kills where he was dominating, as I said, to get them to that 7-5 point. But past that, Miniboo took over. The inexperience is rearing its head from multiple players on DRX, and they weren't coming up with the right answers at the right times. And I'm so damn worried for this squad now as we head and look deeper into the map pool, because you're digging deep at this point. I was praising the kind of map pool that I think DRX had coming into the event, but you can see in the numbers here. Listen, if Buzz is not having a good time, it doesn't bode well at all.
Yeah, and I believe this is the stats from map 1 here when they were playing on the Jet. I mean, we might see that Jet head-to-head carry forwards into map 3. But Miniboo has been playing a lot of Neon there too. Yeah. I don't know whether they're going to continue with that. It seems a little odd, but obviously Miniboo's super happy, and look at him vibing there on the stage. Yeah. Like, he's clearly comfortable right now.
Yeah, this is the thing with Heretics, though. When they're the vibes team, they make runs, they go to finals, and so on and so forth. But it's when one of them gets a little bit tilted, things might fall apart. But it sounds like you guys are more concerned about DRX's mental.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's parity between both of these teams, and they follow the exact same story of that inexperience and it being the downfall of them. But the crowd themselves have been feeling the ups and downs. It's been a roller coaster of emotions. It was, you know, essentially an incredible opening for DRX, where they dominated on a map that they have been looking the best in the world at. And now heading into Sunset, I thought, okay, well, they've shown signs of life before for DRX, but the fact that they were unable to come up with the answers and individuals weren't hitting, not able to hold a candle in terms of aim, and it just slipped away from them in the fashion that it did, I think it speaks volumes. It speaks absolute volumes.
This map is what it all comes down to. One of the regions is going to be eliminated here, Pacific or EMEA. And I think I favor Team Heretics going to Icebox. I know that neither of these teams has looked at the absolute tippity top of their game on this map, but they've got not just momentum, but they've got kind of a feel for the map, playing retakes very quickly after the plant goes down. And I've yet to really see DRX excite me here since they were playing Clove at the beginning of stage 2.
It's a map that they haven't played, I believe, since the Grand Finals in Pacific.
Oh.
So they haven't played it at all on a big stage. Maybe that can be a positive for them. But again, the reoccurring narrative that I'm running through my head over and over again is, do they have that grit? Do they have the resilience to drag themselves off when they get knocked down hard onto the floor and that potentially bounce back and fight back? They got Foxy9 as an adjustment over towards the KO. Maybe that's part of the play and counter-stratting, potentially because Wooder's on the Gecko and Rians as well. The knives are pretty critical, actually, for trying to cancel out the ults as well and play around that. Could be a possibility, but it looks unlikely. If DRX did it, if they pulled it back to be a Pacific team that can make that journey and make the distance, I would be astounded.
It would be incredibly impressive. It would book them into that top 4, touching distance away from the closest they've ever been to like that podium, that trophy with rookies.
Yeah, and it's more than that as well. As you mentioned, this is a whole region's hopes and dreams relying on these teams. Paper Thin Achilles, have fun with this one.
We always have fun. Thank you, Yinsu, for the reminder. We are ready to jump into Icebox. DRX going to be first here on the attack. And I think the desk did well to set the stage for what this means. One region left. We got room for one. That's it. EMEA, Pacific. Who's it going to be?
No doubt it is going to be a nail biter. I don't think this is going to look anything like those first 2 maps. I don't think either team is going to go down without a fight on Icebox. Both these teams very solid on this map, and Heretics solid enough that they were willing to let it go through against Leviathan.
But already, look at this. DRX doing something that we haven't really seen them do. 5 goes to the opposite side. Buzz gifted a Sheriff and has half armor alongside it. They want that impact here from the Jet.
They need to get him fired up. He needs to start fragging, especially on this map where he can sometimes just take over, as we saw in Pacific. Some of those absolutely dominant performances they had. Catches the jiggle, catches a little damage. On to Boo.
Boo going to be tagged down to 45, backs away. Still do have 2 other players here. As they start drifting their way across, Buzz, however, going to be caught by the Goop. Ends up getting taken down. Mini Boo able to find that one, but Boo finished off. Bane finds that kill. The push up from under 2, looking for the pincher. Speedy does fall. Wood's still here, taken down as it's just a bloodbath, a back and forth here between the 2 squads. Goes to be recovered. Shock Dart going to be lobbed in, but he shorts it. And Foxy going to be untouched there until the second lands. Work down to 68 as Benji Fishy, quiet, makes his presence known. Strikes instantly and leaves Bane in a 1v2. Swings out, gets the headshot dink. Has to pull back off the angle. Noise made. Misses the timing. Gets the finisher on the one, but the swing from Benji is absolute perfection. Exactly what the doctor ordered for Heretics. And they will win another pistol.
And it's just that extra layer there for Team Heretics. And they stall up this DRX hit. They've got so much util, so many flashes to make this so difficult for them to get the entry that they're looking for. So Baculo doesn't get cleared quickly enough, and that buys enough time for Benji Fishy to come over and get a couple huge lurk kills. Finds one, readjusts, goes through towards the other side, towards green, and gets another. And then he's able to clutch it up. Benji has been absolutely ridiculous this year, especially in those scenarios.
Now Outlaw here in play. Shock and a bite to try to stop anybody from grabbing the orb. Boo drops down off the pipes. It's just full classics here in the hands of DRX. Flashback tries to lead the charge. Only a smattering of damage going to be found as Gecko Util goes through. Dizzy just further slow up this DRX approach. Stop them from trying to overwhelm and conquer with these classics.
Toxin screen down.
Take flight.
Well, they've got the sight, but
Drone will fly, but quick cancel on that one as the reveal comes in. Mako is able to find Rian, but Boo puts down Mako. Buzz with a kill here onto Woot. There's a bit of damage, just the swing out. Foxy finds a headshot, but now he's on his lonesome, and he's worked down to 52 health. Nothing recovered, just tries to go for a timing swing. Some decent efforts here from the side of DRX to do a bit of damage, but they cannot stop. There's the fuse from coming in. And it's going to be Heretics now Up 2-0 to start.
They're just playing it up close and personal here. Our Heretics from the get-go, they just kind of slide back a little bit. Give DRX the space they need, but to get the plant. But other than that, doing a decent job. But those classics do come alive because of it. So it is only going to be an Ares.
Ares for Boo.
That was something I was actually considering for my 10%. Somebody buys an Ares.
It has been few and far between when we've been seeing Ares crop up. In fact, I can't really even recall any.
There might have been one on Ascent in the group stage or something.
Perhaps. Either way, it's unorthodox to say the least, as Boo is going to get posted up over outside of B. Going to check. Recon not spotting anything. Benji waiting. Set up his own turret here.
A crucial round for DRX.
Really trying to keep that outlaw hidden.
Yes, he got punished a couple times against Leviathan trying to take that spot. So he's looking to see if he can turn his destiny around.
Sends some shots out now, though. And his flashback needs a bit of damage, but offers plenty more in response. 17 HP remaining there on Benji as Foxy gets the plant down. All built up, popped. As Heretics get everybody in position here for the retake. Two players already low on HP.
Yeah.
Dash at the ready. Buzz pushing forward, trying to lead the charge, but it's getting further and further away. There's the push out, tries to dash back, but eventually Miniboo will be able to confirm the kill. Flash connects, ping, gets the reveal. As he stays tucked back here behind yellow. Weapon gonna be scooped up. Nano destroyed, cannot go for the delay. Mako, however, able to find Rian's the peek out. The area's gonna be denied. Miniboo now striking. It's gonna be good for one. Benji just trying to stick around, see if he can find anything. Recover this Vandal. Grabs it and will be able to dip out over to safety. DRX not allowing for a bonus conversion.
And a lot of space given up here by Team Heretics. Of course, the buy very weak, so how much they can do. Buzz just trapped in no man's land there. No assistance for him available. He just had to go big or go home, and he did get one, so not too bad. That allows a little bit of extra space to be taken, but Mako up on top of that box doing a good job finding timings to strike. Catching a couple Heretics players out in the open. Now Miniboo does have an overdrive, but it's a rifle round, so you never know, I guess. And again, Benji underneath that tube, but it's smoked off.
Podium shots, it doesn't re-clear it.
Yeah.
They're able to note the slight reposition here from Boo. Backs away, looking to just play here on the side alongside his little brother.
They're really looking to try to punish this B site, but I don't know if they're going to have any indication that there's somebody behind yellow. I mean, they're playing like there could be, and they're just trying to pull rotations. Seeing that shock dart, and the Nano was behind it, but that's all just attempted bait, and it's at least got Benji to settle up in kitchen. Given just enough space here for DRX. They're completely pulling off. I mean, DRX didn't show a ton of fakes on Sunset. A lot of pauses, but
slowly working their way into position, but
it's taking too long.
Yeah, he's starting to sprint his way over.
You gotta remember the Neon then to the other side.
3 players in position to try to stave up and stop this push from DRX. 30 disconnected spots though. Woot just one away from having the Thrash online, 0 point. Not going to be scouting anybody. Dizzy at the ready, goes up over the top. Buzz going to be blinded, drops back as they now look to try to take space. Mako going to be dealt with, taken down, and Miniboo and Woot one apiece. Time dwindling, but Woot's still standing, and now it's just flashback all on his lonesome. And he is dead. 3 kills for Woot, 3 rounds for Heretics. They stretch the lead up by 2.
And it's just an attempt to completely obfuscate what they're doing, try to keep Heretics guessing, but Heretics guess correctly. And again, they have a Neon. They can take risks with their rotations, with their macro play. DRX doesn't have the ability to. They can't afford to do that in the same way. And Heretics are gonna make you suffer. Gonna have to find some different answers here for DRX. They're on a weakened bye once again. Flashback has the hero rifle this time. And now they're gonna at least show some force towards B. Similar start, sending out that drone early, grabbing the orb, got the Blade Storm for Buzz. Now they pull off. See if they can
out of my way.
find some openings, find some kind of success. It's just going to be this mid push, but Benji has the turret to play off of, right towards Boiler.
Does Buzz go for the up and over? Oh, no, he's just going to get knocked down at 34. And some damage found. Benji at 87, turning his sides. Oh, the jiggle peek forward. That one going unpunished. Doesn't need any additional damage. Splashback tries to lead the charge. Buzz at the same time, though, going to be dealt with, and Benji wins the fight. The hero rifle on the floor. Mako pushing forward. Is able to scoop it up, swings in. It's going to be good for the headshot, but he's completely surrounded. Spike in hand. With rescue a world away. Bane trying to strike, needs to hit that headshot, but cannot. Now it is just Mako. See if he can do anything else here. Spots out Minibu, finds the first one, snaps down, does get a third. Some damage dealt, but with 15 seconds remaining, just nothing realistically more to be done. But now, can he actually make it in for the plant?
10 seconds left.
10 seconds remaining, no line found for Boo.
He has time.
He's gonna have this plant.
Now, ooh.
About 0.4 seconds left to spare. Plant to come through. Mako. They're trying to bail them out, and the pit is in play. Can he actually do this?
So aggressive.
He's out of it for now. He does have a bite available. Tiptoes back in. Completely unaware of the angle of approach, but the decay now is about the parity between these two, and Mako stands tall. The ace to clutch it out as Mako is back.
You have got to be kidding me! How does he do this? This kind of play from Mako. It has been a long time since you've seen something like that. I don't know if I've ever seen one that good from him. He has had plenty of greats, but that may be his best yet.
Absolutely incredible. The ace to get DRX their second round win. And if you want to inject some hype into your players, into your rookies, that is one hell of a way to lead by example. But timeout called all the same by DRX. Because while Mako was able to get that win, it was not under normal circumstances, not in positions that Coach Termy and Glow want the team to be in.
I'm pretty sure Termy had punched the timeout button well before that even started to foment. I mean, just absolutely ridiculous. I didn't even think that was. After he got two, I thought, okay, well, Heretics can just pull back and.
Yeah, his pit's online.
Yeah, just wait it out. Yeah, you know. Unbelievable.
Alrighty, well, we were suspicious and we were hopeful that Map 3 was going to deliver in already just 5 rounds in. It certainly has, but Heretics still do have the lead. Purchase, though, advantage goes the way of DRX, but the ult economy from Heretics is quite deadly at the moment.
Contesting that orb early, showing a very different look now, our DRX. It's been a lot of early B pressure. This time around had Heretics adjustment to try to get a little bit aggressive themselves towards green, but
Woot is here. He's one of the players with a hero rifle. Minibu with a Guardian on the opposite side of the map, going to start sprinting his way across.
don't have the toxic screen or much to cover. This is going to have to be done with some good shooting as well here for DRX.
Some poking and prodding, the drone to try to lead the way. Spots out two, over towards screens, but Woot for now, going to be unnoted now. Very much known. This fragment does not go deep enough, but he swings out, takes out flashback. Mako able to find one, finds two. Spike is planted. Buzz down to 5, has to burn the tailwind. A 3v3, but as they continue to push up, if they can take some space, that back right area of sight, weapons can be handed over here to Boo and Benji.
You got the overdrive.
Flash and a peek out. Minibu spotted, updraft to dodge the bite. Buzz keeps himself safe as Mako looks for back-to-back aces.
No way.
Finds him, the slide over, and he can't quite make it happen.
Are you kidding me right now?
Minibu though, down to 34. Foxy still standing. Just a classic with time ticking. Foxy drifting across the opposite way. Miniboo wanting to at least be able to try to find that elimination. No, he will not. We are tied up at 3-3, but it's still narrow margins. Heretics fighting tooth and nail.
Well, I mean, they have a lot of advantages in this situation. I think if they have a full buy, that's potentially a very different round because, again, you don't have many smokes to work with in this DRX comp. The toxic screen's all the way on the B side, so it's going to take some fancy shooting or some really good flashes, which DRX doesn't have too much of. It's just great play by Mako, who has had unbelievable rounds, the last 2 rounds. Just absolutely unbelievable.
2 rounds, 9 kills is pretty damn good.
I thought he was going to get the ace again. I thought it was going to happen.
I'm sure for a brief little moment he did as well, but now Woot up above. That Thrash still online. None of the ultimates committed into that previous one. And Benji Fishy now just 1 away from having that lockdown available to really stack up the war chest here for Heretics. 4 players hovering around mid.
DRX would commit the Hunter's Fury there, but just gonna wait this out. Clear that drone, but trying to hide the stack of players on the other side of the wall. However, it's not, again, not fooled Heretics at all. They're doing such a good job these last couple of maps of
Clock
reading.
is running down. 43 seconds now remaining. DRX seeming like they're in position to try to strike, but right at that very moment, they get slowed up. The Thrash comes through. Heretics looking to play this clock down a little bit lower.
30 seconds left.
They pull back. Just seeing if they could find a timing on when DRX would go for the hit. Instead, DRX cuts sound.
Dash across, Buzz dropping down.
Oh God.
Hunter's Fury going through a flashback, absolutely torn asunder. Buzz gonna be displaced, but not before Woot ends up dying. Mako, again finding impact, finding 1, but with the kill found, the lockdown is in play. Spike going to be planted, but they're still all so very far forward, and they have to get tucked back.
Who's coming?
Similar positions, and Foxy's gonna be out in the open. Bane, however, able to note him. Swings out around the side, Foxy. Makes his way up into Nest. Safe for the moment as he manages to peek out and shuts him down. Mako gets re-ends, and now it's just Benji Fishy left standing. Rushing forward, trying to take some space. He will be able to find 1, but he's got 5 HP remaining.
Don't interrupt.
Being at the ready, the recon coming through. Pink spots him, they know that he's not on it. They know it's not the half. Benji has to let it go. He has to run away. DRX will gain a lead of 1 round.
And it's just enough of a pause here from DRX that Team Heretics overcommits to an attempted crunch play right at the orb. And this time around, that extra time, that extra pause that DRX has been showing throughout this entire series works a treat, and they're able to get through. I mean, poor Flashback just stuck between dueling lightsabers there. Obi-Wan and Darth Vader are dueling, and Flashback is stuck right in the middle. But, I mean, Mako's hitting some big shots along the way. I mean, frankly, it's changing this map.
5-1.
It's changing this map.
He has 10 kills more than anybody else on his team.
It's 1 player. And that can happen, but it's been I don't want to say a quiet year from Mako, but it hasn't been that kind of stalwart performance.
He hasn't had that oomph.
Yeah.
We've talked about that plenty of times in the Pacific broadcast, but as of late, it's like, really the playoffs, that Brim ace that he had on blinds, kind of when things started unlocking and clicking a little bit more for him. But
true.
Heretics using their first time out of the map, want to try to bring us back to parity, keep things neck and neck. The DRX, they know that this is the side of the map that they should be accruing some more wins on. Heretics want to stop that from happening, but that was a pretty hefty commitment. 3 ultimates used in that last round from Heretics. A pit, 1 away here for Boo. And it looks like that overdrive that Miniboo's been sitting on is going to be popped here.
Yeah, should get used. And they're aggressively stacking towards that A orb, our Team Heretics, but DRX changing directions once again. Going back to that default we saw. Using the drone early, try to identify Boo's position. gonna get the spot, trying to clear him out with utility, and they do. He's gonna fall back, but again, it's taking a long time. So you're giving Heretics the ability to try to maneuver their chess pieces into position to try to keep DRX from finding checkmate in the round.
Your point not spotting. Kind of gonna be set. And Mako, oh, the timing is just absolutely perfect. I think you just heard Miniboo sliding all over the place. Decides to push in under tube, finds that kill. As Mako pulls Boo's attention long enough for Buzz to strike. 2 quick kills here for Flashback. Woot able to find 1. But otherwise, it's Benji just having to hold on to that Vandal, clutching it now 2 rounds in a row.
That is a much cleaner entry there for DRX. Able to just keep inching their way forward this time. Able to keep Boo a little bit off balance. Something that at times they've struggled with, even back to Abyss, where Boo was able to find those big early kills on DRX executes. Make it much more difficult this time around. Able to find those opening picks quickly.
Flashback on the hunt.
No.
She should be okay. Just stay seated here in this position. Doesn't seem like he's going to be scouted.
Yep.
We'll take a drop down and some noise made. So yes, weapon will be retained. But DRX similarly not allowing for that timeout to find value. Now we're up 5-3.
Waiting for that DRX A-hit util dump where they send Buzz up on top of the box next to 410 and try to just quickly take control. But again, it's hard to because Heretics is so willing to get aggressive with this Neon. You have to respect it. And a great check with their util early, anticipating a potential maneuver. Oh, Buzz.
Buzz getting spammed out, forced out of that nest. Pulls back away, and that's some very good, much needed early damage here from the side of Heretics, who have so many players on this side of the map. But that lockdown gonna come through. There's the Mosh, sent in, shock darts, everything to break this, and they will. DRX may be scratching their heads here for a moment. Boo still sat outside of B in case there's a pivot. Wall falls, but Buzz out on top finds the headshot, puts down Miniboo.
And that's one of those mistakes that often sent rounds awry for Team Heretics in their previous matchup. But still, DRX are really taking their time, trying to work this as slowly and efficiently as possible. Clear the Dizzy. Buzz, though,
Ball to drop again. Let's just stand here on top of 410. Start backpedaling. Now the null command to come through. Recon. Not going to find Woot in this position. Eventually is able to find the headshot there. As Mako can take it down, and Benji is going to be good for 2. Buzz and Bane on the floor to push up over the top. A shot into Flashback's shoulder. As he stays tucked back away, but now the null command expired. The pit available. Does Boo pull the trigger on this?
Fragment and Nano, but Foxy's so close.
He's playing on a narrow margin, but he's got a spot. He takes him down now. It's once again all on Benji to try to be the hero. Jumps up over the top, eats an immense amount of damage. As you can see the panic setting in. Fragment down, the rope ride coming through. He's up over the top, he's found 1. Foxy 9 a deep reposition.
Imagine if I died right now.
The tap of the spike, and Foxy with the finisher. DRX get to 6. The economy for Heretics once again broken.
It's so scrappy, but DRX on the back of Mako's heroics have started to gain control of this match. What a play there by Foxy 9, identifying that small gap in the toxic screen. Look at this. Understanding that utility so well. What awareness from him. He has had a tremendous day. His Abyss was insane. And he's right behind Mako. Well, not right behind, but he's behind Mako, in second place on his team.
Everybody is.
Yeah.
Benji looking to try to take some space here. Pushing his way out in towards mid. And this is telling Heretics, like, yeah, this is likely just going to be another A hit. DRX continuing to prioritize and target this site.
And they're trying to be a little bit quicker with Boo's movement out of B to try to get this flank angle.
It's taking a huge amount of space here. I mean, they know exactly what's going on. Turret set up in mid. They know that there's not been a rotation out. The last attempt at a weaker buy out of Thrifty. Didn't quite go their way, but it was damn close. Heretics this time, can they make it happen?
Gives away a lot of info. Seeing Buzz there. And that allows them to just stay, to just plant their feet onto A, because you basically know wherever this attack is going to be, Buzz is going to be as well. That is the MO of the way DRX plays this icebox. And they can just wait. And DRX now going to have to pull the trigger here sooner rather than later. 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Mosh has been burned, but Benji cleared out. Foxy able to find Rien's. Miniboo going to be good for one. Gets the headshot, finds the follow-up. Buzz gone. Root with the Sheriff. Looking for that second elimination. They double face him.
Holy
Bane
shit.
to strike him down. Boo now arriving. A Sheriff in hand. Bane at 49 HP. Has to go for the reload. The slow creep up. The noise has been made. Can he get the shot? He absolutely can. And this time,
Let's go,
Heretics will
Heretics.
not let the round slip away from their grasp.
Just, again, it's Heretics making adjustments based off of what they've been seeing in the previous rounds. When they're going A, they're not really changing direction too much. That allows Boo to take that little bit of extra space and allows the rest of Heretics to firmly plant themselves on the A site, set up these crossfires, wait out the DRX hit, and hit some nasty shots along the way. Mini Boo, fantastic with the Guardian. That second with 11 HP, the backbreaker for DRX.
Yeah, if not for getting that second one, this round is very likely in the hands of DRX, getting themselves up to 7. But you can see what it means here to the players, trying to keep that energy up. But now a change up in the game plan here. DRX, it comes in over towards B, but Buzz has an operator.
Well, this is a little bit of a confusing situation for DRX now. Initially hoping to find some space towards B, but the Viper's pit has given them other ideas towards how they want to approach this round. And Miniboo so far up, trying to find that early pick when a player crests that corner. Going to hear that drop down from Flashback as well.
It is noted, but it looks like Mako on that swing out. He might have just caught a glimpse. Shots now flying Miniboo's way. He knows that the op is going to be here for Buzz. Drops down. Off pipes the moment.
They've got a double stack right around this corner. Gonna have to hit with some good flashes.
And Wu potentially in position to go for some crossfire here as well. Swing out, shot's gonna go wide. Mako able to find one, and he can't get himself off the top of pipes. Ends up getting traded. The 1-for-1, the recon gonna be sent. Fragment over towards Woot's feet, pushes him down at 52 as he desperately backpedals. Drone to lead the way, the Thrash available to him. Does he commit it here? Seems like the answer is gonna be yes. He pulls back over towards screens, however.
The time.
There's two just around the corner. This could be brutal. Pop flash gonna be sent. Buzz watching. The Thrash chasing. Foxy to be detained. Shot into the shoulder, finding one. Cannot line up the knives. Rien's able to stay alive, and now it's a 2v3.
Placing swarm grenade. Spot down.
Arrow sent. Bane. Shock darts in transit. As the hold and the defuse gets ready to come through. Takes down Benji Fishy, but he got it up to half. Hunter's Fury now sent out, but he's doing this before the retap. A bit rushed from the side of the DRX. They drop down. The defuse once again going to be resumed. The reveal ping, however, for Bane is monstrous. And he's just keeping him off the defuse, the hold, the attempt, the dink, and the 3K Red Bull clutch. Bane will bail them out as DRX get up to 7.
It took everything in the kitchen sink here for DRX and for Bane to get it done. Every piece of utility he had. The shock darts, the Hunter's Fury, the recon dart. I love the way Heretics plays this. They know they have the Thrash. They know they have time on their side, and they are trying to delay. But somehow a few players of DRX are able to slip the net, get the plant down, get into those post plants, and they have just enough to get over the line.
Boo once again pushing forward. Tiny amount there on the Foxy. DRX again, a bit of a change up. Operator still in hand, but now sight set early towards B. Clear it on that recon.
They're trying to see if they can catch a player a little off guard around that corner. Going to use the drone to check it, but Flashback He's already abandoned that belt position. He's already scooted in, back towards mid to back up the rest of his team. Still have that Hunter's Fury to consider during this plant. The op.
He's not peeking out. There it is, and Buzz able to align the shot.
Nice shot.
We're going to be taken down. B site for now, broken open. Benji Fishy not too far off. Creeps his way up through kitchen as the spike gets planted. Hunter's Fury comes in. Foxy maybe getting his life forward, but follow-up shots are not going to connect. So he just gets tagged down. Jiggle peek out, but Minimoo not going wide enough to actually catch a glimpse here of the operator, but the shot from Buzz will not find its mark. 3 peeks, however. Benji Fishy is going to be taken down. Dizzy finds the blind, the push out, the spot through that cloudburst, and Woot is able to flush him out. Bane, however, finding Rienz. The push up here into this smoke, into this pit, and Woot draws down the shorty. Able to find 3, 1 HP on him as he shoots from below. The 4K from Woot.
Yeah, same.
As he gets himself onto the defuse. Narrow margins, but he has it.
Honestly, 5-7 in defense on fucking Icebox. You take it.
Another 7-5 half.
This is absolutely insane. Absolutely crazy how close these rounds are.
Neither team leaving anything on the table. Everyone fighting tooth and nail.
What?
On the table, everyone fighting tooth and nail. We'll see you guys on the other side of halftime. Alrighty, we are mere seconds away from getting ready to go into this second half. These teams have been pretty much inseparable up until this point. But on Abyss, on Sunset, one team has always managed to break away from the other to have that perfect follow-up half. Can that happen a 3rd time in a row here? Or will we just continue down in the mud, brawling it out?
I mean, it's going to be tough for DRX, if I'm being honest. I know they're up 7-5, but this is the side of the map where they struggle. I think in Pacific, it's something like 39% win rate on their defender's side. Who knows how it's going to fare against this Team Heretics team, against that neon-infused mini-boo composition that they have. I don't know, but it's going to be, I think it's going to be tough.
It certainly is. Both teams wanting this so desperately, but only one can have it.
You know, no hero sheriff for Buzz, just the regular kind. No extra armor bought for him.
Bane's got one in play as well.
I like this. Try to use these long sight lines to find those picks on this map. I mean, it's 4 ghosts for the side of Heretics. You can get some of those early kills. 3 ghosts as well to back up DRX's purchase. Not much util, just the 1 flash for Foxy 9.
And no fragment to try to slow things up. Similar here from Mako.
If you can just dodge the Gecko util, you have a fighting chance here as DRX. But that's going to be the key.
Flashback, he's just cleared the turret, so now they have to be a little bit more wary about that backside approach. Space going to be taken. Who tries to lead the charge with Miniboo, going to be taken low, but Bane finished off. Who finds one? Foxy, dead. Mako fills quite a bit of space far forward, but now needs flashback to deliver, as he's the last one standing. The drift across, a bit of damage found, nearly the headshot connecting. Alive, the drop down.
Oh.
Back. Fast to find the punish. Mini boot just with 3 HP.
If you can get Benji.
For now, they're both just sat stagnant, tucked around the corner on that left-hand side. Time ticking as Flashback fully investigates the site. Holds it for a bit, cannot be fast enough to try to find that punish. The swing back out.
Hello? What the fuck are they doing, man? Oh my fucking god. I hope they get fucking out. Like, they don't deserve to win champions. Like, fucking heretics, man. Like, I hope they get fucking kicked. I don't give a fuck about my PKMs. Like, get that trash out. Like, you are trolling the most important pistol of your tournament. Probably one of the most important pistol of your tournament. Like, look at the coaches. Like,
coaching staff cannot believe what they just witnessed. I can't believe it either.
Just a buffet of everything Valorant. Unbelievable.
Now this begs the question for Heretics, do you let that defeat you? Do you let that crush your spirits, your hopes, your dreams? Or do you buckle up and get right back into the game? That's what they're going to be looking to do.
I think they can. I have been so impressed this whole year with their mental.
Woot ready with a peek out, but Buzz changing up his angle. There's the face, and it's going to be Ren's dead. Woot dead on the back end. Attempted the double swing, but neither can find the punish. Buzz dash at the ready. Opposite just hang out here as Mako catches a glimpse, and Benji Fishy gets taken down.
Don't worry about this danger, man.
Util caught in hand. Bane down to one shot, but Flashback swoops in from behind. As Ships passing in the night. Boo will creep his way forward
holy
here towards
fucking
B.
shit, man.
Buzz is like, where'd he go?
I mean, there's a real opportunity for Boo to potentially do some damage here, but it seems like Buzz may be sensing that he has had the net slipped. The push coming through, and he will put him down. DRX move up 9-5 in flawless fashion.
Okay. A great hold here from Buzz. So good with the snipers this event. Continues to make other teams' lives miserable. Great backup there from Flashback. That is, yeah.
I spat my water out.
I know, I was almost the recipient of said water.
You wish. Let's get ready to go into the bonus.
Only if it was from
Outlaw still, no, don't finish that sentence.
Okay.
Outlaw still in hand here for Buzz. 2 half armors on the opposite side. And he's staying tucked away here. Risky position, and the 0 point gets cleared. Buzz noted, now at risk. The dash does not take him out to safety, but pops the updraft, and somehow he gets away scot-free.
Lurk here from Benji. Huge.
Eventually able to confirm the kill. Foxy going to be taken down. Buzz now that much more at risk. Location revealed. The slide forward, the stun. Tries to go for the long-range no-scope. But that's not going to hold any water. Bane on the swing out, taken down as Benji's able to find the kill. Mako the only one able to reply back. As the bite far too late to try to set up for a deny on the plan.
Look at this lurk from Boo. All the way through. Defenders spawn already.
All the way in around the back, and this could be devastating, but there's still 3 players that DRX immediately have to be concerned about. Double creep up. The tap coming through. Poison Orb going to be set up. The spray being found. Boo now getting ready to strike. Creeping his way across. Here at top side, push out of the smoke. Mini Boo going to be able to find one. He'll find the other. Not quite flawless, but damn near. Heretics not allowing for DRX to start running away with this. They answer one back.
The way they're using their util to keep Buzz uncomfortable, to keep him off balance, to set up Benji Fishy again for another nice lurk through mid. You have to be so aware going up against this Heretic squad on this map because players are all over the place. They are always poking and prodding, looking for those openings. Something Leviathan did an okay job of shutting down. Better than okay, honestly. Because Heretics had to clump up, had to start fighting as a squad to pull it back against Leviathan. Leviathan was so aware of their angles. And DRX needs to shore that up here. They're going to continue to find success because you are letting players like Benji Fishy and Boo go on lurks like that. it is going to be rough sledding.
Clear on the recon. One shot rings out. No real read on just quite how many players are here. Smattering of noise made. Bane turning his sights over in towards kitchen. Worried about maybe a delayed lurk there.
The alarm bot right on top of the orb at A. So DRX seemingly look to do a delay with the utility.
Push
Alarm
forward.
bot cleared.
Yep. Swiftly dealt with. Bit of a slow up. Shock darts, everything just going to be lobbed through. Recon looking for the reping, but nothing going to be spotted. Mako repositions, dropping down, filling some space as that mosh goes away, but they look to try to flush him out. He's a bit of damage. He swings out, and Rienz is going to be good for the shot. Wood able to find a flashback. Rienz finding a second. Bane taken out, and Foxy and Buzz have no other choice but to stay put. Boom may be at risk here as Foxy does not opt to go down two, will not be able to peek out that window and find that punish. So Heretics, they will pick up a flawless to bring it back, just 2 rounds separating once the spike goes off.
Yeah, this whole setup here for DRX, I thought might be more of a buy time for the rotations from Foxy9 and Buzz, and then go for the retake, but instead they opt to try to contest the plant itself. And that might be part of the idea, to try to catch Team Heretics off guard a bit. You know, Mako there waiting for that mosh to dissipate before he drops down behind that box to try to catch them off guard. But the problem with that is you have Boo, you have a Neon who can run around and can kind of catch you off guard a little bit on some of those timings. So Mako steps out, and that gives his position away, makes it easy for Team Heretics to clear him. The 2 other players try to step in there, Flashback and Bane, and they just get shut right down. So DRX there, forced to go into a save. Still have the op for Buzz and the rifle for Foxy, but that was well handled by Heretics, and that's something that needs to be rethought about.
The gears are turning now. Thrash online, Hunter's Fury there for Rienz as Buzz trying to go on his forward angle. Dizzy Sen forces him back the wall, not spotting anything. Catches a glimpse of his shoulder, messes up the dash, but still is able to get out. Minor damage taken, the drop down somehow. Neither Foxy nor Woot being eliminated as a Hunter's Fury from Rienz is absolutely spot on. Cleans up the enemy KO, but in all of the chaos, rotations across from DRX towards this A site as Heretics now evacuate and look towards B.
Everything was gambled onto that A site to find those picks, and they get one. They're going to try to contest. Mako very close to nest. Buzz already here with the op.
They get the Viper, so they can't try to play off this wall, but Dizzy will hold him at bay for now. The Thrash comes into play. Location revealed, and he might just get caught, and he has. Midiboo playing right off the back of that Thrash, chasing it. As Mako tries to swing out, but is instantly dealt with here by Rienz. Just Flashback and Bane now. Operator potentially recoverable, but it's up on top of the wall. Can grab that relay bolt as they both stay tucked back. The Benji Fish, he's able to find one. Heretics are going to get within touching distance.
Nope, Boo's got him.
And yep, Boo swung around the back. Bane, no read on it whatsoever, but doesn't really matter as Rienz will clean up a third. And now we are just 1 round separating. Heretics looking to tie things up at 9-9.
Quick timeout, I think, going to be taken. I think you've got to find ways that you're not allowing this Neon to run all over the place. Keep yourselves a little bit more mentally aware. That's a great shot from Benji. Right up and over. Unreal.
I have ult. We can go B, guys. We can.
Just let him know he was absolutely right.
Yep.
And while getting the kill onto Boo, a great one. Can't play with that Viper's wall. Not being able to confirm the kill on Wu means that that Thrash was in play. Final timeout call now here from the side of DRX. Heretics still with one in their back pocket. Can they find success here again? The Operator's lost. The money not there to go for the purchase. Unless Mako were to glass cannon.
Let's see what they want to do. I think they can scrape enough together. Buzz has the Blade Storm potentially. Actually going to get the op.
Okay.
And it's going to be, yeah.
A little pass around.
Put it all
Okay.
together, yeah.
They managed to scramble it.
This is do or die for DRX, it feels like. I mean, so much money in the coffers here for Team Heretics. You can't let them just run away with that economic advantage. And it's been tough for them on this map to hold this defender's side this year. Can they shore it up when they need it most?
Dart out the ready to try to scout for another forward position with that operator, but this time it's Buzz once again back towards that B site. Foxy immediately being told, rotate over to A.
Yeah.
Flashback though, covering your screens. Does he just send it for the lockdown? Clear out on the nano to start things off. It's Bane gonna be sending his own drone. Boo pulls back behind the wall. The Dizzy up over the top, gonna be cleared. Bane here in the corner, full flash connecting. He's able to tuck away. Spike for now, still stagnant. There's Boo here at the top of 410. Goes on scout at the slide forward, and Mini Boo. Great with a shot. Finds Bane, looks for a little bit more, but it gets a little bit dicey as Foxy holds the line for 3. Boo will put him down, and now we go into a 2v2. The jump forward, flashback. About the face into both, and he will conquer them all! 2 kills, 2 HP, no problems. Flashback somehow rescues the round.
And what a round for the youngsters from DRX. Foxy 9 coming up big once again. 3 huge kills. It looked like this was going to be Mini Boo just running freely through the rest of this round, but he was shut down. And Flashback with 2 HP left, able to finish the job. And DRX able to stabilize, able to keep their economy, well, alive. I'm not going to call it good.
It's afloat. It's not drowning quite just yet.
There are holes in the ship, though.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Heretics, they're still on a yacht.
Yeah, the Heretics are they're living large, but they're a few rounds behind.
Yeah.
So they're going to need to find a little bit more success.
Crucially, that lockdown did not come into play. Flashback was able to hold on to it, so still has that moving forward here into round 19. Once again, a lot of space gained here. This drone quickly going to be cleared out.
Let's see what they want to do. I thought maybe they might try another switch of sides, heading over towards B. I think Heretics, though, really looking to try to brutalize. I mean, I feel like they probably looked at that last round and said, if we can just hit a little bit better utility, maybe towards the back of sight, we might be able to use Mini Boo's Neon, take control. They're going to go for it. Oh, a lockdown immediately in response.
Yeah, lockdown here, looking for the timing. Mini Boo, though, unable to align the shots. We're going to be ground up there by the Nano Swarm. It's a lockdown. It has to be respected, and the Spike is left stranded. Buzz given an opportunity, a time now to try to rotate over. As 2 players are detained, but Benji's playing protect. He's able to find one, and that kill right there, that overextension from Mako could be their undoing in this round. Bane is eating this damage on the bite, trying desperately to allow somebody to push up into him, but as Buzz falls, he has no other recourse. He was trusting in Buzz to get one and get out, but instead, it's DRX. Egg on their faces, allowing once again for Heretics to get within touching distance.
This is just money, to say the least. I mean, you got Nano Swarms killing players, you got Snake Bites killing players, you got overheating, you've got a lockdown that detains 2 players. What an absolute roller coaster this Icebox has been. And you can see the pressure, and every moment, every round is so critical, and DRX back onto an eco because that economy just could not stabilize.
Dash at the ready, the wall to fall. A glimpse there on a Mini Boo. Can't quite find the pixels though. As 2 knives expended, down to 3. Buzz has to back away. Heavy stack here from DRX. 4 players at this site. Heretics, onus is on them. They just cut the noise, keep things quiet for now.
Kind of curious. With the way Benji has so far been playing, it doesn't seem like they're going to go for the rotate. Now Benji working his way towards it mid. Seemingly this will be a B hit.
Making some noise here. Benji trying to see if he has any kind of access, any way to get himself under two. Flashback's able to hold things for now. Wingman will lead the charge, and Buzz will be taken down just there in front of the wall. And it's an headshot found now. The overdrive going to be popped. They flood forward over towards Snowman. Foxy9 going to be able to find one. Mako similarly with a kill. But now it's just Flashback left standing. And they know exactly where he's at and exactly what weaponry he has. Scoops up the Vandal. Can he try? Can even think about getting the clutch here in this position? There's the first one to fall. A retap here on the spike. The time's starting to tick. The double pace out, and he can't quite isolate. Benji will put him down and will bring Heretics tied up now at 10-10.
And I just love the way Heretics utilizes this Neon. Woot's been really good here on this Gecko as well. It's so annoying for DRX to go up against, but with that overdrive against an eco, so easy. It makes it so easy to push towards Snowman, to push into those deep post-plant positions and make just DRX's life a nightmare. And here they go again, the op. Everything from their economy being invested into this round. You have some ults, you have some things to work with, but so does Heretics.
0 point only spots out Boo. Once again, Foxy is rotating over, peeking in towards mid. Bane's drone going to be cleared out. 3 ults available here on either side, but Rien's maybe add a fourth into the mix here for Heretics. Just one away from having that Hunter's Fury.
I love this for Heretics because if the pit goes down on a site, you have the lockdown, okay, but there's the counter from the Hunter's Fury, but you also have the Thrash from Woot again. So I think they have a slight advantage potentially. It just depends on Foxy9's no command.
Thrash starts, Nano's going to be popped there. Flashback wary that somebody is pushing alongside that Thrash once again.
Pops it early though.
Yep.
They can just wait this out now. Flashback.
Wait it out they shall.
Yeah.
Fast lane going to be set up, the Dizzy up over the top. Fragments burnt here, so if that lockdown comes into play, they do not have that nade to try to clear things out.
30 seconds left.
Who's in, up, over the top, trying to duke it out here against Flashback, but cannot find the kill. Wingman able to find the stun, mini move slides up into his face, and cleans up 2. Bane, Mako, dead. And all Buzz can do
Spike planted.
is hear the sound of his teammates dying over on the A site. The ops in play and Heretics should be damn suspicious about that. Haven't seen, haven't heard this Jet. You know what gun he's holding. Shot goes wide, Buzz, position given up. Tries to tuck back here behind Yellow.
He's in trouble.
But holding on to this weapon is going to prove to be a nigh impossible task. The second shot will not connect, and Benji will rip it out of his grasp. Heretics have the lead, and are just 2 rounds away from punching their ticket to the Inspire Arena and sending DRX home.
I mean, it's just so amazing what Mini Boo can do on this Neon. He gives you so many dilemmas, so many problems, and you either have to shut him down before he really gets up to speed, or he's just gonna start blowing past you and knocking players down, time and time again.
And once again, it's a kickback economically. DRX
Out of charges.
barely able to scrape together some weaponry. But more importantly, they lost out on 3 ultimates. There was only 1 expended from Team Heretics in that previous round.
Yep.
And Rien's was able to get that Hunter's Fury.
They threw everything they had at that round, and they came up well short. That may have been the death knell here for DRX, but we'll see. I like this idea to grab a shotgun. I think that's a decent potential counter to what this Neon is going to bring at you.
But only if they can try to usher people over towards Mako.
That's true.
Dizzy up over the top. Mako's just sat in garage for now. Flash will get a full connection here, because they desperately want them to turn tail and pack up and send it towards B, but Heretics is saying, no, we like this spot, we're here to stay. Not quite sure where the fragment ended up going either way. It doesn't matter, it's not on top of the lockdown. That will go through, it has to be respected. The plant, the pit, will all come in. Heretics trying to get themselves now up to map point, to match point. It is damn near secured for them. Spotted on the buzz. Some damage taken. It's whittled down to 66. Buzz up over the top, the bite landing. Bane taken down. Wu trying to take some space with that shorty in hand. Ends up falling. His flashback's going to be good to find one, but he's instantly going to be flushed out as the spray across nearly connects. The drop down, it's right into his crosshair. There's only 2 kills to be found, but Team Heretics seemingly will not be dissuaded. Match point in their hands. DRX need to run back 2 consecutively to take us into overtime.
And they're still able to hang on to one more ult for this round. The Hunter's Fury for Rien's is going to be there to potentially close this out and send themselves further on to face Sentinels.
Let's go.
They know how close they are.
Oh yeah, they've got to feel it now. They are starting to run over DRX.
Once again, a push forward. But Buzz immediately having to backpedal. Goes for the repeak. Just not giving him the opportunity. Drone to check. Quickly going to be cleared out. The Dizzy not quite able to connect, but nor will that flick. And Buzz eats so much damage, and now he is dead. Additional value found. The Hunter's Fury getting the tag. Flashback down to 70. Foxy 9 on 45. DRX are halfway out the door.
It's gonna have to be another hero play from Mako. He has to go huge.
He's here at back yellow. The noise being made. They're suspicious of his position, and now they are very well aware of it. He's only gonna be good for 1. 3v4, now a 3v3. Foxy finds a headshot. Boo gonna be taken out. Spike being crept forward here, seeking the plant. Flash is going to be sent to swing through, and Foxy going to be dealt with as Mini Boo looks to put
Finally.
down. This Neon has been a thorn in their side the whole map throughout. And now it is just Bane
Revealing area.
left asking,
There they are.
IGL, Mako, what do I do? Unfortunately, he's running out of options, and the Nano is not cleared. Everything working against this rookie. The tap, they're just playing with their food. Recon has the ping. He's trying to bait them forward, but Heretics do not give him the opportunity. Rienz will swing the corner. He will find 3 as Team Heretics take down DRX. They punch their ticket into the top 4.
This team does not give up. Throughout this entire year, they continue to rise to the occasion. They continue to show you tremendous performances, and they still have an opportunity here at Champions to show you even more, and you can see what it means to Mini Boo to finally be able to play with his team on a big stage like this, and he is going to be playing at an even bigger one in an Inspire.
Had to watch from home as his teammates, his brother, got so close to lifting a trophy. But now he is here, he is through, he is alive in this tournament, and he is a huge reason why Heretics was able to take that icebox. For DRX, for Pacific, it will be bittersweet. The representation is not there, as we will not have a Korean team competing at Inspire on Korean soil. That has been excavated here by Heretics. And the seeds of EMEA have been planted. Whether or not they will blossom into a trophy, we'll have to just wait and see.
No doubt about it. And what a year for DRX. Defied a lot of expectations. Continued to improve despite some turmoil with the roster, some shuffling of players. A lot to be proud of here for these youngsters and for the veterans, but Heretics, well-deserved win. And this team has an opportunity to do something special, to do something they couldn't at Shanghai. They came oh so close, but now they're able to take down a Korean team on a home soil and get themselves one step closer.
Alive and well are Heretics. For DRX, what a year it has been though.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody would have had this team down as the last hope of Pacific, as the Korean squad that would be going the furthest here in Champions. It's been a very solid run for them, plenty to be proud of. But ultimately, their journey does end here today. For Heretics, they will be the lone representatives of EMEA in our top 4, going up against the likes of SEN, of Lev, of EDG. It is a stacked tournament. It does not get any easier from here.
No, it is unbelievably stacked. I mean, all 4 of these teams have looked incredible at times in this tournament. And I can't wait to see how it shakes out. It is going to be awesome.
That it absolutely is. Well, to go ahead and wrap up this series and put a nice little bow on it, let's go ahead and hear for Boo, the Horizon post-match interview.
팀 헤레틱스의 부 선수와의 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 이전에 DRX를 상대로 아주 위험한 상대라고 하면서 이렇게 경기에 임하겠다고 이야기를 했는데 오늘 동생인 미니부 선수도 눈물을 흘릴 만큼 엄청난 경기를 보였습니다. 우승 소감부터 이렇게 물어보겠습니다. You know, you said that DRX has a dangerous style at your press conference, and we saw a little bit of your brother crying. So talk to me, how was that first encounter with DRX today?
I think it was challenging for sure. They're a great team. On map 1, they didn't give us any chances. But I think then we gathered up and we show our level. And at the end, it was like 50-50. Both teams could win. But I think what we had is like stronger mental, honestly. After throwing 2 terrible rounds, we still won. We still kept going, which is, I think, I appreciate that the boys didn't stop, you know.
It was impressive indeed. 아무래도 DRX 정말 너무 상대하기 어려운 팀이었고요. 계속 이렇게 끝까지 첫 맵부터 너무 어려웠기 때문에 마지막 가서도 마지막 2라운드를 좀 아슬아슬하게 놓쳤을 때 진짜 누가 이길지 50대 50으로 앞을 알 수 없었는데 그래도 팀이 조금 더 집중력을 잘 발휘해서 멘탈을 튼튼하게 이렇게 유지해서 오늘 승리를 가져갈 수 있었다고 합니다. 오늘 승리 헤레틱스 좀 어제를 아쉽게 놓치고 오늘 근데 어비스도 처음에 놓쳤는데 이렇게 좀 빨리 그래도 폼을 계속 이렇게 유지할 수 있었던 비결이 궁금해요. You know, you bounced back. Like yesterday's match didn't work in your favor, and the first map didn't work in your favor. But in the end, you took that win. How are you guys able to regroup so like quickly and intensely?
I think we just have 2 modes. One way to play well, one way to play bad. There is honestly no in between, and that's not something we can control. That's just something we always try to work on. And I think yesterday we had some troubles. Today we had some troubles, but it was just between like switching to the good side because we can play well. Like everybody knows, everybody sees, we all know as well. So it's just about switching on and doing what has to be done.
헤레틱스가 2가지 모드가 있다고 합니다. 이기는 법 아니면은 뭐 잘 못하는 법이 있는데 아무래도 어제 그렇게 잘 원하는 대로 풀리지도 않았고 첫 번째 맵도 그랬지만 어쨌든 끝내 다시 이렇게 이기는 법으로 이렇게 다시 모드를 설정해서 오늘 이길 수 있었다고 하네요. 다음 상대 인스파이어에서 센티널을 만나게 됩니다. 어떻게 예상하는지 한번 물어보겠습니다. Next up is Sentinels. What's your expectation?
I'm actually really happy that we play Sentinels. I think everybody in our team is happy for 2 reasons. First is it's boring to play Fnatic again, and second is like our first international game against Sentinels. It was 3rd map 11-13. It was close. I think both teams improved a lot since Madrid, and I think it's going to be super exciting to play against them.
원래 이렇게 센티널을 다시 만나게 돼서 너무 좋고요. 푸나틱을 만나게 된다면 조금 재미없어질 뻔했는데 센티널을 만나서 너무 기대가 된다고 합니다. 팀 헤레틱스의 부 선수 인터뷰 맞고요. Thank you, Boo, for the amazing interview. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
That is all from the stage, and back to the desk.
We're going to go from one Boo to another. We're joined by Mini Boo, of course, here on the desk. I've got Sideshow with me as well. Now, we saw you get very emotional after that match ended. It was a crazy match, you know, back and forth, map 3 as well. So tell us how you're feeling right now. What kind of made you so emotional when it ended?
I mean, after first game, I just thought, like, I don't want to sit 6 months and regret that today in this game I didn't give my everything. I wanted to make sure that I feel comfortable, that I did everything I can, everything in my strength to win this game. And I just did it. Like, I did everything I could possibly to benefit the percentage to win this game, and I just gave everything. And why I went emotional, because we won. you know, my effort wasn't for nothing. You know.
Yeah. When I was watching on Icebox, I'm gonna be honest, I thought it was done for you guys in round 13. You just come off the back of a 1v4 ace from Mako.
Yeah, that was...
Then there was 5 rounds in a row off the back of that you lost, and then round 13 you didn't get the deny on the defuse. Can you talk me through some of those big, like, downward emotions during that match and how you're able to get back on track? Because that's tough.
I mean, 1v4, like, honestly, each one of us except Boo deserved a really good slap. And in that moment, I said to myself, it's not over, and it's not gonna happen once again. And I made sure that it's not gonna happen. And on 1v3, Wood just decided to chill a bit on King, you know, like we could have fall back, and then like it was 1v2 shaky, and we just like panicked, and I don't know, like. But
I understand how these things happen. They do happen to people, but from a lot of teams, and actually even from yourselves in EMEA sometimes, those moments can spiral into losses for you. So what was different today? What gave you that like great determination to turn things around?
I want to add to the back of that as well, because you know, we've talked a little bit in the NBA, and there are times where when you guys are in that situation, even yourself, there's tilt, right? There's tilt, there's frustration. So how come there was none of that today?
I mean, physically you take deep breaths, because like physically it gets you more calmer in your body, works that way, I guess. And like second thing is just in your head, like you just understand that there is no room for tilt, there is no room for frustration. You're going back home tomorrow if you're not winning this game. So like there is no room for being tilted or being sad or being, I don't know, just fucking play next round. That's it.
How did you, where did you guys as a team pick that up from? Because like I said, there were moments in EMEA where maybe that was the downfall of your team.
I mean, we had a long journey, and even though we are young, but each individual in this team is mature. Like it doesn't matter the age, but each individual like acting mature, and that's the strength of our team. That even though like the strength, like we lost against Leviathan yesterday, we woke up this today, and we took everything from yesterday's game and just make sure that it's not gonna happen like yesterday. We just capitalize on like the mistakes, and we just go next.
Yeah, I believe I'm right in saying you eliminated like all of the Chinese teams in Shanghai, and now you've beaten both of the Korean teams in Seoul. What do you have against home crowds? Why do you always seem to become the villains?
Yes, because in Madrid we lost 2 games and it was our home crowd, so we just steal other crowds, you know?
That makes sense.
He's right, he's right. It's only fair, but of course we did have to say goodbye to Fnatic earlier, and now DRX as well. Talk to me about, you know, how brutal this tournament is, because it feels like every time we watch a match, it could be the grand finals. Everyone is just so good.
I mean, it's champions. There is no weak team here. Like 4 teams from each region is here for a reason. They worked hard, everyone worked hard, and they had the stamina to contain that strength during the season and to play there, to compete here. So there is no weak team here. Everyone wants to win. Everyone wants to win champions. It's everyone's dream. Of course, it's not gonna be easier. Like 5 players, they're like, they can't play. They come here and they want to win. Like it's not gonna be that easy against any team. Like everyone wants that trophy.
Do you feel that on the server? Do you feel like every single game is just really, like, really tough?
Like, of course, everyone like wants to win that. That's why they play. That's why they're like on that level, on that high level, tier 1. You know, like they want that trophy, like everyone.
And just to speak on DRX for a moment too, I think that what they've showcased this year is that rebuild that got criticized by a lot of people, including myself, as being too hasty. Remember, they were 1 game away from Shanghai from potentially meeting you guys in that tournament. They decided to boot out Stacks, add another player, like turn their roster around, and I think they've actually showcased that it was the right direction for the team as a launching spot, because they were damn close to winning that game and making top 4 here in their home region. They are really solid.
I mean, DRX for me is one of the like teams that I looked up when I was like nobody, you know. I really respect them. I enjoy watching them, how they play. I enjoy screaming them. I enjoy playing against them like officials. It was first time. like they always inspire me, and they fight. Like they're the fighters, and it's interesting to play against them. I respect them so much. They play structure, they can go loose, like they're a team who will adapt against you, and it's hard to play against.
Well, I love hearing that from your perspective of playing against DRX. I am interested what your perspective is playing against Sentinels.
Yeah.
I love dance.
Well, this game was your opening match in terms of global events at the start. It was close. How are you feeling going up against them again after you've grown so much since then?
I mean, as Boo said, I heard in the stage that it was our debut against them in our international stage, and here we are after like 7 months on lower bracket in top 4 champions. So that's like the perfect matchup for us. The matchup to prove them wrong, like to prove ourselves, I guess.
Yeah, and also it's going to be your first time in that big arena as well. I can't wait. But you guys have been so good this tournament so far. We're very proud of you. Thank you so much for joining us. We will see you in the next arena, which is very interesting to say. Thank you, Saisho, as well, for being here with us. Thank you to you guys for watching at home. We will be back with more Valorant in just a couple of days. Have a lovely rest, and we'll see you then. There is a lot of history between these two organizations, and somehow every time they meet, the stakes are always high.
Sassy sends out Dizzy. John QT, the lurk comes in perfectly. As Alpha left in a 1v4, he's been found. You can't get the follow-up on Boaster.
Boaster!
Speaking about fragging IGLs, it's Boaster at the helm this
Come
time.
on then. Where are you? I'm in the market. I'm going shopping, bruv. And what's on their menu? Sentinels.
How are you meant to dissuade the players on the site? You can't when TenZ does that. The camera comes up. They want to get it towards half. They might just do it. But TenZ, the bully of the big boys, afraid of no one, shuts out map 1, 13 to 11. And it is all going to be down on timing. TenZ completely unawares. Spots a pixel against the body.
Nightfall in a fast retake.
Chronicle on the swing, and he hits. 1v5. This would be monumental.
Wait.
Oh my God! It's halfway though. He has to go. He has to swing, and he falls. Here we go for the firing squad. I'm still a little nervous here. Okay, Durka. And it looks like this is what it comes down to. And it's over. Map 3 is unlocked. Can the man become a monster? It looks like he might be able to. And where does he wait? Where does he guess? The gap closes 15 HP. Paint shell to the left. He looks. Oh! It's outstanding!
Let's go, Zach!
There's nowhere to run. There was nowhere to hide. But Sassy, this guy is legendary for a reason. Sassy saving Sentinels this round. Taking them away step by step. Maybe a chance made here. But Sentinels fighting back in. He's got the defuse. The roar of the crowd reserved for the special few, and Sentinels is that team.
Neither of these teams have ever picked up a global trophy, and this is elimination. They're close, they can do it, but they have to get past each other first.
Wako, eyes carried over to the side, collects them both, he's up over the top, he's trying to find that 4th kill, and he will. Headshot found, but Mako reinforces, moving up right outside of main. It cleans up 3. Bane sending out the recall and flashback, just swings into the site! And it is an absolute masterclass on the defending side as DRX say, yes, we think we are the best of best team in the world right now. 13-5. Plant down to try to come through. Fragment gonna be disrespected as they go jumping across this one, but Rien's is finding him. And he'll find the finisher. Slow approach as there's the ping reveal. Nabskir gonna be opened up. Bane gonna be good for 1 before getting taken down, but Boo finds 2. An interrupt on the showstopper, but with Mako falling, that should just about do it. He's in here, and he's managed to find 1. Puts it down, takes down Boo. And my God, a confusing play here from the side of Mako. It's not gonna deliver him around win, but damn if it wasn't flashy. 13-5 once again, this time. Signed, sealed, delivered. Heretics will be taking us to map 3. Spots out many Boo, finds the first one, snaps down, does get a 3rd. With 15 seconds remaining, just nothing realistically more to be done, but now, can he actually make it in for the plant? Completely unaware of the angle of approach, but the decay now is brought to parity between these two, and Mako stands tall. Up to try to find that punish. The swing back out, and you solved it! Are you serious? Here at top side, push out of the smoke. Many people are going to be able to find one. He'll find the other. Out here against flashback, but cannot find the kill. Wingman able to find the stun. Mini move slides up into his face and cleans up two.
That's how we need to play.
Team Heretics take down DRX. They punch their ticket into the top 4.
Egg. Anyways, that's it for us. I will see you tomorrow for sure. Like, the next games are like Friday 23rd, and it's Levi DG, and then SEN. The 24th we have the lower final. So the loser of Edward Gaming Leviathan against the winner of SEN finals. And then we have the grand final on Sunday. And they are 1 hour earlier though. So they start at 9 instead of 10 AM my time. I don't know about your time, but it's 1 hour earlier. So be aware of that. In the meantime, I will see you tomorrow and probably every day of the week for the next week. Different hours. Probably later in the day for me. But yeah, I'll try to stream every day, as I said. And yeah, that's it. See you tomorrow. The games were bangers. I really didn't believe in Heretics. After the freaking pistol, I was like so fucking down with them. Like, I was so fucking done. But yeah, they came back and they won. So I guess my pick'ems are saved. But it's very worrying for the game against Sentinels, because Sentinels, they showed like really good stuff, where Heretics showed some very shaky stuff. They have a week to prepare, and Sentinels are like drilling, you know. They really want to get that trophy. Leviathan is still in the game. Edward Gaming is like a question mark, because Leviathan is probably gonna win, but what if EDG wins. Like, there's a lot of questions, and I guess we will have our answers next week. But yeah, that's it for today. See you tomorrow. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
My fellow brothers, I, Billy Harrington, stand here today, humbled by the task before us, mindful of the sacrifices borne by our noble amigo.
It's been a long day without you, my face, and I'll tell you all about it when I
Thank you again.
We've come a long war from where we
Begin.
Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I
See you again.
When I
See you again.
All the
Pass.
we flew, good
Ass we
been through. Then I'll be
Spanking.
right here, dating that ass. Found another path. I know we love to
Suck some dick.
laugh, but
Master.
told me that it wouldn't last. Had to
Pull up.
look at things different, see the bigger
Dick.
Those were the days. Forever.
Game.
Now I see you in a better
Dungeon.
in a better
Dungeon.
How can we not talk about
Billy.
all that we got?
Harrington.
Now with you, you were standing there by my side, and now you gon' be with me for the last
Time.
been a long
Day before the day after tomorrow.
without you, my
Boy.
and I'll tell you all about it when I
Fifth. You again. Come.
long
Shoot.
from where we
Get fucked.
Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I
Fuck you again.
when I
Thank you again.
Go watch yourself. The vibe is feeling
Horny.
It was small, turned to a friendship turned to a bond. Never be broken,
Ass.
will never get lost.
Ass.
And when brotherhood
Come.
first, then the line will never be crossed. Established it on our own when that line had to be drawn, and that line is what we reach. So remember me when I'm gone.
It's also more emotional.
How can we not talk about
Billy.
all that we got?
Harrington.
Now with you, you
Coming.
standing there by my side, and now you gon' be with me for the last
Time.
Let the Lord guide you.
Purpose. Yeah.
Hold every memory as you go, and every move you take.
You want me to take it too, don't you?
Always leads you home. It's been a long
Foreplay.
without you, my
Face.
and I'll tell you all about it when I
Touch you again. Come deep.
away from where we
Do anal.
Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I
See you again.
when I
See you again. Thank you. God bless.
When I was a new frog, my streamers were playing World of Warcraft and Hearthstone at the time. They said, "Chad, when you grow up, would you keep the Gachi in Plug DJ, the cancer songs alive?" They said, "Will you defeat them, the juicers and all the normie streamers, the great names they invite. Because one day I'll leave you, go offline to let you spread your cancer, to join the force and rise. Website will never be the same. The racists and the toucans are destroyed. When never leaves, they turn to scenes and upset show us rush. All themes are dead and gone, but Boston boys will say we would. We'll say we would. And no old twitches can't believe me. Your optimism will carry on. Kids from YouTube are typing default lols. The writers of her son just make me sick. So copy paste the latest days and let's raise your dongers high. Degenerate but will never go to care. We'll say we would. We'll say we would. And no old twitches can't believe me. Your optimism will carry on. We're gonna write this script and know I'm right. I'm never sorry for all the nights I fell asleep too quick. Give a cheer to all the old frogs. Listen here, you've always dance games here. I'm just a pleb, I'm just a beamer, I'm just a fight, a connoisseur of clips. I'm just a pleb, I'm just a beamer, right?
Our dad taught us not to be ashamed of our dicks.